Preface to the Freedom of the Will. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Naudus. The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. Preface. Many find fault with the calling professing Christians that differ one from another in some matters of opinion by distinct names, especially calling them by the names of particular men who've distinguished themselves as maintainers and promoters of those opinions, as the calling some professing Christians Arminians from Arminius, others Arians from Arius, others Socinians from Socinus, and the like. They think it unjust in itself, as it seems to suppose and suggest. The persons marked out by these names received those doctrines when they entertained, out of regard to and reliance on those men after whom they are named, as though they made them their rule, in the same manner as the followers of Christ are called Christians, after his name, whom they regard and depend upon as their great head and rule. Whereas this is an unjust and groundless imputation on those that go under the aforementioned denominations. Thus, they say, there is not the least ground to suppose that the chief divines who embrace the scheme of doctrine, which is by many called Arminianism, believe it the more because Arminius believed it, and that there is no reason to think any other than that they sincerely and impartially study the Holy Scriptures and inquire after the mind of Christ with as much judgment and sincerity as any of those that call them by these names, that they seek after truth and are not careful whether they think exactly as Arminius did, yea, that in some things they actually differ from him. This practice is also esteemed actually injurious on this account, that it is supposed naturally to lead the multitude to imagine the difference between persons thus named and others to be greater than it is. Yea, as though it were so great that they must be, as it were, another species of beings, and they object against it as arising from an uncharitable, narrow, contracted spirit, which they say commonly inclines persons to confine all that is good to themselves and their own party, and to make wide distinction between themselves and others, and stigmatize those that differ from them with odious names. They say, moreover, that the keeping up such a distinction of names has a direct tendency to uphold distance and disaffection, and keep alive mutual hatred among Christians, who ought also to be united in friendship and charity. However, they can't in all things think alike. I confess, these things are very plausible, and I will not deny that there are some unhappy consequences of this distinction of names, and that men's infirmities and evil dispositions often make an ill improvement of it. But yet I humbly conceive these objections are carried far beyond reason. The generality of mankind are disposed enough, and a great deal too much, to uncharitableness, and to be censorious and bitter toward those that differ from them in religious opinions, which evil temper of mind will take occasion to exert itself from many things in themselves innocent, useful, and necessary. But yet there is no necessity to suppose that thus distinguishing persons of different opinions by different names arises mainly from an uncharitable spirit. It may arise from the disposition that there is mankind, whom God has distinguished with an ability and inclination for speech, to improve the benefit of language, and the proper use and design of names given to things which they have often occasion to speak of, or signify their minds about, which is to enable them to express their ideas with ease and expedition, without being encumbered with an obscure and difficult circumlocution. And thus the distinguishing persons of different opinions in religious matters may not imply, nor infer any more than that there is a difference and that the difference is such as we find we have often occasion to take notice of, and make mention of, that which we have frequent occasion to speak of, whatever it be, that gives the occasion, this wants a name. And 'tis always a defect in language, in such cases, to be obliged to make use of a description instead of a name. Thus we have often occasion to speak of those who are the descendants of an ancient inhabitants of France, who were subjects or heads of the government of that land, and spake the language peculiar to it, in distinction from the descendants of the inhabitants of Spain, who belonged to that community. And therefore we find the great need of distinct names to signify these different sorts of people, and the great convenience of these distinguishing words, French and Spaniards, by which this signification of our minds is quick and easy, and our speech is delivered from the burden of a continual reiteration of diffuse descriptions, which it must otherwise be embarrassed. That the difference of opinions of those who in their general scheme of divinity agree with those two noted men, Calvin and Arminius, is a thing there is often occasion to speak of, is what the practice of the latter itself confesses, who are often in their discourses and writings taking notice of the supposed absurd, pernicious opinions of the former sort. And therefore the making use of different names in this case can't reasonably be objected against or condemned as a thing which must come from so bad a cause as they assign. It is easy to be accounted for, without supposing it to arise from any other source than the exigence and natural tendency of the state of things, considering the faculty and disposition God has given mankind to express things which they have frequent occasion to mention, by certain distinguishing names. It is an effect that is similar to what we see arise in innumerable cases which are parallel, where the cause is not at all blameworthy. Nevertheless, at first I had thoughts of carefully avoiding the use of the appellation Arminian in this treatise, but I soon found I should be put to great difficulty by it, and that my discourse would be so encumbered with an often repeated circumlocution instead of a name, which would express the thing intended as well and better, that I altered my purpose. And therefore I must ask the excuse of such as are apt to be offended with the things of this nature, that I have so freely used the term Arminian in the following discourse. I profess it to be without any design to stigmatize persons of any sort with a name of reproach, or at all to make them appear more odious. If when I had occasion to speak of those divines who are commonly called by this name, I had, instead of styling them Arminians, called them these men, as Dr. Whitby does Calvinistic divines, it probably would not have been taken any better, or thought to show a better temper or any good manners. I have done as I would be done by, in this manner. However, the term Calvinist is in these days, among most, a term of greater reproach than the term Arminian, yet I should not take it all amiss to be called a Calvinist for distinction's sake, though I utterly disclaim a dependence on Calvin, or believing in the doctrines which I hold, because he believed and taught them, and cannot justly be charged with believing in everything just as he taught. But lest I really should be an occasion of injury to some persons, I would here give notice, that though I generally speak of that doctrine concerning free will and moral agency which I oppose as an Arminian doctrine, yet I would not be understood as asserting that every divine or author whom I have occasion to mention as maintaining that doctrine was properly Arminian, or one of that sort which is commonly called by that name. Some of them went far beyond the Arminians, and I would by no means charge Arminians in general with all the corrupt doctrine which these maintained. Thus, for instance, it would be very injurious if I should rank Arminian divines in general with authors such as Mr. Chubb. I doubt not many of them have some of his doctrine in abhorrence, though he agrees, for the most part, with Arminians in his notion of the freedom of the will. And on the other hand, though I suppose this notion to be a leading article in the Arminian scheme, that which, if pursued in its consequences, will truly infer or naturally lead to all the rest, yet I don't charge all that have held this doctrine with being Arminians, for whatever may be the consequences of the doctrine really, yet some that hold this doctrine may not own nor see the consequences, and it would be unjust in many instances to charge every author with believing and maintaining all the real consequences of this avowed doctrines. And I desire it may be particularly noted that though I have occasion in the following discourse often to mention the author of the book entitled An Essay on the Freedom of the Will in God and the Creature, as holding that notion of freedom of will, which I oppose, yet I don't mean to call him an Arminian. However, in that doctrine he agrees with Arminians, and departs from the current and general opinion of Calvinists. If the author of that essay be the same as it is commonly ascribed to, he doubtless was not one that ought to bear that name. But however good a divine he was in many respects, yet that particular Arminian doctrine which he maintained is never the better for being held by such a one. Nor is there less need of opposing it on that account, but rather is there the more need of it, as it will be likely to have the more pernicious influence. For being taught by a divine of his name and character, supposing the doctrine to be wrong, and in itself to be of an ill tendency. I have nothing further to say by way of preface, but only to bespeak the reader's candor and calm attention to what I have written. The subject is of such importance as demand attention, and the most thorough consideration. Of all kinds of knowledge that we can ever obtain, the knowledge of God and the knowledge of ourselves are the most important, as religion is the great business for which we are all created, and on which our happiness depends, and as religion consists in an intercourse between ourselves and our Maker, and so has its foundation in God's nature and ours, and in the relation that God and we stand in to each other. Therefore, a true knowledge of both must be needful in order to true religion. But the knowledge of ourselves consists chiefly in right apprehensions concerning those two chief faculties of our nature, the understanding and will. Both are very important, yet the science of the latter must be confessed to be of greatest moment, inasmuch as all virtue and religion have their seat more immediately in the will, consisting more especially in right acts and habits of this faculty. And the grand question about the freedom of the will is the main point that belongs to the science of the will. Therefore, I say, the importance of the subject greatly demands the attention of Christians, and especially of divines. But as to my manner of handling the subject, I will be far from presuming to say that it is such as demands the attention of the reader to what I have written. I am ready to own that in this manner I depend on the reader's courtesy, but only thus far I may have some color for putting in a claim, that if the reader be disposed to pass his censure on what I have written, I may be fully and patiently heard, and well attended to before I am condemned. However, this is what I would humbly ask of my readers, together with the prayers of all sincere lovers of truth, that I may have much of that spirit which Christ promised his disciples, which guides into all truth, and that the blessed and powerful influences of this spirit would make truth victorious in the world. End of the preface. Part 1, Section 1 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, wherein are explained and stated various terms and things belonging to the subject of the ensuing discourse. concerning the nature of the will. It may possibly be thought that there is no great need of going about to define or describe the will, this word being generally as well understood as any other words we can use to explain it. And so perhaps it would be, had not philosophers, metaphysicians, and polemic divines brought the matter into obscurity by the things they have said of it. But since it is so, I think it may be of some use, and will tend to the greatest clearness in the following discourse to say a few things concerning it. And therefore I observe that the will, without any metaphysical refining, is plainly that by which the mind chooses anything. The faculty of the will is that faculty or power or principle of mind by which it is capable of choosing. An act of the will is the same act of choosing or choice. If anything, it is a more perfect definition of the will to say that it is that by which the soul either chooses or refuses. I am content with it, though I think that it is enough to say it is that by which the soul chooses. For every act of the will whatsoever, the mind chooses one thing rather than another. It chooses something rather than the contrary, or rather than the want or non-existence of that thing. So in every act of refusal, the mind chooses the absence of the thing refused. The positive and the negative are felt before the mind for its choice, and it chooses the negative. And the mind's making its choice in that case is properly the act of the will. The will's determining between the two is a voluntary determining, but that is the same thing as making a choice. So that whatever names we call the act of the will, by choosing, refusing, approving, disapproving, liking, disliking, embracing, rejecting, determining, directing, commanding, forbidding, inclining, or being averse, of being pleased or displeased with, all may be reduced to this thing of choosing. For the soul to act voluntarily is evermore to act electively. Mr. Locke says, "The will signifies nothing but a power or ability to prefer or choose." And in the foregoing page says, "The word preferring seems best to express the act of volition," but adds, "It does it not precisely. For," says he, "though a man would prefer flying to walking, yet who can say he ever wills it? But the instance he mentions does not prove that there is anything else than willing, but merely preferring. For it should be considered what is the next and immediate object of the will, with respect to a man's walking, or any other external action, which is not being removed from one place to another on the earth, or through the air. There are remoter objects of preference, but such or such an immediate exertion of himself, the thing nextly chosen or preferred when a man wills to walk, is not as being removed to such a place where he would be, but such an exertion and motion of his legs and feet, etc., in order to it. And his willing such an alteration in his body in the present moment is nothing else but his choosing or preferring such an alteration in his body at such a moment, or his liking it better than the forbearance of it. And God has so made and established the human nature, the soul being united to a body in proper state, that the soul preferring or choosing such an immediate exertion or alteration of the body, such an alteration instantaneously follows. There is nothing else in the actions of my mind that I am conscious of while I walk, but only my preferring or choosing, through successive moments, that there should be such alterations of my external sensations and motions, together with a concurring habitual expectation that it will be so, having either found by experience that on such an immediate preference, such sensations and emotions do actually instantaneously and constantly arise, But it is not so in the case of flying. Though a man may be said remotely to choose or prefer flying, yet he does not choose or prefer, incline or to desire, under circumstances in view, any immediate exertion of the members of his body in order to it, because he has no expectation that he should obtain the desired end by any such exertion. And he does not prefer or incline to any bodily exertion or effort under this apprehended circumstance of its being wholly in vain. So that if we carefully distinguish the proper objects of the several acts of the will, it will not appear by this and such like instances that there is any difference between volition and preference, or that a man's choosing, liking best, or being best pleased with a thing, are not the same with his willing that thing, as they seem to be according to those general and more natural motions of men, according to which language is formed. Thus, an act of the will is commonly expressed by its pleasing a man to do thus or thus, and a man doing as he wills, and doing as he pleases are the same thing in common speech. Mr. Locke says, the will is perfectly distinguished from desire, which in the very same action may have a quite contrary tendency, that which our wills set us upon. A man, says he, whom I cannot deny, may oblige me to use persuasions to another, which, at the same time I am speaking, I may wish may not prevail on him. In this case, it is plain the will and desire run counter. I do not suppose that the will and desire are words of precisely the same signification. Will seems to be a word of a more general signification, extending to things present and absent. Desire respects something absent. I may prefer my present situation and posture, suppose sitting still, or having my eyes open, and so may will it. But yet I cannot think they are so entirely distinct that they can ever be properly said to run counter. A man never in any instant wills anything contrary to his desires, or desires anything contrary to his will. The forementioned instance which Mr. Locke produces does not prove that he ever does. He may, on some consideration or other, will to utter speeches which have a tendency to persuade another, and still may desire that they may not persuade him. But yet his will and desire does not run counter at all. The thing which he wills, the very same thing which he desires, and he does not will a thing, and desire the contrary in any particular. In this instance, it is not carefully observed what is the thing willed, and what is the thing desired. If it were, it would be found that will and desire does not clash in the least. The thing willed on some consideration is to utter such words, and certainly the same consideration so influences him that he does not desire the contrary. All things considered, he chooses to utter such words, and does not desire not to utter them. And so as to the thing which Mr. Locke speaks of as desired, that the words, though they tend to persuade, should not be effectual to that end. His will is not contrary to this. He does not will that they should be effectual, but rather he wills that they should not, as he desires, in order to prove that the will and desire may run counter. It should be shown that they may be contrary one to another in the same thing, or with respect to the very same object of will or desire. But here the objects are two, and in each, taken by themselves, the will and desire agree. And it is no wonder that they should not agree in different things, however little distinguished they are in their nature. The will may not agree with the will, nor desire agree with the desire, in different things. As in this very instance which Mr. Locke mentions, a person may on some consideration desire to use persuasions, and at the same time may desire they may not prevail. But yet nobody will say that desire runs counter to desire. or that this proves that the desire is perfectly a distinct thing from desire. The like might be observed of the other instance Mr. Locke produces, of a man's desiring to be eased of pain, etc. But not to dwell any longer on this, whether desire and will, and whether preference and volition be precisely the same things or no, yet I trust it will be allowed by all, that in every act of will there is an act of choice, that in every act of volition there is a preference, or a prevailing inclination of the soul, whereby the soul, at that instance, is out of a state of perfect indifference with respect to the direct object of the volition. So that every act or going forth of the will, there's some preponderation of the mind or inclination one way rather than another, and the soul had rather have to do one thing than another, or than not to have to do that thing, and that there, where there's absolutely no preferring or choosing, but a perfect continuing equilibrium, there is no volition. End of Part 1, Section 1. Part 1, Section 2 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concerning the determination of the will. By determining the will, if the phrase be used with any meaning, must be intended, causing that the act of the will or choice should be thus, and not otherwise, and the will is said to be determined when, in consequence of some action or influence, its choice is directed to and fixed upon a particular object. As when we speak of the determination of motion, we may mean causing the motion of the body to be such a way, or in such direction, rather than another. To talk of the determination of the will supposes an effect, which must have a cause. If the will be determined, there is a determiner. This must be supposed to be intended even by them that say the will determines itself. If it be so, the will is both determiner and determined. It is a cause that acts and produces effects upon itself, and is the object of its own influence and action. With respect to that grand inquiry, what determines the will, it will be very tedious and unnecessary at present to enumerate and examine all the various opinions which have been advanced concerning this matter. Nor is it needful that I should enter into a particular disquisition of all points debated in disputes of that question, whether the will always follows the last dictate of the understanding. It is sufficient to my present purpose to say, it is that motive which, as it stands in the view of the mind, is the strongest that determines the will. But it may be necessary that I should a little explain my meaning in this. By motive, I mean the whole of that which moves, excites, or invites the mind to volition, whether that be one thing singly, or many things conjunctly. Many particular things may concur and unite their strength to induce the mind, and when it is so, all together are as it were one complex motive. And when I speak of the strongest motive, I have respect to the strength of the whole that operates to induce to a particular act of volition, whether that be the strength of one thing alone or of many together. Whatever is a motive in this sense must be something that is extant in the views or apprehension of the understanding or perceiving faculty. Nothing can induce or invite the mind to will or act anything any further than it is perceived or is some way or other in the mind's view, or what is wholly unperceived and perfectly out of the mind's view cannot affect the mind at all. It is most evident that nothing is in the mind, or reaches it, or takes any hold of it, any otherwise than
as it is perceived or thought of. And I think it must also be allowed by all that everything that is properly called a motive, excitement, or inducement to a perceiving willing agent has some sort and degree of tendency or advantage to move or excite the will, previous to the effect, or to the act of the will excited. This previous tendency of the motive is what I call strength of the motive. That motive which has less degree of previous advantage or tendency to move the will, or that appears less inviting as it stands in the view of the mind, is what I call a weaker motive. On the contrary, that which appears most inviting, and has, by what appears concerning it to the understanding or apprehension, the greatest degree of previous tendency to excite and induce the choice, is what I call the strongest motive. And in this sense, I suppose the will is always determined by the strongest motive. Things that exist in the view of the mind have their strength, tendency, or advantage to move or excite its will from many things appertaining to the nature and circumstances of the thing viewed, the nature and circumstances of the mind that views, and the degree and manner of its views, which it would perhaps be hard to make a perfect enumeration of. But so much I think may be determined in general, without room for controversy, that whatever is perceived or apprehended by an intelligent and voluntary agent, which has the nature and influence of a motive to volition or choice, is considered or viewed as good, nor has it any tendency to invite or engage the election of the soul in any further degree than it appears such. For to say otherwise would be to say that things that appear have a tendency by the appearance they make to engage the mind to elect them some other way than by their appearing eligible to it, which is absurd, and therefore it must be true in some sense that the will always is as the greatest apparent good is. But only for the right understanding of this, two things must be well and distinctly observed. It must be observed in what sense I use the term good, namely, as good is the same import with agreeable. To appear good to the mind as I use the phrase is the same as to appear agreeable or seem pleasing to the mind. Certainly, nothing appears inviting and eligible to the mind or tending to engage its inclination and choice, considered as evil or disagreeable, nor indeed as indifferent, and neither agreeable nor disagreeable. But if it tends to draw the inclination and move the will, it must be under the notion of that which suits the mind, and therefore that must have the greatest tendency to attract and engage it, which, as it stands in the mind's view, suits it best, and pleases it most, and in that sense the greatest apparent good. To say otherwise is little, if anything, short of a direct and plain contradiction. The word good in this sense includes in its signification the removal or avoiding of evil, or of that which is disagreeable and uneasy. It is agreeable and pleasing to avoid what is disagreeable and displeasing, and to have uneasiness removed. So that here is inclined what Mr. Locke supposes determines the will. For when he speaks of uneasiness as determining the will, he must understand as supposing that the end or aim which governs in the volition or act of preference is the avoiding or removal of that uneasiness, and that is the same thing as choosing and seeking what is more easy and agreeable. When I say the will is as the greatest apparent good is, or, as I've explained it, that volition has always for its object the thing which appears most agreeable, it must be carefully observed, to avoid confusion and needless objection, that I speak of the direct and immediate object of the will of volition, and not some object that the act of will has not an immediate, but only an indirect and remote respect to. Many acts of volition have some remote relation to an object that is different from the thing most immediately willed and chosen. Thus, when a drunkard has his liquor before him and he has to choose whether to drink it or no, the proper and immediate objects about which his present volition is conversant, and between which his choice now decides, are his own acts, in drinking the liquor or letting it alone. And this will certainly be done according to what, in the present view of his mind, taken in the whole of it, is most agreeable to them. If he chooses or wills to drink it, and not to let it alone, then this action, as it stands in the view of his mind, with all that belongs to its appearance there, is more agreeable and pleasing than letting it alone. But the objects to which this act of volition may relate more remotely, and between which his choice may determine more indirectly, are the pleasant pleasure the man expects by drinking, and the future misery which he judges will be the consequence of it. He may judge that this future misery, when it comes, will be more disagreeable and unpleasant than refraining from drinking now would be. But these two things are not the proper objects that the act of volition spoken of is nextly conversant about. For the act of the will spoken of is concerning present drinking or forbearing to drink. If he wills to drink, then drinking is the proper object of the act of his will, and drinking on some account or other now appears most agreeable to him, and suits him best. If he chooses to refrain, then refraining is the immediate object of his will, and is most pleasing to him. If in the choice he makes in the case, he prefers a present pleasure to a future advantage, which he judges will be greater when it comes, then a lesser present pleasure appears more agreeable to him than a greater advantage at a distance. If on the contrary future advantage is preferred, then that appears most agreeable, and suits him best. And so still, the present volition is as the greatest apparent good at present is. I have rather chosen to express myself thus, that the will always is as the greatest apparent good, or as what appears most agreeable, is then to say that the will is determined by the greatest apparent good, or by what seems most agreeable, because an appearing most agreeable or pleasing to the mind's preferring and choosing, seem hardly to be properly and perfectly distinct. If strict propriety of speech be insisted on, it may more properly be said that the voluntary action which is the immediate consequence and fruit of the mind's volition or choice is determined by that which appears most agreeable than the preference or choice itself, but that the act of volition itself is always determined by that in or about the mind's view of the object which causes it to appear most agreeable. I say in or about the mind's view of the object, because what has influence to render an object in view agreeable is not only what appears in the object viewed, but also the manner of the view, and the state and circumstances of the mind that views, particularly to enumerate all things pertaining to the mind's view of the objects of volition, which have influence in their appearing agreeable to the mind, would be a matter of no small difficulty, and might require a treatise by itself, and is not necessary to my present purpose. I shall therefore only mention some things in general. One thing that makes an object proposed to choice agreeable is the apparent nature and circumstances of the object. And there are various things of this sort that have a hand in rendering the object more or less agreeable, as 1. That which appears in the object, which renders it beautiful and pleasant, or deformed and irksome to the mind, viewing it as in itself. 2. The apparent degree of pleasure or trouble attending to the object, or the consequence of it. Such concomitants and consequences being viewed as circumstances of objects are to be considered as belonging to it, and as it were parts of it, as it stands in the mind's view, as a proposed object of choice. 3. The apparent state of the pleasure or trouble that appears with respect to distance of time, being either nearer or farther off. It is a thing in itself agreeable to the mind to have pleasure speedily, and disagreeable to have it delayed, so that if there be two equal degrees of pleasure set in the mind's view, and all other things equal, but only one is beheld as near, and the other afar off, the near will appear most agreeable, and so will be chosen. Because though the agreeableness of the objects be exactly equal as viewed in themselves, yet not as viewed in their circumstances, one of them having the additional agreeableness of the circumstance of nearness. Another thing that contributes to the agreeableness of an object of choice as it stands in the mind's view is the manner of the view. If the object be something which appears connected with future pleasure, not only will the degree of apparent pleasure have influence, but also the manner of the view, especially in two respects. 1. With respect to the degree of judgment, or firmness of assent, with which the mind judges the pleasure to be future, because it is more agreeable to have certain happiness than an uncertain one, and a pleasure viewed as more probable, all other things being equal, is more agreeable to the mind than that which is viewed as less probable. 2. With respect to the degree of the idea of the future pleasure, with regard to things which are the subject of our thoughts, either past, present, or future, we have much more of an idea or apprehension of some things than others. That is, our idea is much more clear, lively, and strong. Thus, the ideas we have of sensible things by immediate sensation are usually much more lively than those we have by mere imagination, or by contemplation of them when absent. My idea of the sun, when I look upon it, is more vivid than when I only think of it. Our idea of the sweet relish of a delicious fruit is usually stronger when we taste it than when we only imagine it. And sometimes the idea we have of things by contemplation are much stronger and clearer than at other times. Thus, a man at one time has a much stronger idea of the pleasure which is to be enjoyed in eating some sort of food that he loves than at another. Now the degree or strength of the idea or sense that men have of future good or evil is one thing that has great influence on their minds to excite choice or volition. When of two kinds of future pleasure, which the mind considers of, and are presented for choice, both are supposed exactly equal by the judgment, and both equally certain, and all other things are equal, but only one of them is what the mind has a far more lively sense of than of the other. This has the greatest advantage by far to affect and attract the mind, and move the will. It is now more agreeable to the mind to take the pleasure it has a strong and lively sense of, than that which it has only a faint idea of. The view of the former is attended with the strongest appetite, and the greatest uneasiness attends the want of it, and it is agreeable to the mind to have uneasiness removed, and is appetite gratified. And if several future enjoyments are presented together as competitors for the choice of the mind, some of them judged to be greater, and others less, the mind also having a greater sense and more lively idea of the good of some of them, and of others a less. And some are viewed as of greater certainty or probability than others, and those enjoyments that appear most agreeable in some of these respects appear least so in others. In this case, all other things being equal, the agreeableness of a proposed object of choice will be in a degree some way compounded of the degree of good supposed by the judgment, the degree of apparent probability or certainty of that good, and the degree of the view or sense or liveliness of the idea the mind has of the good, because all together concur to constitute the degree in which the object appears at present agreeable, and accordingly volition will be determined. I might further observe the state of the mind that views a proposed object of choice is another thing that contributes to the agreeableness or disagreeableness of that object. The particular temper which the mind has by nature, or that has been introduced and established by education, example, custom or some other means, or the frame or state that the mind is in on a particular occasion. That object which appears agreeable to one does not so to another, and the same object does not appear alike agreeable to the same person at different times. It is most agreeable to some men to follow their reason, and to others to follow their appetites. To some men it is more agreeable to deny a vicious inclination than to gratify it. Others it suits best to gratify the vilest appetites. It is more disagreeable to some men than others to counteract a former resolution. In these respects, and many others which might be mentioned, different things will be most agreeable to different persons, and not only so, but to the same persons at different times. But possibly it is needless and improper to mention the frame and state of the mind as a distinct ground of the agreeableness of objects from the other two mentioned before. The apparent nature and circumstances of the objects viewed, and the manner of their view. Perhaps if we strictly consider the matter, the different temper and state of the mind makes no alteration as to the agreeableness of objects, any other way than as it makes the objects themselves appear differently beautiful or deformed, having apparent pleasure or pain attending them, and as it occasions the manner of the view to be different, causes the idea of beauty or deformity, pleasure or uneasiness to be more or less lively. However, I think so much is certain that volition in no one instance that can be mentioned is otherwise than the greatest apparent good is, in the manner which has been explained. The choice of the mind never departs from that which at that time, and with respect to the direct and immediate objects of that decision of the mind, appears most agreeable and pleasing, all things considered. If the immediate objects of the will are a man's own actions, then those actions which appear most agreeable to him he wills. If it be now most agreeable to him, all things considered, to walk, then he now wills to walk. If it be now upon the whole of what at present appears to him most agreeable to speak, then he chooses to speak. If it suits him best to keep silence, then he chooses to keep silence. There is scarcely a plainer and more universal dictate of the sense and experience of mankind than that when men act voluntarily and do what they please, then they do what suits them best, or what is most agreeable to them. To say that they do what they please, or what pleases them, but yet do not do what is agreeable to them, is the same thing as to say they do what they please, but do not act their pleasure. And that is to say, that they do what they please and yet do not do what they please. It appears from these things that in some sense the will always follows the last dictate of the understanding. But then the understanding must be taken in a large sense, as including the whole faculty of perception or apprehension, and not merely what is called reason or judgment. If by the dictate of understanding is meant what reason declares to be best or most for the person's happiness, taking in the whole of its duration, it is not true that the will always follows the last dictate of the understanding. Such a dictate of reason is quite a different matter from things appearing now most agreeable, all things being put together which pertain to the mind's present perceptions, apprehensions, or ideas in any respect. Although that dictate of reason, when it takes place, is one thing that is put into the scales, and is to be considered as a thing that has concern in the compound influence which moves and induces the will, and is one thing that is to be considered in estimating the degree of that appearance of good which the will always follows, either as having its influence added to other things, or subducted from them. When it concurs with other things, then its weight is added to them, as put into the same scale. But when it is against them, it is as a weight in the opposite scale, where it resists the influence of other things. Yet its resistance is often overcome by their greater weight, and so the act of the will is determined in opposition to it. The things which I have said may, I hope, serve in some measure to illustrate and confirm the position I laid down in the beginning of this section. That is, the will is always determined by the strongest motive, or by that view of the mind which has the greatest degree of previous tendency to excite volition. But whether I have been so happy as rightly to explain the things wherein conflicts of the strength of motives or not, yet my failing in this will not overthrow the position itself, which carries much of its own evidence with it, and is the thing of chief importance to the purpose of the ensuing discourse. And the truth of it, I hope, will appear with great clearness before I have finished what I have to say on the subject of human liberty. End of Part 1, Section 2.
Part 1, Section 3 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concerning the meaning of the terms necessity, impossibility, inability, etc., and of contingence. The words necessary, impossible, etc., are abundantly used in controversies about free will and moral agency, and therefore the sense in which they are used should be clearly understood. Here I might say that a thing is then said to be necessary when it must be and cannot be otherwise. But this would not properly be a definition of necessity any more than if I explained the word must by the phrase there being a necessity. The words must, can, and cannot need explication as much as the words necessary and impossible, excepting that the former are words that in earliest life we more commonly use. The word necessary, as used in common speech, is a relative term, and relates to some supposed opposition made to the existence of a thing, which opposition is overcome or proves insufficient to hinder or alter it. That is necessary in the original and proper sense of the word, which is or will be notwithstanding all supposable opposition. To say that a thing is necessary is the same thing as to say that it is impossible it should not be. But the word impossible is manifestly a relative term, and has reference to supposed power exerted to bring a thing to pass, which is insufficient for the effect, as the word unable is relative and has relation to ability or endeavor, which is insufficient. Also, the word irresistible is relative, and has always reference to resistance which is made, or may be made, to some force or power tending to an effect, and is insufficient to withstand the power or hinder the effect. The common notion of necessity and impossibility implies something that frustrates endeavor or desire. Here several things are to be noted. 1. Things are said to be necessary in general, which are or will be, notwithstanding any supposable opposition from whatever quarter. But things are said to be necessary to us, which are or will be, notwithstanding all opposition supposable in the case from us. The same may be observed of the word impossible and other such like terms. To these terms, necessary, impossible, irresistible, etc., more especially belong to controversies about liberty and moral agency, as used in the latter of the two senses now mentioned, viz., as necessary or impossible to us, and with relation to any supposable opposition or endeavor of ours. 3. As the word necessity in its vulgar and common use is relative, and has always reference to some supposable insufficient opposition, so when we speak of anything as necessary to us, it is with relation to some supposable opposition of our wills, or some voluntary exertion or effort of ours to the contrary. For we do not properly make opposition to an event any otherwise than as we voluntarily oppose it. Things are said to be what must be, or necessarily are, when they are or will be, though we desire or endeavor the contrary, or try to prevent or remove their existence. But such opposition of ours always either consists in or implies opposition of our wills. It is manifest that such like words and phrases as vulgarly used are understood in this manner. A thing is said to be necessary when we cannot help it, let us do what we will. So anything is said to be impossible to us when we would do it or would have it brought to pass, and endeavor it, or at least may be supposed to desire and seek it. But all our desires and endeavors are or would be vain, and that is said to be irresistible, which overcomes all our opposition, resistance, and endeavor to the contrary. And we are said to be unable to do a thing when our supposable desires and endeavors are insufficient. We are accustomed in the common use of language thus to apply and understand these phrases. We grow up with such a habit, which by the daily use of these terms from our childhood becomes fixed and settled, so that the idea of a relation to a supposed will, desire, and endeavor of ours is strongly connected with these terms whenever we hear the words used. Such ideas and these words are so associated that they unavoidably go together. One suggests the other, and never can be easily separated as long as we live. And though we use the words as terms of art in another sense, yet unless we are exceedingly circumspect, we shall insensibly slide into the vulgar use of them, and so apply the words in a very inconsistent manner, which will deceive and confound us in our reasonings and discourses, even when we pretend to use them as terms of art. 4. It follows from what has been observed that when these terms, necessary, impossible, irresistible, unable, etc., are used in cases wherein no insufficient will is supposed or can be supposed but the very nature of the supposed case itself excludes any opposition, will, or endeavor. They are then not used in their proper signification. The reason is manifest. In such cases, we cannot use the words with reference to a supposable opposition, will, or endeavor, and therefore if any man uses these terms in such cases, he either uses them nonsensically, or in some new sense diverse from their original and proper meaning. As for instance, if any one should affirm after this manner, that it is necessary for a man, or what must be, that he should choose virtue rather than vice, during the time that he prefers virtue to vice, and that it is a thing impossible and irresistible that it should be otherwise than that he should have this choice, so long as this choice continues, such a one would use the terms must, irresistible, etc., with either perfect insignificance, or in some new sense diverse from their common use, which is with reference, as has been observed, to supposable opposition, unwillingness, and resistance, whereas here the very supposition excludes and denies any such thing, for the case supposed is that of being willing and choosing. 5. It appears from what has been said that these terms necessary, impossible, etc., are often used by philosophers and metaphysicians in a sense quite diverse from their common and original signification, for they apply them to many cases in which no opposition is supposable. Thus they use them with respect to God's existence before the creation of the world, when there was no other being, with regard to many of the dispositions and acts of the divine being, such as his loving himself, his loving righteousness, hating sin, etc. So they apply them to many cases of the inclinations and actions of created intelligent beings, wherein all opposition of the will is excluded in the very supposition of the case. Metaphysical or philosophical necessity is nothing different from their certainty. I speak not now of the certainty of knowledge, but the certainty that is in things themselves, which is the foundation of the certainty of the knowledge, or that wherein lies the ground of the infallibility of the proposition which affirms them. What is sometimes given as the definition of philosophical necessity, namely, that by which a thing cannot but be, or whereby it cannot be otherwise, fails of being a proper explanation of it on two accounts. First, the words can or cannot need explanation as much as the word necessity, and the former may as well be explained by the latter as the latter by the former. Thus, if any one asked us what we mean when we say a thing cannot but be, we might explain ourselves by saying it must necessarily be so, as well as explain necessity by saying it is that by which a thing cannot but be. And secondly, this definition is liable to the forementioned great inconvenience. The words cannot or unable are properly relative, and have relation to power exerted, or that may be exerted, in order to the thing spoken of, to which, as I have now observed, the word necessity, as used by philosophers, has no reference. Philosophical necessity is really nothing else than the full and fixed connection between the things signified by the subject and predicate of a proposition, which affirms something to be true. When there is such a connection, then the thing affirmed in the proposition is necessary in a philosophical sense, whether any opposition or contrary effort be supposed or no. When the subject and predicate of the proposition, which affirms the existence of anything, either substance, quality, act, or circumstance, have a full and certain connection, then the existence or being of that thing is said to be necessary in a metaphysical sense. And in this sense I use the word necessity in the following discourse, when I endeavor to prove that necessity is not inconsistent with liberty. The subject and predicate of a proposition which affirms existence of something may have a full, fixed, and certain connection several ways. 1. They may have a full and perfect connection in and of themselves, because it may imply a contradiction or gross absurdity to suppose them not connected. Thus many things are necessary in their own nature. So the eternal existence of being, generally considered, is necessary in itself, because it would be in itself the greatest absurdity to deny the existence of being in general, or to say there was absolute and universal nothing, and is, as it were, the sum of all contradictions, as might be shown if this were a proper place for it. So God's infinity and other attributes are necessary. So it is necessary in its own nature that 2 and 2 should be 4, and it is necessary that all right lines drawn from the center of a circle to the circumference should be equal. It is necessary, fit, and suitable that men should do to others as they would that they should do to them. So innumerable metaphysical and mathematical truths are necessary in themselves. The subject and predicate of the proposition which affirms them are perfectly connected of themselves. 2. The connection of the subject and predicate of a proposition which affirms the existence of something may be fixed and made certain, because the existence of that thing is already come to pass, and either now is or has been, and so has, as it were, made sure of existence. And therefore the proposition which affirms present and past existence of it may by this means be made certain, and necessarily and unalterably true. The past event has fixed and decided the matter as to its existence, and has made it impossible but that existence should be truly predicated of it. Thus the existence of whatever is already come to pass is now become necessary. It is become impossible, it should be otherwise than true, that such a thing has been. 3. The subject and predicate of a proposition which affirms something to be may have a real and certain connection consequentially, and so the existence of the thing may be consequentially necessary, as it may be surely and firmly connected with something else that is necessary in one of the former respects. As it is either fully and thoroughly connected with that which is absolutely necessary in its own nature, or with something which has already received and made sure of existence. This necessity lies in, or may be explained by, the connection of two or more propositions one with another. Things which are perfectly connected with other things that are necessary themselves by a necessity of consequence. And here it may be observed that all things which are future, or which will hereafter begin to be, which can be said to be necessary, are necessary only in this last way. Their existence is not necessary in itself, for if so, they always would have existed. Nor has their existence become necessary by being already come to pass. Therefore the only way that anything that is to come to pass hereafter is or can be necessary is by a connection with something that is necessary in its own nature, or something that already is or has been, so that the one being supposed the other certainly follows. And this also is the only way that all things past, excepting those which were from eternity, could be necessary before they come to pass, and therefore the only way in which any effect or event, or anything whatsoever that ever has had or will have a beginning, has come into being necessarily, or will hereafter necessarily exist. And therefore this is the necessity which especially belongs to controversies about the acts of the will. It may be of some use in these controversies further to observe concerning metaphysical necessity, that agreeable to the distinction before observed of necessity as vulgarly understood, things that exist may be said to be necessary, either with a general or particular necessity. The existence of a thing may be said to be necessary with a general necessity, when all things considered there is a foundation for the certainty of their existence, or when, in the most general and universal view of things, the subject and predicate of the proposition which affirms its existence would appear with an infallible connection. An event or the existence of a thing may be said to be necessary with a particular necessity when nothing that can be taken into consideration in or about a person, thing, or time alters the case at all as to the certainty of an event or the existence of a thing, or can be of any account at all in determining the infallibility of the connection of the subject and predicate in the proposition which affirms the existence of the thing, so that it is all one as to that person or thing, at least at that time, as if the existence were necessary, with the necessity that is most universal and absolute. Thus there are many things that happen to particular persons, in the existence of which no will of theirs has any concern, at least at that time, which, whether they are necessary or not, with regard to things in general, yet are necessary to them, and with regard to any volition of theirs at that time, as they prevent all acts of the will about the affair. I shall have occasion to apply this observation to particular instances in the following discourse. Whether the same things that are necessary with a particular necessity be not also necessary with a general necessity may be a matter of future consideration. Let that be as it will, it alters not the case as to the use of this distinction of the kinds of necessity. These things may be sufficient for the explaining of the terms necessary and necessity as terms of art, and as often used by metaphysicians and controversial writers in divinity, in a sense diverse from and more extensive than their original meaning in common language, which was before explained. What has been said to show the meaning of the terms necessary and necessity may be sufficient for the explaining of the opposite terms impossible and impossibility, for there is no difference, but only the latter are negative and the former positive. Impossibility is the same as negative necessity, or a necessity that a thing should not be, and it is used as a term of art in a like diversity from the original and vulgar meaning with necessity. The same may be observed concerning the words unable and inability. It has been observed that these terms in their original and common use have relation to will and endeavor, as supposable in the case, and as insufficient for the bringing to pass the thing willed and endeavored. But as these terms are often used by philosophers and divines, especially writers on controversies about free will, they are used in a quite different and far more extensive sense, and are applied to many cases wherein no will or endeavor for the bringing of the thing to pass is or can be supposed. As the words necessary, impossible, unable, etc., are used by polemic writers in a sense diverse from their common signification, the like has happened to the term contingent. Anything is said to be contingent, or to come to pass by chance or accident, in the original meaning of such words, when its connection with its causes or antecedents, according to the established course of things, is not discerned. And so is what we have no means of foreseeing. And especially is anything said to be contingent or accidental with regard to us when it comes to pass without our foreknowledge, and besides our design and scope. But the word contingent is abundantly used in a very different sense, not for that whose connection with the series of things we cannot discern so as to foresee the event, but for something which has absolutely no previous ground or reason with which its existence has any fixed and certain connection. End of Part 1, Section 3. Part 1, Section 4 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of the distinction of natural and moral necessity and inability. That necessity which has been explained, consisting in an infallible connection of the things signified by the subject and predicate of a proposition, as intelligent beings are the subjects of it, is distinguished into moral and natural necessity. I shall not now stand to inquire whether this distinction be a proper and perfect distinction, but shall only explain how these two sorts of necessity are understood, as the terms are sometimes used, and as they are used in the following discourse. The phrase moral necessity is used variously. Sometimes it is used for a necessity of moral obligation. So we say a man is under necessity when he is under bonds of duty and conscience from which he cannot be discharged. Again, the word necessity is often used for great obligation in point of interest. Sometimes by moral necessity is meant that apparent connection of things which is the ground of moral evidence, and so is distinguished from absolute necessity, or that sure connection of things that is a foundation for infallible certainty. In this sense, moral necessity signifies much the same as that high degree of probability which is ordinarily sufficient to satisfy mankind in their conduct and behavior in the world, as they would consult their own safety and interest, and treat others properly as members of society. And sometimes by moral necessity is meant that necessity of connection and consequence which arises from such moral causes as the strength of inclination or motives, and the connection which there is in many cases between these and such certain volitions and actions. And it is in this sense that I use the phrase moral necessity in the following discourse. By natural necessity, as applied to men, I mean such necessity as men are under through the force of natural causes, as distinguished from what are called moral causes, such as habits and dispositions of the heart, and moral motives and inducements. Thus men placed in certain circumstances are the subjects of particular sensations by necessity. They feel pain when their bodies are wounded. They see the objects presented before them in a clear light when their eyes are opened. So they assent to the truth of certain propositions as soon as the terms are understood, as that 2 and 2 make 4, that black is not white, that two parallel lines can never cross one another. So by a natural necessity men's bodies move downwards when there is nothing to support them. But here several things may be noted concerning these two kinds of necessity. 1. Moral necessity may be as absolute as natural necessity. That is, the effect may be as perfectly connected with its moral cause as a natural necessary effect is with its natural cause. Whether the will in every case is necessarily determined by the strongest motive, or whether the will ever makes any resistance to such a motive, or can ever oppose the strongest present inclination or not, if that matter should be controverted, yet I suppose none will deny but that in some cases a previous bias and inclination, or the motive presented, may be so powerful that the act of the will may be certainly and indissolubly connected therewith. When motives or previous bias are very strong, all will allow that there is some difficulty in going against them, and if they were yet stronger, the difficulty would be still greater, and therefore if more were still added to their strength to a certain degree, it would make the difficulty so great that it would be wholly impossible to surmount it. For this plain reason, because whatever power men may be supposed to have to surmount difficulties, yet that power is not infinite, and so goes not beyond certain limits. If a man can surmount 10 degrees of difficulty of this kind with 20 degrees of strength, because the degrees of strength are beyond the degrees of difficulty, Yet if the difficulty be increased to 30 or 100 or 1,000 degrees, and his strength not also increased, his strength will be wholly insufficient to surmount the difficulty. As therefore it must be allowed that there may be such a thing as a sure and perfect connection between moral causes and effects, so this only is what I call by the name of moral necessity. 2. When I use this distinction of moral and natural necessity, I would not be understood to suppose that if anything come to pass by the former kind of necessity, the nature of things is not concerned in it as well as in the latter. I do not mean to determine that when a moral habit or motive is so strong that the act of the will infallibly follows, this is not owing to the nature of things. But natural and moral are the terms by which these two kinds of necessity have usually been called, and they must be distinguished by some names, for there is a difference between them that is very important in its consequences. This difference, however, does not lie so much in the nature of the connection as in the two terms connected. The cause with which the effect is connected is of a particular kind, viz., that which is of a moral nature, either some previous habitual disposition or some motive exhibited to the understanding, and the effect is also of a particular kind, being likewise of a moral nature, consisting in some inclination or volition of the soul, or voluntary action. I suppose that necessity which is called natural in distinction from moral necessity is so called because mere nature, as the word is vulgarly used, is concerned without anything of choice. The word nature is often used in opposition to choice, not because nature has indeed never any hand in our choice, but probably because we first get our notion of nature from that obvious course of events which we observe in many things where our choice has no concern, and especially in the material world, which in very many parts of it we easily perceive to be in a settled course, the stated order and manner of succession being very apparent. But where we do not readily discern the rule and connection, though there be a connection according to an established law truly taking place, we signify the manner of event by some other name. Even in many things which are seen in the material and inanimate world, which do not obviously come to pass according to any settled course, men do not call the manner of the event by the name of nature, but by such names as accident, chance, contingence, etc. So men make a distinction between nature and choice, as if they were completely and universally distinct. Whereas I suppose none will deny but that choice in many cases arises from nature as truly as other events. But the connection between acts of choice and their causes, according to established laws, is not so obvious. And we observe that choice is, as it were, a new principle of motion and action, different from that established order of things which is most obvious and seen especially in corporeal things. The choice also often interposes, interrupts, and alters the chain of events in these external objects, and causes them to proceed otherwise than they would do if let alone. Hence it is spoken of as if it were a principle of motion entirely distinct from nature and properly set in opposition to it, names being commonly given to things according to what is most obvious and is suggested by what appears to the senses without reflection and research. 3. It must be observed that in what has been explained as signified by the name of moral necessity, the word necessity is not used according to the original design and meaning of the word, for as was observed before, such terms, necessary, impossible, irresistible, etc., in common speech and their most proper sense are always relative, having reference to some supposable voluntary opposition or endeavor that is insufficient. But no such opposition or contrary will and endeavor is supposable in the case of moral necessity, which is a certainty of the inclination and will itself. which does not admit of the supposition of a will to oppose and resist it, for it is absurd to suppose the same individual will to oppose itself in its present act, or the present choice to be opposite to and resisting present choice, as absurd as it is to talk of two contrary motions in the same moving body at the same time. And therefore the very case supposed never admits of any trial whether an opposing or resisting will can overcome this necessity. What has been said of natural and moral necessity may serve to explain what is intended by natural and moral inability. We are said to be naturally unable to do a thing when we cannot do it if we will, because what is most commonly called nature does not allow of it, or because of some impeding defect or obstacle that is extrinsic to the will, either in the faculty of understanding, constitution of body, or external objects. Moral inability consists not in any of these things, but either in the want of inclination, or the strength of a contrary inclination, or the want of sufficient motives in view to induce and excite the act of the will, or the strength of apparent motives to the contrary. Or both these may be resolved into one, and it may be said in one word that moral inability consists in the opposition or want of inclination. For when a person is unable to will or choose such a thing through a defect of motives or prevalence of contrary motives, it is the same thing as his being unable through the want of an inclination or the prevalence of a contrary inclination in such circumstances and under the influence of such views. To give some instances of this moral inability: a woman of great honor and chastity may have a moral inability to prostitute herself to her slave. A child of great love and duty to his parents may be thus unable to kill his father. A very lascivious man, in case of certain opportunities and temptations, and in the absence of such and such restraints, may be unable to forbear gratifying his lust. A drunkard under such and such circumstances may be unable to forbear taking strong drink. A very malicious man may be unable to exert benevolent acts to an enemy, or to desire his prosperity. Yea, some may be so under the power of a vile disposition that they may be unable to love those who are most worthy of their esteem and affection. A strong habit of virtue and a great degree of holiness may cause a moral inability to love wickedness in general, and may render a man unable to take complacence in wicked persons or things, or to choose a wicked in preference to a virtuous life. And on the other hand, a great degree of habitual wickedness may lay a man under an inability to love and choose holiness, and render him utterly unable to love an infinitely holy being, or to choose and cleave to him as his chief good. Here it may be of use to observe this distinction of moral inability, viz., of that which is general and habitual, and that which is particular and occasional. By a general and habitual moral inability, I mean an inability in the heart to all exercises or acts of will of that kind through a fixed and habitual inclination, or an habitual and stated defect or want of a certain kind of inclination. Thus a very ill-natured man may be unable to exert such acts of benevolence as another who is full of good nature commonly exerts, and a man whose heart is habitually void of gratitude may be unable to exert grateful acts through that stated defect of a grateful inclination. By particular and occasional moral inability, I mean an inability of the will or heart to a particular act, through the strength or defect of present motives, or of inducements presented to the view of the understanding on this occasion. If it be so that the will is always determined by the strongest motive, then it must always have an inability in this latter sense to act otherwise than it does, it not being possible in any case that the will should at present go against the motive which has now, all things considered, the greatest advantage to induce it. The former of these kinds of moral inability is most commonly called by the name of inability, because the word in its most proper and original signification has respect to some stated defect and this especially obtains the name of inability also upon another account, because, as before observed, the word inability, in its original and most common use, is a relative term, and has respect to will and endeavor, as supposable in the case, and as insufficient to bring to pass the thing desired and endeavored. Now there may be more of an appearance and shadow of this with respect to the acts which arise from a fixed and strong habit, than others that arise only from transient occasions and causes. Indeed, will and endeavor against or diverse from present acts of the will are in no case supposable, whether those acts be occasional or habitual, for that would be to suppose the will at present to be otherwise than at present it is. But yet there may be will and endeavor against future acts of the will, or volitions that are likely to take place as viewed at a distance. It is no contradiction to suppose that the acts of the will at one time may be against the acts of the will at another time, and there may be desires and endeavors to prevent or excite future acts of the will, but such desires and endeavors are in many cases rendered insufficient and vain, through fixedness of habit. When the occasion returns, the strength of habit overcomes and baffles all such opposition. In this respect, a man may be in miserable slavery and bondage to a strong habit, but it may be comparatively easy to make an alteration with respect to such future acts as are only occasional and transient, because the occasion or transient cause, if foreseen, may often easily be prevented or avoided. On this account, the moral inability that attends fixed habits especially obtains the name of inability. And then, as the will may remotely and indirectly resist itself, and do it in vain in the case of strong habits, so reason may resist present acts of the will, and its resistance be insufficient. And this is more commonly the case also when the acts arise from strong habit. But it must be observed concerning moral inability in each kind of it, that the word inability is used to in a sense very diverse from its original import. The word signifies only a natural inability in the proper use of it, and is applied to such cases only wherein a present will or inclination to the thing with respect to which a person is said to be unable is supposable. It cannot be truly said, according to the ordinary use of language, that a malicious man, let him be never so malicious, cannot hold his hand from striking, or that he is not able to show his neighbor kindness, or that a drunkard, let his appetite be never so strong, cannot keep the cup from his mouth. In the strictest propriety of speech, a man has a thing in his power if he has it in his choice or at his election, and a man cannot be truly said to be unable to do a thing when he can do it if he will. It is improperly said that a person cannot perform those external actions which are dependent on the act of the will, and which would be easily performed if the act of the will were present. And if it be improperly said that he cannot perform those external voluntary actions which depend on the will, it is in some respect more improperly said that he is unable to exert the acts of the will themselves, because it is more evidently false with respect to these that he cannot if he will, for to say so is a downright contradiction. It is to say he cannot will if he does will. And in this case, not only is it true that it is easy for a man to do the thing if he will, but the very willing is the doing. When once he has willed, the thing is performed, and nothing else remains to be done. Therefore, in these things, to ascribe a non-performance to the want of power or ability is not just, because the thing wanting is not a being able, but a being willing. There are faculties of mind and a capacity of nature, and everything else sufficient but a disposition. Nothing is wanting but a will. End of Part 1, Section 4. Part 1, Section 5 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concerning the notion of liberty and of moral agency. The plain and obvious meaning of the words freedom and liberty in common speech is the power, opportunity, or advantage that anyone has to do as he pleases, or in other words, his being free from hindrance or impediment in the way of doing or conducting in any respect as he wills. And the contrary to liberty, whatever name we call that by, is a person's being hindered or unable to conduct as he will, or being necessitated to do otherwise. If this which I have mentioned be the meaning of the word liberty in the ordinary use of language, as I trust that none that has ever learned to talk and is unprejudiced will deny, then it will follow that in propriety of speech neither liberty nor its contrary can properly be ascribed to any being or thing, but that which has such a faculty, power, or property as is called will. For that which is possessed of no will cannot have any power or opportunity of doing according to its will, nor be necessitated to act contrary to its will, nor be restrained from acting agreeably to it. And therefore to talk of liberty or the contrary as belonging to the very will itself is not to speak good sense, if we judge of sense and nonsense by the original and proper signification of words. For the will itself is not an agent that has a will. The power of choosing itself has not a power of choosing. That which has the power of volition is the man or the soul, and not the power of volition itself. And he that has the liberty of doing according to his will is the agent who is possessed of the will, and not the will which he is possessed of. We say with propriety that a bird let loose has power and liberty to fly, but not that the bird's power of flying has a power and liberty of flying. To be free is the property of an agent who is possessed of powers and faculties as much as to be cunning, valiant, bountiful, or zealous. But these qualities are the properties of persons, and not the properties of properties. There are two things contrary to what is called liberty in common speech. One is constraint, otherwise called force, compulsion, and coaction, which is a person's being necessitated to do a thing contrary to his will. The other is restraint, which is his being hindered and not having power to do according to his will. But that which has no will cannot be the subject of these things. I need say the less on this head, Mr. Locke having set the same thing forth with so great clearness in his essay on the human understanding. But one thing more I would observe concerning what is vulgarly called liberty, namely, that power and opportunity for one to do and conduct as he will, or according to his choice, is all that is meant by it, without taking into the meaning of the word anything of the cause of that choice, or at all considering how the person came to have such a volition, whether it was caused by some external motive or internal habitual bias, whether it was determined by some internal antecedent volition, or whether it happened without a cause, whether it was necessarily connected with something foregoing or not connected. Let the person come by his choice anyhow, yet if he is able, and there is nothing in the way to hinder his pursuing and executing his will, the man is perfectly free, according to the primary and common notion of freedom. What has been said may be sufficient to show what is meant by liberty, according to the common notions of mankind, and in the usual and primary acceptation of the word. But the word as used by Arminians, Pelagians, and others who oppose the Calvinists, has an entirely different signification. These several things belong to their notion of liberty. One, that it consists in a self-determining power in the will, or a certain sovereignty the will has over itself, and its own acts, whereby it determines its own volitions, so as not to be dependent in its determinations on any cause without itself, nor determined by anything prior to its own acts. 2. Indifference belongs to liberty in their notion of it, or that the mind previous to the act of volition be in equilibrio. 3. Contingence is another thing that belongs and is essential to it, not in the common acceptation of the word, as that has been already explained, but as opposed to all necessity, or any fixed and certain connection with some previous ground or reason of its existence. They suppose the essence of liberty so much to consist in these things, that unless the will of man be free in this sense, he has no real freedom, how much soever he may be at liberty to act according to his will. A moral agent is a being that is capable of those actions that have a moral quality, and which can properly be denominated good or evil in a moral sense, virtuous or vicious, commendable or faulty. To moral agency belongs a moral faculty, or sense of moral good and evil, or of such a thing as desert or worthiness, of praise or blame, reward or punishments, and a capacity which an agent has of being influenced in his actions by moral inducements or motives exhibited to the view of understanding and reason, to engage to a conduct agreeable to the moral faculty. The sun is very excellent and beneficial in its action and influence on the earth, in warming and causing it to bring forth its fruit, but it is not a moral agent. Its action, though good, is not virtuous or meritorious. Fire that breaks out in a city and consumes great part of it is very mischievous in its operation, but is not a moral agent. What it does is not faulty or sinful or deserving of any punishment. The brute creatures are not moral agents. The actions of some of them are very profitable and pleasant, others are very hurtful, yet seeing they have no moral faculty or sense of desert, and do not act from choice, guided by understanding, or with a capacity of reasoning and reflecting, but only from instinct, and are not capable of being influenced by moral inducements, their actions are not properly sinful or virtuous, nor are they properly the subjects of any such moral treatment for what they do, as moral agents are for their faults or good deeds. Here it may be noted that there is a circumstantial difference between the moral agency of a ruler and a subject. I call it circumstantial, because it lies only in the difference of moral inducements by which they are capable of being influenced, arising from the difference of circumstances. A ruler, acting in that capacity only, is not capable of being influenced by a moral law, and its sanctions of threatenings and promises, rewards and punishments, as the subject is, though both may be influenced by a knowledge of moral good and evil. And therefore the moral agency of the Supreme Being, who acts only in the capacity of a ruler towards his creatures and never as a subject, differs in that respect from the moral agency of created intelligent beings. God's actions, and particularly those which he exerts as a moral governor, have moral qualifications, and are morally good in the highest degree. They are most perfectly holy and righteous, and we must conceive of him as influenced in the highest degree by that which above all others is properly a moral inducement, viz., the moral good which he sees in such and such things. And therefore he is, in the most proper sense, a moral agent, the source of all moral ability and agency, the fountain and rule of all virtue and moral good. Though by reason of his being supreme over all, it is not possible he should be under the influence of law or command, promises or threatenings, rewards or punishments, counsels or warnings. The essential qualities of a moral agent are in God, in the greatest possible perfection, such as understanding to perceive the difference between moral good and evil, a capacity of discerning that moral worthiness and demerit, by which some things are praiseworthy, others deserving of blame and punishment, and also a capacity of choice, and choice guided by understanding, and a power of acting according to his choice or pleasure, and being capable of doing those things which are in the highest sense praiseworthy. And herein does very much consist that image of God wherein he made man, which we read of Genesis 1:26-27 and chapter 9:6, by which God distinguished man from the beasts, viz., in those faculties and principles of nature whereby he is capable of moral agency. Herein very much consists the natural image of God, whereas the spiritual and moral image wherein man was made at first consisted in that moral excellency with which he was endowed. End of Part 1, Section 5. Part 2, Section 1 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, wherein it is considered whether there is or can be any such sort of freedom of will as that wherein Arminians place the essence of the liberty of all moral agents, and whether any such thing ever was or can be conceived of. Section 1, showing the manifest inconsistence of the Arminian notion of liberty of will, consisting in the will's self-determining power. Having taken notice of those things which may be necessary to be observed concerning the meaning of the principal terms and phrases made use of in controversies concerning human liberty, and particularly observed what liberty is according to the common language and general apprehension of mankind, and what it is as understood and maintained by Arminians. I proceed to consider the Arminian notion of the freedom of the will, and the supposed necessity of it in order to moral agency, or in order to any one's being capable of virtue or vice, and properly the subject of command or counsel, praise or blame, promises or threatenings, rewards or punishments, or whether that which has been described as the thing meant by liberty in common speech be not sufficient, and the only liberty which makes or can make any one a moral agent, and so properly the subject of these things. In this part I shall consider whether any such thing be possible or conceivable as that freedom of will which Arminians insist on, and shall inquire whether any such sort of liberty be necessary to moral agency, etc., in the next part. And first of all I shall consider the notion of a self-determining power in the will, wherein, according to the Arminians, does most essentially consist the will's freedom, and shall particularly inquire whether it be not plainly absurd and a manifest inconsistence to suppose that the will itself determines all the free acts of the will. Here I shall not insist on the great impropriety of such ways of speaking as the will determining itself, because actions are to be ascribed to agents, and not properly to the powers of agents, which improper way of speaking leads to many mistakes and much confusion, as Mr. Locke observes. But I shall suppose that the Arminians, when they speak of the will's determining itself, do by the will mean the soul willing. I shall take it for granted that when they speak of the will as the determiner, they mean the soul in the exercise of a power of willing or acting voluntarily. I shall suppose this to be their meaning, because nothing else can be meant without the grossest and plainest absurdity. In all cases, when we speak of the powers or principles of acting or doing such things, we mean that the agents which have these powers of acting do them in the exercise of those powers. So when we say valor fights courageously, we mean the man who is under the influence of valor fights courageously. When we say love seeks the object loved, we mean the person loving seeks that object. When we say the understanding discerns, we mean the soul in the exercise of that faculty. So when it is said the will decides or determines, the meaning must be that the person in the exercise of a power of willing and choosing, or the soul acting voluntarily, determines. Therefore, if the will determines all its own free acts, the soul determines them in the exercise of a power of willing and choosing, or, which is the same thing, it determines them of choice. It determines its own acts by choosing its own acts. If the will determines the will, then choice orders and determines the choice, and acts of choice are subject to the decision and follow the conduct of other acts of choice. And therefore, if the will determines all its own free acts, then every free act of choice is determined by a preceding act of choice choosing that act. And if that preceding act of the will be also a free act, then by these principles in this act too the will is self-determined. That is, this, in like manner, is an act that the soul voluntarily chooses, or, which is the same thing, it is an act determined still by a preceding act of the will choosing that. Which brings us directly to a contradiction, for it supposes an act of the will preceding the first act in the whole train, directing and determining the rest, or a free act of the will before the first free act of the will. Or else we must come at last to an act of the will determining the consequent acts, wherein the will is not self-determined, and so is not a free act in this notion of freedom. But if the first act in the train, determining and fixing the rest, be not free, none of them all can be free, as is manifest at first view, but shall be demonstrated presently. If the will which we find governs the members of the body, and determines their motions, does also govern itself, and determines its own actions, it doubtless determines them the same way, even by antecedent volitions. The will determines which way the hands and feet shall move by an act of choice, and there is no other way of the will's determining, directing, or commanding anything at all. Whatsoever the will commands, it commands by an act of the will. And if it has itself under its command, and determines itself in its own actions, it doubtless does it the same way that it determines other things which are under its command. So that if the freedom of the will consists in this, that it has itself and its own actions under its command and direction, and its own volitions are determined by itself, it will follow that every free volition arises from another antecedent volition directing and commanding that. And if that directing volition be also free, in that also the will is determined, that is to say, that directing volition is determined by another going before that, and so on till we come to the first volition in the whole series. And if that first volition be free, and the will self-determined in it, then that is determined by another volition preceding that, which is a contradiction, because by the supposition it can have none before it to direct or determine it, being the first in the train. But if that first volition is not determined by any preceding act of the will, then that act is not determined by the will, and so is not free in the Arminian notion of freedom, which consists in the will's self-determination. And if that first act of the will which determines and fixes the subsequent acts be not free, none of the following acts which are determined by it can be free. If we suppose there are 5 acts in the train, the 5th and last determined by the 4th, and the 4th by the 3rd, the 3rd by the 2nd, and the 2nd by the 1st, if the first is not determined by the will, and so not free, then none of them are truly determined by the will. That is, that each of them are as they are, and not otherwise, is not first owing to the will, but to the determination of the first in the series, which is not dependent on the will, and is that which the will has no hand in determining. And this being that which decides what the rest shall be, and determines their existence, therefore the first determination of their existence is not from the will. The case is just the same if instead of a chain of 5 acts of the will, we should suppose a succession of 10, or 100, or 10,000. If the first act be not free, being determined by something out of the will, and this determines the next to be agreeable to itself, and that the next, and so on, none of them are free, but all originally depend on, and are determined by, some cause out of the will. And so all freedom in the case is excluded, and no act of the will can be free, according to this notion of freedom. If we should suppose a long chain of 10,000 links, so connected that if the first link moves, it will move the next, and that the next, and so the whole chain must be determined to motion, and in the direction of its motion by the motion of the first link, and that is moved by something else. In this case, though all the links but one are moved by other parts of the same chain, yet it appears that the motion of no one, nor the direction of its motion, is from any self-moving or self-determining power in the chain, any more than if every link were immediately moved by something that did not belong to the chain. If the will be not free in the first act, which causes the next, then neither is it free in the next, which is caused by that first act. For though indeed the will caused it, yet it did not cause it freely, because the preceding act by which it was caused was not free. And again, if the will be not free in the second act, so neither can it be in the third, which is caused by that, because in like manner that third was determined by an act of the will that was not free. And so we may go on to the next act, and from that to the next, and how long soever the succession of acts is, it is all one. If the first, on which the whole chain depends, and which determines all the rest, be not a free act, the will is not free in causing or determining any one of those acts, because the act by which it determines them all is not a free act, and therefore the will is no more free in determining them than if it did not cause them at all. Thus this Arminian notion of liberty of the will, consisting in the will's self-determination, is repugnant to itself, and shuts itself wholly out of the world. End of Part 2, Section 1. Part 2, Section 2 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Several supposed ways of evading the foregoing reasoning considered. If to evade the force of what has been observed, it should be said that when the Arminians speak of the will determining its own acts, they do not mean that the will determines them by any preceding act, or that one act of the will determines another, but only that the faculty or power of will, or the soul, in the use of that power, determines its own volitions, and that it does it without any act going before the act determined. Such an evasion would be full of the most gross absurdity. I confess it is an evasion of my own inventing, and I do not know but I should wrong the Arminians in supposing that any of them would make use of it. But it being as good a one as I can invent, I would observe upon it a few things. First, if the power of the will determines an act of volition, or the soul in the use or exercise of that power determines it, that is the same thing as for the soul to determine volition by an act of will. For an exercise of the power of will and an act of that power are the same thing. Therefore to say that the power of will, or the soul in the use or exercise of that power, determines volition, without an act of will preceding the volition determined, is a contradiction. Secondly, if a power of will determines the act of the will, then a power of choosing determines it. For, as was before observed, in every act of will there is choice, and a power of willing is a power of choosing. But if a power of choosing determines the act of volition, it determines it by choosing it. For it is most absurd to say that a power of choosing determines one thing rather than another, without choosing anything. But if a power of choosing determines volition by choosing it, then here is the act of volition determined by an antecedent choice, choosing that volition. Thirdly, to say that the faculty or the soul determines its own volition, but not by any act, is a contradiction, because for the soul to direct, decide, or determine anything is to act, and this is supposed, for the soul is here spoken of as being a cause in this affair, doing something, or which is the same thing, exerting itself in order to an effect, which effect is the determination of volition, or the particular kind and manner of an act of will. But certainly this action is not the same with the effect, in order to the production of which it is exerted, but must be something prior to it. The advocates for this notion of the freedom of the will speak of a certain sovereignty in the will, whereby it has power to determine its own volitions, and therefore the determination of volition must itself be an act of the will, for otherwise it can be no exercise of that supposed power and sovereignty. Again, if the will determines itself, then either the will is active in determining its volitions, or it is not. If active, then the determination is an act of the will, and so there is one act of the will determining another. But if the will is not active in the determination, then how does it exercise any liberty in it? These gentlemen suppose that the thing wherein the will exercises liberty is in its determining its own acts. But how can this be, if it be not active in determining? Certainly the will or the soul cannot exercise any liberty in that wherein it doth not act, or wherein it doth not exercise itself, so that if either part of this dilemma be taken, this scheme of liberty, consisting in self-determining power, is overthrown. If there be an act of the will in determining all its own free acts, then one free act of the will is determined by another, and so we have the absurdity of every free act, even the very first, determined by a foregoing free act. But if there be no act or exercise of the will in determining its own acts, then no liberty is exercised in determining them. From whence it follows that no liberty consists in the will's power to determine its own acts, or which is the same thing, that there is no such thing as liberty consisting in a self-determining power of the will. If it should be said, that although it be true, if the soul determines its own volitions, it must be active in so doing, and the determination itself must be an act, yet there is no need of supposing this act to be prior to the volition determined. But the will or soul determines the act of the will in willing. It determines its own volition in the very act of volition. It directs and limits the act of the will, causing it to be so, and not otherwise, in exerting the act without any preceding act to exert that. If any should say after this manner, they must mean one of these three things: either 1, that the determining act, though it be before the act determined in the order of nature, yet is not before it in order of time; or 2, that the determining act is not before the act determined, either in the order of time or nature, nor is truly distinct from it, but that the soul's determining the act of volition is the same thing with its exerting the act of volition. The mind's exerting such a particular act is its causing and determining the act. Or 3, that volition has no cause and is no effect, but comes into existence with such a particular determination, without any ground or reason of its existence and determination. I shall consider these distinctly. 1. If all that is meant be that the determining act is not before the act determined in order of time, it will not help the case at all, though it should be allowed. If it be before the determined act in the order of nature, being the cause or ground of its existence, this as much proves it to be distinct from and independent on it, as if it were before in the order of time. As the cause of the particular motion of natural body in a certain direction may have no distance as to time, yet cannot be the same with the motion effected by it, but must be as distinct from it as any other cause that is before its effect in the order of time; as the architect is distinct from the house which he builds, or the father distinct from the son which he begets. And if the act of the will determining be distinct from the act determined, and before it in the order of nature, then we can go back from one to another, till we come to the first in the series, which has no act of the will before it in the order of nature determining it, and consequently is an act not determined by the will, and so not a free act in this notion of freedom. And this being the act which determines all the rest, none of them are free acts, as when there is a chain of many links, the first of which only is taken hold of and drawn by hand, all the rest may follow and be moved at the same instant without any distance of time, but yet the motion of one link is before that of another in the order of nature. The last is moved by the next, and that by the next, and so till we come to the first, which not being moved by any other, but by something distinct from the whole chain, this as much proves that no part is moved by any self-moving power in the chain, as if the motion of one link followed that of another in the order of time. 2. If any should say that the determining act is not before the determined act, either in the order of time or of nature, nor is distinct from it, but that the exertion of the act is the determination of the act, that for the soul to exert a particular volition is for it to cause and determine that act of volition, I would on this observe that the thing in question seems to be forgotten or kept out of sight in a darkness and an unintelligibleness of speech, unless such an objector would mean to contradict himself. The very act of volition itself is doubtless a determination of mind. That is, it is the mind's drawing up a conclusion or coming to a choice between two or more things proposed to it. But determining among external objects of choice is not the same with determining the act of choice itself among various possible acts of choice. The question is, what influences, directs, or determines the mind or will to come to such a conclusion or choice as it does? Or what is the cause, ground, or reason why it concludes thus, and not otherwise? Now it must be answered according to the Arminian notion of freedom, that the will influences, orders, and determines itself thus to act. And if it does, I say, it must be by some antecedent act. To say it is caused, influenced, and determined by something, and yet not determined by anything antecedent, either in order of time or in nature, is a contradiction. For that is what is meant by a thing's being prior in the order of nature, that it is some way the cause or reason of the thing, with respect to which it is said to be prior. If the particular act or exertion of will which comes into existence be anything properly determined at all, then it has some cause of existing, and of existing in such a particular determinate manner, and not another, some cause whose influence decides the matter, which cause is distinct from the effect and prior to it. But to say that the will or mind orders, influences, and determines itself to exert an act by the very exertion itself is to make the exertion both cause and effect, or the exerting such an act to be a cause of the exertion of such an act. For the question is, what is the cause and reason of the soul's exerting such an act? To which the answer is, the soul exerts such an act, and that is the cause of it. And so by this the exertion must be distinct from, and in the order of, nature prior to itself. 3. If the meaning be that the soul's exertion of such a particular act of will is a thing that comes to pass of itself without any cause, and that there is absolutely no reason of the soul being determined to exert such a volition and make such a choice rather than another, I say, if this be the meaning of Arminians, when they contend so earnestly for the will determining its own acts, and for liberty of will consisting in self-determining power, they do nothing but confound themselves and others with words without a meaning. In the question, what determines the will, and in their answer that the will determines itself, and in all the dispute it seems to be taken for granted that something determines the will, and the controversy on this head is not whether its determination has any cause or foundation at all, but where the foundation of it is, whether in the will itself or somewhere else. But if the thing intended be what is above mentioned, then nothing at all determines the will, volition having absolutely no cause or foundation of its existence either within or without. There is a great noise made about self-determining power as the source of all free acts of the will, but when the matter comes to be explained, the meaning is that no power at all is the source of these acts, neither self-determining power nor any other, but they arise from nothing, no cause, no power, no influence being at all concerned in the matter. However, this very thing, even that the free acts of the will are events which come to pass without a cause, is certainly implied in the Arminian notion of liberty of will, though it be very inconsistent with many other things in their scheme, and repugnant to some things implied in their notion of liberty. Their opinion implies that the particular determination of volition is without any cause, because they hold the free acts of the will to be contingent events. And contingence is essential to freedom in their notion of it. But certainly those things which have a prior ground and reason of their particular existence, a cause which antecedently determines them to be, and determines them to be just as they are, do not happen contingently. If something foregoing by a casual influence and connection determines and fixes precisely their coming to pass, and the manner of it, then it does not remain a contingent thing whether they shall come to pass or no. And because it is a question in many respects very important in this controversy, whether the free acts of the will are events which come to pass without a cause, I shall be particular in examining this point in the 2 following sections. End of Part 2, Section 2. Part 2, Section 3 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Whether any event whatsoever, and volition in particular, can come to pass without a cause of its existence. Before I enter on any argument on this subject, I would explain how I would be understood when I use the word cause in this discourse, since, for want of a better word, I shall have occasion to use it in a sense which is more extensive than that in which it is sometimes used. The word is often used in so restrained a sense as to signify only that which has a positive efficiency or influence to produce a thing or bring it to pass. But there are many things which have no such positive productive influence, which yet are causes in this respect, that they have truly the nature of a reason why some things are, rather than others, or why they are thus, rather than otherwise. Thus the absence of the sun in the night is not the cause of the fall of dew at that time, in the same manner as its beams are the cause of the ascent of vapors in the daytime. And its withdrawment in the winter is not in the same manner the cause of the freezing of the waters, as its approach in the spring is the cause of their thawing. But yet the withdrawment or absence of the sun is an antecedent with which these effects in the night and winter are connected, and on which they depend, and is one thing that belongs to the ground and reason why they come to pass at that time rather than at other times, though the absence of the sun is nothing positive, nor has any positive influence. It may be further observed that when I speak of connection of causes and effects, I have respect to moral causes as well as those that are called natural, in distinction from them. Moral causes may be causes in as proper a sense as any causes whatsoever, may have as real an influence, and may as truly be the ground and reason of an event's coming to pass. Therefore I sometimes use the word cause in this inquiry to signify any antecedent, either natural or moral, positive or negative, on which an event, either a thing or the manner and circumstance of a thing, so depends that it is the ground and reason, either in whole or in part, why it is rather than not, or why it is as it is rather than otherwise, or in other words, any antecedent with which a consequent event is so connected that it truly belongs to the reason why the proposition which affirms that event is true, whether it has any positive influence or not. And agreeably to this I sometimes use the word effect for the consequence of another thing, which is perhaps rather an occasion than a cause, most properly speaking. I am the more careful thus to explain my meaning, that I may cut off occasion from any that might seek occasion to cavil and object against some things which I may say concerning the dependence of all things which come to pass on some cause, and their connection with their cause. Having thus explained what I mean by cause, I assert that nothing ever comes to pass without a cause. What is self-existent must be from eternity and must be unchangeable. But as to all things that begin to be, they are not self-existent, and therefore must have some foundation of their existence without themselves. That whatsoever begins to be, which before was not, must have a cause why it then begins to exist, seems to be the first dictate of the common and natural sense which God hath implanted in the minds of all mankind, and the main foundation of all our reasonings about the existence of things past, present, or to come. And this dictate of common sense equally respects substances and modes, or things, and the manner and circumstances of things. Thus, if we see a body which has hitherto been at rest start out of a state of rest and begin to move, we do as naturally and necessarily suppose there is some cause or reason of this new mode of existence, as of the existence of a body itself, which had hitherto not existed. And so if a body which had hitherto moved in a certain direction should suddenly change the direction of its motion, or if it should put off its old figure and take a new one, or change its color, the beginning of these new modes is a new event, and the human mind necessarily supposes that there is some cause or reason of them. If this grand principle of common sense be taken away, all arguing from effects to causes ceaseth, and so all knowledge of any existence besides what we have by the most direct and immediate intuition, particularly all our proof of the being of God, ceases, we argue his being from our own being, and the being of other things which we are sensible once were not, but have begun to be, and from the being of the world with all its constituent parts, and the manner of their existence, all which we see plainly are not necessary in their own nature, and so not self-existent, and therefore must have a cause. But if things not in themselves necessary may begin to be without a cause, all this arguing is vain. Indeed, I will not affirm that there is, in the nature of things, no foundation for the knowledge of the being of God without any evidence of it from his works. I do suppose there is a great absurdity in denying being in general, and imagining an eternal, absolute, universal nothing, and therefore that there would be in the nature of things a foundation of intuitive evidence that there must be an eternal, infinite, most perfect being, if we had strength and comprehension of mind sufficient to have a clear idea of general and universal being. But then we should not properly come to the knowledge of the being of God by arguing. Our evidence would be intuitive. We should see it as we see other things that are necessary in themselves, the contraries of which are in their own nature absurd and contradictory, as we see that twice 2 is 4, and as we see that a circle has no angles. If we had as clear an idea of universal infinite entity as we have of these other things, I suppose we should most intuitively see the absurdity of supposing such being not to be; should immediately see there is no room for the question whether it is possible that being in the most general abstracted notion of it should not be. But we have not that strength and extent of mind to know this certainly in this intuitive, independent manner. But the way that mankind come to the knowledge of the being of God is that which the Apostle speaks of, Romans 1:20, the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead. We first ascend and prove a posteriori, or from effects, that there must be an eternal cause; and then secondly prove by argumentation, not intuition, that this being must be necessarily existent; and then thirdly, from the proved necessity of his existence, we may descend and prove many of his perfections a priori. But if once this grand principle of common sense be given up, that what is not necessary in itself must have a cause, and we begin to maintain that things which heretofore have not been may come into existence and begin to be of themselves without any cause, all our means of ascending in our arguing from the creature to the Creator, and all our evidence of the being of God, is cut off at one blow. In this case we cannot prove that there is a God, either from the being of the world and the creatures in it, or from the manner of their being, their order, beauty, and use. For if things may come into existence without any cause at all, then they doubtless may without any cause, answerable to the effect. Our minds do alike naturally suppose and determine both these things, namely, that what begins to be has a cause, and also that it has a cause proportionable to the effect. The same principle which leads us to determine that there cannot be anything coming to pass without a cause, leads us to determine that there cannot be more in the effect than in the cause. Yea, if once it should be allowed that things may come to pass without a cause, we should not only have no proof of the being of God, but we should be without evidence of the existence of anything whatsoever, but our own immediately present ideas and consciousness. For we have no way to prove anything else but by arguing from effects to causes. From the ideas now immediately in view, we argue other things not immediately in view. From sensations now excited in us, we infer the existence of things without us, as the causes of these sensations. And from the existence of these things, we argue other things on which they depend as effects on causes. We infer the past existence of ourselves, or anything else, by memory. only as we argue that the ideas which are now in our minds are the consequences of past ideas and sensations. We immediately perceive nothing else but the ideas which are this moment extant in our minds. We perceive or know other things only by means of these, as necessarily connected with others, and dependent on them. But if things may be without causes, all this necessary connection and dependence is dissolved, and so all means of our knowledge is gone. If there be no absurdity or difficulty in supposing one thing to start out of non-existence into being, of itself without a cause, then there is no absurdity or difficulty in supposing the same of millions of millions. For nothing or no difficulty multiplied still is nothing or no difficulty. Nothing multiplied by nothing does not increase the sum. And indeed, according to the hypothesis I am opposing, of the acts of the will coming to pass without a cause, it is the cause in fact that millions of events are continually coming into existence contingently, without any cause or reason why they do so, all over the world, every day and hour, through all ages. So it is in a constant succession in every moral agent. This contingency, this efficient nothing, this effectual null cause, is always ready at hand to produce this sort of effects as long as the agent exists, and as often as he has occasion. If it were so that things only of one kind, viz., acts of the will, seemed to come to pass of themselves, and it were an event that was continual and that happened in a course wherever were found subjects capable of such events, this very thing would demonstrate that there was some cause of them, which made such a difference between this event and others, and that they did not really happen contingently, for contingence is blind and does not pick and choose a particular sort of events. Nothing has no choice. This no cause, which causes no existence, cannot cause the existence which comes to pass to be of one particular sort only, distinguished from all others. Thus, that only one sort of matter drops out of the heavens, even water, and that this comes so often, so constantly and plentifully, all over the world in all ages, shows that there is some cause or reason of the falling of water out of the heavens, and that something besides mere contingence has a hand in the matter. If we should suppose nonentity to be about to bring forth, and things were coming into existence without any cause or antecedent, on which the existence or kind or manner of existence depends, or which could at all determine whether the things should be stones or stars or beasts or angels or human bodies or souls, or only some new motion or figure in natural bodies, or some new sensations in animals, or new ideas in the human understanding, or new volitions in the will, or anything else of all the infinite number of possibles, then certainly it would not be expected, although many millions of things were coming into existence in this manner all over the face of the earth, that they should all be only of one particular kind, and that it should be thus in all ages, and that this sort of existences should never fail to come to pass where there is room for them, or a subject capable of them, and that constantly, whenever there is occasion. If any should imagine there is something in the sort of event that renders it possible for it to come into existence without a cause, and should say that the free acts of the will are existences of an exceeding different nature from other things, by reason of which they may come into existence without any previous ground or reason of it, though other things cannot, if they make this objection in good earnest, it would be an evidence of their strangely forgetting themselves, for they would be giving an account of some ground of the existence of a thing, when at the same time they would maintain there is no ground of its existence. Therefore I would observe that the particular nature of existence, be it never so diverse from others, can lay no foundation for that thing coming into existence without a cause, because to suppose this would be to suppose the particular nature of existence to be a thing prior to the existence, and so a thing which makes way for existence without a cause or reason of existence. But that which in any respect makes way for a thing coming into being, or for any manner or circumstance of its first existence, must be prior to the existence. The distinguished nature of the effect, which is something belonging to the effect, cannot have influence backward to act before it is. The peculiar nature of that thing called volition can do nothing, can have no influence while it is not, and afterwards it is too late for its influence, for then the thing has made sure of existence already, without its help. So that it is indeed as repugnant to reason to suppose that an act of the will should come into existence without a cause, as to suppose the human soul, or an angel, or the globe of the earth, or the whole universe should come into existence without a cause. And if once we allow that such a sort of effect as a volition may come to pass without a cause, how do we know but that many other sorts of effects may do so too? It is not the particular kind of effect that makes the absurdity of supposing it has being without a cause, but something which is common to all things that ever begin to be, viz., that they are not self-existent or necessary in the nature of things. End of Part 2, Section 3. Part 2, Section 4 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Whether volition can arise without a cause through the activity of the nature of the soul. The author of the essay on the freedom of the will in God and the creatures, in answer to that objection against his doctrine of a self-determining power in the will, page 68 to 69, that nothing is or comes to pass without a sufficient reason why it is, and why it is in this manner rather than another, allows that it is thus in corporeal things which are properly and philosophically speaking passive being, but denies it is thus in spirits which are beings of an active nature, who have the spring of action within themselves, and can determine themselves, by which it is plainly supposed that such an event as an act of the will may come to pass in a spirit without a sufficient reason why it comes to pass, or why it is after this manner rather than another. But certainly this author in this matter must be very unwary and inadvertent. For 1. The objection or difficulty proposed by him seems to be forgotten in his answer or solution. The very difficulty, as he himself proposes it, is this: how an event can come to pass without a sufficient reason why it is, or why it is in this manner rather than another. Instead of solving this difficulty with regard to volition, as he proposes, he forgets himself, and answers another question quite diverse, viz., what is a sufficient reason why it is, and why it is in this manner rather than another? And he assigns the active being's own determination as the cause, and a cause sufficient for the effect, and leaves all the difficulty unresolved, even how the soul's own determination, which he speaks of, came to exist and to be what it was without a cause. The activity of the soul may enable it to be the cause of effects, but it does not at all enable it to be the subject of effects which have no cause, which is the thing this author supposes concerning acts of the will. Activity of nature will no more enable a being to produce effects and determine the manner of their existence within itself without a cause, than out of itself in some other being. But if an active being should through its activity produce and determine an effect in some external object, how absurd would it be to say that the effect was produced without a cause? 2. The question is not so much how a spirit endowed with activity comes to act, as why it exerts such an act and not another, or why it acts with such a particular determination. If activity of nature be the cause why a spirit, the soul of man, for instance, acts and does not lie still, yet that alone is not the cause why its action is thus, and thus limited, directed, and determined. Active nature is a general thing. It is an ability or tendency of nature to action, generally taken, which may be a cause why the soul acts, as occasion or reason is given. But this alone cannot be a sufficient cause why the soul exerts such a particular act at such a time, rather than others. In order to this there must be something besides a general tendency to action, there must also be a particular tendency to that individual action. If it should be asked why the soul of man uses its activity in such a manner as it does, and it should be answered that the soul uses its activity thus rather than otherwise, because it has activity, would such an answer satisfy a rational man? Would it not rather be looked upon as a very impertinent one? 3. An active being can bring no effects to pass by his activity, but what are consequent upon his acting. He produces nothing by his activity any other way than by the exercise of his activity, and so nothing but the fruits of its exercise. He brings nothing to pass by a dormant activity, but the exercise of his activity is action, and so his action or exercise of his activity must be prior to the effects of his activity. If an active being produces an effect in another being about which his activity is conversant, the effect being the fruit of his activity must be first exercised or exerted, and the effect of it must follow. So it must be with equal reason, if the active being is his own object, and his activity is conversant about himself to produce and determine some effect in himself, still the exercise of his activity must go before the effect which he brings to pass and determines by it, and therefore his activity cannot be the cause of the determination of the first action or exercise of activity itself, whence the effects of activity arise. For that would imply a contradiction. It would be to say, the first exercise of activity is before the first exercise of activity, and is the cause of it. 4. That the soul, though an active substance, cannot diversify its own acts, but by first acting, or be a determining cause of different acts, or any different effects, sometimes of one kind, and sometimes of another, any other way than in consequence of its own diverse acts, is manifest by this, that if so, then the same cause, the same causal influence, without variation in any respect, would produce different effects at different times. For the same substance of the soul before it acts, and the same active nature of the soul before it is exerted, that is, before in the order of nature, would be the cause of different effects, viz., different volitions at different times. But the substance of the soul before it acts, and its active nature before it is exerted, are the same without variation. For it is some act that makes the first variation in the cause, as to any causal exertion, force, or influence. But if it be so that the soul has no different causality, or diverse causal influence in producing these diverse effects, then it is evident that the soul has no influence in the diversity of the effect, and that the difference of the effect cannot be owing to anything in the soul. Or, which is the same thing, the soul does not determine the diversity of the effect, which is contrary to the supposition. It is true, the substance of the soul before it acts, and before there is any difference in that respect, may be in a different state and circumstances. But those whom I oppose will not allow the different circumstances of the soul to be the determining causes of the acts of the will, as being contrary to their notion of self-determination. 5. Let us suppose, as these divines do, that there are no acts of the soul, strictly speaking, but free volitions. Then it will follow that the soul is an active being, in nothing further than it is a voluntary or elective being, and whenever it produces effects actively, it produces effects voluntarily and electively. But to produce effects thus is the same thing as to produce effects in consequence of, and according to, its own choice. And if so, then surely the soul does not by its activity produce all its own acts of will or choice themselves. For this, by the supposition, is to produce all its free acts of choice voluntarily and electively, or in consequence of its own free acts of choice, which brings the matter directly to the forementioned contradiction of a free act of choice before the first free act of choice. According to these gentlemen's own notion of action, if there arises in the mind a volition without a free act of the will, to produce it, the mind is not the voluntary cause of that volition, because it does not arise from, nor is regulated by choice or design, and therefore it cannot be that the mind should be the active, voluntary, determining cause of the first and leading volition that relates to the affair. The mind, being a designing cause, only enables it to produce effects in consequence of its design. It will not enable it to be the designing cause of all its own designs. The mind, being an elective cause, will enable it to produce effects only in consequence of its elections and according to them, but cannot enable it to be the elective cause of all its own elections, because that supposes an election before the first election. So the mind, being an active cause, enables it to produce effects in consequence of its own acts, but cannot enable it to be the determining cause of all its own acts, for that is in the same manner a contradiction, as it supposes a determining act conversant about the first act and prior to it, having a causal influence on its existence and manner of existence. I can conceive of nothing else that can be meant by the soul having power to cause and determine its own volitions, as a being to whom God has given a power of action, but this, that God has given power to the soul, sometimes at least, to excite volitions at its pleasure, or according as it chooses, and this certainly supposes, in all such cases, a choice preceding all volitions which are thus caused, even the first of them, which runs into the forementioned great absurdity. Therefore the activity of the nature of the soul affords no relief from the difficulties with which the notion of a self-determining power in the will is attended, nor will it help in the least its absurdities and inconsistencies. End of Part 2, Section 4. Part 2, Section 5 of The Freedom of the Will, by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Showing that if the things asserted in these evasions should be supposed to be true, they are altogether impertinent, and cannot help the cause of Arminian liberty, and how, this being the state of the case, Arminian writers are obliged to talk inconsistently. What was last observed in the preceding section may show, not only that the active nature of the soul cannot be a reason why an act of the will is, or why it is in this manner rather than another, but also that if it could be proved that volitions are contingent events, their being and manner of being not fixed or determined by any cause or anything antecedent, it would not at all serve the purpose of Arminians to establish their notion of freedom as consisting in the will's determination of itself, which supposes every free act of the will to be determined by some act of the will going before. Inasmuch as for the will to determine a thing is the same as for the soul to determine a thing by willing, and there is no way that the will can determine an act of the will than by willing that act of the will, or, which is the same thing, choosing it. So that here must be two acts of the will in the case, one going before another, one conversant about the other, and the latter the object of the former, and chosen by the former. If the will does not cause and determine the act by choice, it does not cause or determine it at all. For that which is not determined by choice is not determined voluntarily or willingly. And to say that the will determines something which the soul does not determine willingly, is as much as to say that something is done by the will, which the soul doth not with its will. So that if Arminian liberty of will, consisting in the will determining its own acts, be maintained, the old absurdity and contradiction must be maintained, that every free act of will is caused and determined by a foregoing free act of will, which doth not consist with the free acts arising without any cause, and being so contingent as not to be fixed by anything foregoing. So that this evasion must be given up, as not at all relieving this sort of liberty, but directly destroying it. And if it should be supposed that the soul determines its own acts of will some other way than by a foregoing act of will, still it will help not their cause. If it determines them by an act of the understanding or some other power, then the will does not determine itself, and so the self-determining power of the will is given up. And what liberty is there exercised, according to their own opinion of liberty, by the soul being determined by something besides its own choice? The acts of the will, it is true, may be directed and effectually determined and fixed, but it is not done by the soul's own will and pleasure. There is no exercise at all of choice or will in producing the effect, and if will and choice are not exercised in it, how is the liberty of the will exercised in it? So that let Arminians turn which way they please with their notion of liberty, consisting in the will determining its own acts, their notion destroys itself. If they hold every free act of will to be determined by the soul's own free choice, or foregoing free act of will, foregoing either in the order of time or nature, it implies that gross contradiction that the first free act belonging to the affair is determined by a free act which is before it. Or if they say that the free acts of the will are determined by some other act of the soul, and not an act of will or choice, this also destroys their notion of liberty, consisting in the acts of the will being determined by the will itself. Or if they hold that the acts of the will are determined by nothing at all that is prior to them, but that they are contingent in that sense that they are determined and fixed by no cause at all, this also destroys their notion of liberty, consisting in the will determining its own acts. This being the true state of the Arminian notion of liberty, the writers who defend it are forced into gross inconsistencies in what they say upon this subject. To instance, in Dr. Whitby, he in his discourse on the freedom of the will opposes the opinion of the Calvinists, who place man's liberty only in a power of doing what he will, as that wherein they plainly agree with Mr. Hobbes. And yet he himself mentions the very same notion of liberty as the dictate of the sense and common reason of mankind, and a rule laid down by the light of nature, viz., that liberty is a power of acting from ourselves, or doing what we will. This is indeed, as he says, a thing agreeable to the sense and common reason of mankind, and therefore it is not so much to be wondered at that he unawares acknowledges it against himself. For if liberty does not consist in this, what else can be devised that it should consist in? If it be said, as Dr. Whitby elsewhere insists, that it does not only consist in liberty of doing what we will, but also a liberty of willing without necessity, still the question returns, what does that liberty of willing without necessity consist in, but in a power of willing as we please, without being impeded by a contrary necessity? Or, in other words, a liberty for the soul in its willing to act according to its own choice. Yea, this very thing the same author seems to allow, and suppose again and again, in the use he makes of sayings of the Fathers, whom he quotes as his vouchers. Thus he cites the words of Origen, which he produces as a testimony on his side. The soul acts by her own choice, and it is free for her to incline to whatever part she will. And those of Justin Martyr, the doctrine of the Christians is this, that nothing is done or suffered according to fate, but that every man doth good or evil according to his own free choice. And from Eusebius these words, if fate be established, philosophy and piety are overthrown, all these things depending upon the necessity introduced by the stars, and not upon meditation and exercise proceeding from our own free choice. And again the words of Macarius, God, to preserve the liberty of man's will, suffered their bodies to die, that it might be in their choice to turn to good or evil. They who are acted by the Holy Spirit are not held under any necessity, but have liberty to turn themselves and do what they will in this life. Thus the doctor in effect comes into that very notion of liberty which the Calvinists have, which he at the same time condemns as agreeing with the opinion of Mr. Hobbes, namely, the soul acting by its own choice, men doing good or evil according to their own free choice, their being in that exercise which proceeds from their own free choice, having it in their choice to turn to good or evil, and doing what they will. So that if men exercise this liberty in the acts of the will themselves, it must be in exerting acts of will according to their own free choice, or exerting acts of will that proceed from their choice. And if it be so, then let every one judge whether this does not suppose a free choice going before the free act of will, or whether an act of choice does not go before that act of the will which proceeds from it. And if it be thus with all free acts of the will, then let every one judge whether it will not follow that there is a free choice going before the first free act of the will exerted in the case. And finally, let every one judge whether in the scheme of these writers there be any possibility of avoiding these absurdities. If liberty consists, as Dr. Whitby himself says, in a man's doing what he will, and a man exercises this liberty not only in external actions but in the acts of the will themselves, then so far as liberty is exercised in the latter, it consists in willing what he wills. And if any say so, one of these two things must be meant either: one, that a man has power to will as he does will, because what he wills, and therefore power to will what he has power to will. If this be their meaning, then all this mighty controversy about freedom of the will and self-determining power comes wholly to nothing, all that is contended for being no more than this, that the mind of man does what it does, and is the subject of what it is, the subject, or that what is, wherein none has any controversy with them. Or 2, the meaning must be that a man has power to will as he chooses to will, that is, he has power by one act of choice to choose another, by an antecedent act of will to choose a consequent act, and therein to execute his own choice. And if this be their meaning, it is nothing but shuffling with those they dispute with, and baffling their own reason. For still the question returns, wherein lies man's liberty in that antecedent act of will which chose the consequent act? The answer, according to the same principles, must be that his liberty in this also lies in his willing as he would, or as he chose, or agreeable to another act of choice preceding that. And so the question returns in infinitum, and the like answer must be made in infinitum. In order to support their opinion, there must be no beginning, but free acts of will must have been chosen by foregoing free acts of will in the soul of every man without beginning. End of Part 2, Section 5. Part 2, Section 6 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concerning the will's determining in things which are perfectly indifferent in the view of the mind. A great argument for self-determining power is the supposed experience we universally have of an ability to determine our wills, in cases wherein no prevailing motive is presented. The will, as is supposed, has its choice to make between two or more things that are perfectly equal in the view of the mind, and the will is apparently altogether indifferent, and yet we find no difficulty in coming to a choice. The will can instantly determine itself to one by a sovereign power which it has over itself, without being moved by any preponderating inducement. Thus the forementioned author of an essay on the freedom of the will, etc., pages 25, 26, 27, supposes that there are many instances wherein the will is determined neither by present uneasiness, nor by the greatest apparent good, nor by the last dictate of the understanding, nor by anything else, but merely by itself as a sovereign self-determining power of the soul, and that the soul does not will this or that action in some cases by any other influence but because it will. Thus, says he, I can turn my face to the south or the north, I can point with my finger upward or downward, and thus in some cases the will determines itself in a very sovereign manner, because it will, without a reason borrowed from the understanding. And hereby it discovers its own perfect power of choice, rising from within itself, and free from all influence or restraint of any kind. And page 66, 70, 73, 74, this author very expressly supposes the will in many cases to be determined by no motive at all, and acts altogether without motive or ground of preference. Here I would observe: 1. The very supposition which is here made directly contradicts and overthrows itself. For the thing supposed, wherein this grand argument consists, is that among several things the will actually chooses one before another at the same time that it is perfectly indifferent, which is the very same thing as to say the mind has a preference at the same time that it has no preference. What is meant cannot be that the mind is indifferent before it comes to have a choice, or until it has a preference, for certainly this author did not imagine he had a controversy with any person in supposing this. Besides, it appears in fact that the thing which he supposes is, not that the will chooses one thing before another, concerning which it is indifferent before it chooses, but that the will is indifferent when it chooses, and that it being otherwise than indifferent is not until afterwards, in consequence of its choice, that the chosen thing, appearing preferable and more agreeable than another, arises from its choice already made. His words are, page 30, where the objects which are proposed appear equally fit or good, the will is left without a guide or director, and therefore must take its own choice by its own determination, it being properly a self-determining power. And in such cases the will does, as it were, make a good to itself by its own choice, that is, creates its own pleasure or delight in this self-chosen good, even as a man, by seizing upon a spot of unoccupied land in an uninhabited country, makes it his own possession and property, and as such rejoices in it. Where things were indifferent before, the will finds nothing to make them more agreeable, considered merely in themselves, but the pleasure it feels arising from its own choice, and its perseverance therein. We love many things which we have chosen, and purely because we chose them. This is as much as to say that we first begin to prefer many things, purely because we have preferred and chosen them before. These things must needs be spoken inconsiderately by this author. Choice or preference cannot be before itself in the same instance, either in the order of time or nature. It cannot be the foundation of itself or the consequence of itself. The very act of choosing one thing rather than another is preferring that thing, and that is setting a higher value on that thing. But that the mind sets a higher value on one thing than another is not, in the first place, the fruit of its setting a higher value on that thing. This author says, page 36, the will may be perfectly indifferent, and yet the will may determine itself to choose one or the other. And again in the same page, I am entirely indifferent to either, and yet my will may determine itself to choose. And again, which I shall choose must be determined by the mere act of my will. If the choice is determined by a mere act of will, then the choice is determined by a mere act of choice. And concerning this matter, viz., that the act of the will itself is determined by act of choice, this writer is express, page 72, speaking of the case where there is no superior fitness in objects presented. He has these words: there it must act by its own choice and determine itself as it pleases. Where it is supposed that the very determination, which is the ground and spring of the will's act, is an act of choice and pleasure, wherein one act is more agreeable than another, and this preference and superior pleasure is the ground of all it does in the case, and if so, the mind is not indifferent when it determines itself, but had rather determine itself one way than another, and therefore the will does not act at all in indifference, not so much as in the first step it takes. If it be possible for the understanding to act in indifference, yet surely the will never does, because the will beginning to act is the very same thing as it beginning to choose or prefer. And if in the very first act of the will the mind prefers something, then the idea of that thing preferred does at that time preponderate or prevail in the mind, or, which is the same thing, the idea of it has a prevailing influence on the will, so that this wholly destroys the thing supposed, viz., that the mind can by a sovereign power choose one of two or more things which in the view of the mind are in every respect perfectly equal, one of which does not at all preponderate nor has any prevailing influence on the mind above another. So that this author, in his grand argument for the ability of the will to choose one of two or more things concerning which it is perfectly indifferent, does at the same time in effect deny the thing he supposes, even that the will in choosing is subject to no prevailing influence of the view of the thing chosen. And indeed it is impossible to offer this argument without overthrowing it, the thing supposed in it being that which denies itself. To suppose the will to act at all in a state of perfect indifference is to assert that the mind chooses without choosing. To say that when it is indifferent it can do as it pleases is to say that it can follow its pleasure when it has no pleasure to follow. And therefore, if there be any difficulty in the instances of two cakes or two eggs, etc., which are exactly alike, one as good as another, concerning which this author supposes the mind in fact has a choice, and so in effect supposes that it has a preference, it as much concerned himself to solve the difficulty as it does those whom he opposes. For if these instances prove anything to his purpose, they prove that a man chooses without choice, and yet this is not to his purpose, because if this is what he asserts, his own words are as much against him, and does as much contradict him, as the words of those he disputes against can do. 2. There is no great difficulty in showing, in such instances as are alleged, not only that it must needs be so, that the mind must be influenced in its choice by something that has a preponderating influence upon it, but also how it is so. A little attention to our own experience and a distinct consideration of the acts of our own minds in such cases will be sufficient to clear up the matter. Thus, supposing I have a chess board before me, and because I am required by a superior, or desired by a friend, or on some other consideration, I am determined to touch some one of the spots or squares on the board with my finger, not being limited or directed in the first proposal to any one in particular, and there being nothing in the squares in themselves considered that recommends any one of all the 64 more than another. In this case my mind determines to give itself up to what is vulgarly called accident, by determining to touch that square which happens to be most in view, which my eye is especially upon at that moment, or which happens to be then most in my mind, or which I shall be directed to by some other such like accident. Here are several steps of the mind proceeding, though all may be done as it were in a moment. The first step is its general determination that it will touch one of the squares. The next step is another general determination to give itself up to accident in some certain way, as to touch that which shall be most in the eye or mind at that time, or to some other such like accident. The third and the last step is a particular determination to touch a certain individual spot, even that square which by that sort of accident the mind has pitched upon has actually offered itself beyond others. Now it is apparent that in none of these several steps does the mind proceed in absolute indifference, but in each of them is influenced by a preponderating inducement. So it is in the first step, the mind's general determination to touch one of the 64 spots. The mind is not absolutely indifferent whether it does so or no. It is induced to it for the sake of making some experiment, or by the desire of a friend, or some other motive that prevails. So it is in the second step, the mind determining to give itself up to accident by touching that which shall be most in the eye, or the idea of which shall be most prevalent in the mind, etc. The mind is not absolutely indifferent whether it proceeds by this rule or no, but chooses it, because it appears at that time a convenient and requisite expedient in order to fulfill the general purpose. And so it is in the third and last step, which is determining to touch that individual spot which actually does prevail in the mind's view. The mind is not indifferent concerning this, but is influenced by a prevailing inducement and reason, which is that this is a prosecution of the preceding determination, which appeared requisite and was fixed before in the second step. Accident will ever serve a man without hindering him a moment. In such a case, among a number of objects in view, one will prevail in the eye or in idea beyond others. When we have our eyes open in the clear sunshine, many objects strike the eye at once, and innumerable images may be at once painted in it by the rays of light, but the attention of the mind is not equal to several of them at once, or if it be, it does not continue so for any time. And so it is with respect to the ideas of the mind in general. Several ideas are not in equal strength in the mind's view and notice at once, or at least does not remain so for any sensible continuance. There is nothing in the world more constantly varying than the ideas of the mind. They do not remain precisely in the same state for the least perceivable space of time. As is evident by this, that all time is perceived by the mind only by the successive changes of its own ideas. Therefore, while the perceptions of the mind remain precisely in the same state, there is no perceivable length of time, because no sensible succession at all. As the acts of the will in each step of the forementioned procedure do not come to pass without a particular cause, but every act is owing to a prevailing inducement, so the accident, as I have called it, or that which happens in the unsearchable course of things to which the mind yields itself, and by which it is guided, is not anything that comes to pass without a cause. The mind, in determining to be guided by it, is not determined by something that has no cause, any more than if it be determined to be guided by a lot, or the casting of a die. For though the die, falling in such a manner, be accidental to him that casts it, yet none will suppose that there is no cause why it falls as it does. The involuntary changes in the succession of our ideas, though the cause may not be observed, have as much a cause as the changeable motions of the motes that float in the air, or the continual, infinitely various successive changes of the unevennesses on the surface of the water. There are two things especially which are probably the occasions of confusion in the minds of them who insist upon it, that the will acts in a proper indifference, and without being moved by any inducement in its determinations, in such cases as have been mentioned. One, they seem to mistake the point in question, or at least not to keep it distinctly in view. The question they dispute about is, whether the mind be indifferent about the objects presented, one of which is to be taken, touched, pointed to, etc., as 2 eggs, 2 cakes, which appear equally good; whereas the question to be considered is, whether the person be indifferent with respect to his own actions, whether he does not, on some consideration or other, prefer one act with respect to these objects before another. The mind, in its determination and choice in these cases, is not most immediately and directly conversant about the objects presented, but the acts to be done concerning these objects. The objects may appear equal, and the mind may never properly make any choice between them, but the next act of the will being about the external actions to be performed, taking, touching, etc., these may not appear equal, and one action may properly be chosen before another. In each step of the mind's progress, the determination, is not about the objects, unless indirectly and improperly, but about the actions which it chooses for other reasons than any preference of the objects, and for reasons not taken at all from the objects. There is no necessity of supposing that the mind does ever at all properly choose one of the objects before another, either before it has taken or afterwards. Indeed, the man chooses to take or touch one rather than another, but not because it chooses the thing taken or touched, but from foreign considerations. The case may be so that of two things offered, a man may, for certain reasons, prefer taking that which he undervalues, and choose to neglect that which his mind prefers. In such a case, choosing the thing taken and choosing to take are diverse, and so they are in a case where the things presented are equal in the mind's esteem, and neither of them preferred. All that fact and experience makes evident is that the mind chooses one action rather than another, and therefore the arguments which they bring in order to be to their purpose should be to prove that the mind chooses the action in perfect indifference with respect to that action, and not to prove that the mind chooses the action in perfect indifference with respect to the object, which is very possible, and yet the will not act at all without prevalent inducement and proper preponderation. 2. Another reason of confusion and difficulty in this matter seems to be not distinguishing between a general indifference or an indifference with respect to what is to be done in a more distant and general view of it, and a particular indifference or an indifference with respect to the next immediate act viewed with its particular and present circumstances. A man may be perfectly indifferent with respect to his own actions in the former respect, and yet not in the latter. Thus, in the foregoing instance of touching one of the squares of a chessboard, when it is first proposed that I should touch one of them, I may be perfectly indifferent which I touch, because as yet I view the matter remotely and generally, being but in the first step of the mind's progress in the affair. But yet, when I am actually come to the last step, and the very next thing to be determined is which is to be touched, having already determined that I will touch that which happens to be most in my eye or mind, and my mind being now fixed on a particular one, the act of touching that, considered thus immediately and in these particular present circumstances, is not what my mind is absolutely indifferent about. End of Part 2, Section 6. Part 2, Section 7 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concerning the notion of liberty of will consisting in indifference. What has been said in the foregoing section has a tendency, in some measure, to evince the absurdity of the opinion of such as place liberty in indifference, or in that equilibrium whereby the will is without all antecedent bias, that the determination of the will to either side may be entirely from itself, and that it may be owing only to its own power and the sovereignty which it has over itself, that it goes this way rather than that. But inasmuch as this has been of such long standing, and has been so generally received, and so much insisted on by Pelagians, semi-Pelagians, Jesuits, Socinians, Arminians, and others, it may deserve a more full consideration, and therefore I shall now proceed to a more particular and thorough inquiry into this notion. Now, lest some should suppose that I do not understand those that place liberty in indifference, or should charge me with misrepresenting their opinion, I would signify that I am sensible there are some who, when they talk of liberty of the will as consisting in indifference, express themselves as though they would not be understood to mean the indifference of the inclination or tendency of the will, but an indifference of the soul's power of willing, or that the will with respect to its power or ability to choose is indifferent, can go either way indifferently, either to the right hand or left, either act or forbear to act, one as well as the other. This indeed seems to be a refining of some particular writers only, and newly invented, which will by no means consist with the manner of expression used by the defenders of liberty of indifference in general. I wish such refiners would thoroughly consider whether they distinctly know their own meaning, when they make a distinction between an indifference of the soul as to its power or ability of choosing, and the soul's indifference as to the preference or choice itself, and whether they do not deceive themselves in imagining that they have any distinct meaning at all. The indifference of the soul as to its ability or power to will must be the same thing as the indifference of the state of the power or faculty of the will, or the indifference of the state which the soul itself, which has that power or faculty, hitherto remains in as to the exercise of that power in the choice it shall by and by make. But not to insist any longer on the inexplicable abstruseness of this distinction, let what will be supposed concerning the meaning of them that use it. Thus much must at least be intended by Arminians when they talk of indifference as essential to liberty of will, if they intend anything in any respect to their purpose, viz., that it is such an indifference as leaves the will not determined already, but free from actual possession and vacant of predetermination, so far that there may be room for the exercise of the self-determining power of the will, and that the will's freedom consists in, or depends upon, this vacancy and opportunity that is left for the will itself to be the determiner of the act that is to be the free act. And here I would observe in the first place that to make out the scheme of liberty, the indifference must be perfect and absolute. There must be a perfect freedom from all antecedent preponderation or inclination, because if the will be already inclined before it exerts its own sovereign power on itself, then its inclination is not wholly owing to itself. If when two opposites are proposed to the soul for its choice, the proposal does not find the soul wholly in a state of indifference, then it is not found in a state of liberty for mere self-determination. The least degree of an antecedent bias must be inconsistent with their notion of liberty. For so long as prior inclination possesses the will and is not removed, the former binds the latter, so that it is utterly impossible that the will should act otherwise than agreeably to it. Surely the will cannot act or choose contrary to a remaining prevailing inclination of the will. To suppose otherwise would be the same thing as to suppose that the will is inclined contrary to its present prevailing inclination, or contrary to what it is inclined to. That which the will prefers, to that, all things considered, it preponderates and inclines. It is equally impossible for the will to choose contrary to its own remaining and present preponderating inclination, as it is to prefer contrary to its own present preference, or choose contrary to its own present choice. The will, therefore, so long as it is under the influence of an old preponderating inclination, is not at liberty for a new free act, or any that shall now be an act of self-determination. That which is a self-determined free act must be one which the will determines in the possession and use of a peculiar sort of liberty, such as consists in a freedom from everything, which if it were there would make it impossible that the will at that time should be otherwise than that way to which it tends. If any one should say there is no need that the indifference should be perfect, but although a former inclination still remains, yet if it be not very strong, possibly the strength of the will may oppose and overcome it, this is grossly absurd. For the strength of the will, let it be never so great, gives it no such sovereignty and command as to cause itself to prefer and not to prefer at the same time, or to choose contrary to its own present choice. Therefore, if there be the least degree of antecedent preponderation of the will, it must be perfectly abolished before the will can be at liberty to determine itself the contrary way. And if the will determines itself the same way, it was not a free determination, because the will is not wholly at liberty in so doing. Its determination is not altogether from itself, but it was partly determined before in its prior inclination, and all the freedom the will exercises in the case is in an increase of inclination which it gives itself, added to what it had by a foregoing bias. So much is from itself, and so much is from perfect indifference. For though the will had a previous tendency that way, yet as to that additional degree of inclination it had no tendency. Therefore the previous tendency is of no consideration with respect to the act wherein the will is free, so that it comes to the same thing which was said at first, that as to the act of the will wherein the will is free, there must be perfect indifference or equilibrium. To illustrate this, suppose a sovereign self-moving power in a natural body, but that the body is in motion already by an antecedent bias, for instance, gravitation towards the centre of the earth, and has one degree of motion by virtue of that previous tendency, but by its self-moving power it adds one degree more to its motion, and moves so much more swiftly towards the centre of the earth than it would do by its gravity only. It is evident all that is owing to a self-moving power in this case is the additional degree of motion, and that the other degree which it had from gravity is of no consideration in the case. The effect is just the same as if the body had received from itself one degree of motion from a state of perfect rest. So if we suppose a self-moving power given to the scale of a balance, which has a weight of one degree beyond the opposite scale, and if we ascribe to it an ability to add to itself another degree of force the same way by its self-moving power, this is just the same thing as to ascribe to it a power to give itself one degree of preponderation from a perfect equilibrium. And so much power as the scale has to give itself an overbalance from a perfect equipoise, so much self-moving, self-preponderating power it has, and no more, so that its free power this way is always to be measured from perfect equilibrium. I need say no more to prove that if indifference be essential to liberty, it must be perfect indifference, and that so far as the will is destitute of this, so far is it destitute of that freedom by which it is in a capacity of being its own determiner, without being at all passive or subject to the power and sway of something else in its motions and determinations. Having observed these things, let us now try whether this notion of the liberty of will consisting in indifference and equilibrium, and the will's self-determination in such a state, be not absurd and inconsistent. And here I would lay down this as an axiom of undoubted truth, that every free act is done in a state of freedom, and not only after such a state. If an act of the will be an act wherein the soul is free, it must be exerted in a state of freedom and in the time of freedom. It will not suffice that the act immediately follows a state of liberty, but liberty must yet continue and coexist with the act, the soul remaining in possession of liberty, because that is the notion of a free act of the soul, even an act wherein the soul uses or exercises liberty. But if the soul is not, in the very time of the act, in the possession of liberty, it cannot at that time be in the use of it. Now the question is, whether ever the soul of man puts forth an act of will while it yet remains in a state of liberty, viz. as implying a state of indifference, or whether the soul ever exerts an act of preference while at that very time the will is in a perfect equilibrium, not inclining one way more than another. The very putting of the question is sufficient to show the absurdity of the affirmative answer. For how ridiculous would it be for any body to insist that the soul chooses one thing before another, when at the very same instant it is perfectly indifferent with respect to each? This is the same thing as to say the soul prefers one thing to another at the very same time that it has no preference. Choice and preference can no more be in a state of indifference than motion can be in a state of rest, or than the preponderation of the scale of a balance can be in a state of equilibrium. Motion may be the next moment after rest, but cannot coexist with it in any, even the least, part of it. So choice may be immediately after a state of indifference, but cannot coexist with it. Even the very beginning of it is not in a state of indifference, and therefore if this be liberty, no act of the will in any degree is ever performed in a state of liberty or in the time of liberty. Volition and liberty are so far from agreeing together and being essential one to another that they are contrary one to another, and one excludes and destroys the other, as much as motion and rest, light and darkness, or life and death, so that the will acts not at all, does not so much as begin to act, in the time of such liberty. Freedom has ceased to be at the first moment of action, and therefore liberty cannot reach the action to affect or qualify it, or give it a denomination, any more than if it had ceased to be 20 years before the action began. The moment that liberty ceases to be, it ceases to be a qualification of anything. If light and darkness succeed one another instantaneously, light qualifies nothing after it is gone out to make anything lightsome or bright at the first moment of perfect darkness, any more than months or years after. Life denominates nothing vital at the first moment of perfect death. So freedom, if it consists in or implies indifference, can denominate nothing free at the first moment of preference or preponderation. Therefore it is manifest that no liberty which the soul is possessed of, or ever uses in any of its acts of volition, consists in indifference, and that the opinion of such as suppose that indifference belongs to the very essence of liberty is to the highest degree absurd and contradictory. If any one should imagine that this manner of arguing is nothing but a trick and delusion, and to evade the reasoning should say that the thing wherein the will exercises its liberty is not in the act of choice or preponderation of itself, but in determining itself to a certain choice or preference, that the act of the will wherein it is free and uses its own sovereignty consists in its causing or determining the change or transition from a state of indifference to a certain preference, or determining to give a certain turn to the balance which has hitherto been even, and that the will exerts this act in a state of liberty, or while the will yet remains in equilibrium and perfect master of itself. I say, if any one chooses to express his notion of liberty after this or some such manner, let us see if he can succeed any better than before. What is asserted is that the will, while it yet remains in perfect equilibrium without preference, determines to change itself from that state, and excite in itself a certain choice or preference. Now let us see whether this does not come to the same absurdity we had before. If it be so that the will, while it yet remains perfectly indifferent, determines to put itself out of that state and to give itself a certain preponderation, then I would inquire whether the soul does not determine this of choice, or whether the will coming to a determination to do so be not the same thing as the soul coming to a choice to do so. If the soul does not determine this of choice, or in the exercise of choice, then it does not determine it voluntarily. And if the soul does not determine it voluntarily, or of its own will, then in what sense does its will determine it? And if the will does not determine it, then how is the liberty of the will exercised in the determination? What sort of liberty is exercised by the soul in those determinations wherein there is no exercise of choice, which are not voluntary, and wherein the will is not concerned? But if it be allowed that this determination is an act of choice, and it be insisted on that the soul, while it yet remains in a state of perfect indifference, chooses to put itself out of that state and to turn itself one way, then the soul has already come to a choice, and chooses that way. And so we have the very same absurdity which we had before. Here is the soul in a state of choice, and in a state of equilibrium, both at the same time. The soul already choosing one way, while it remains in a state of perfect indifference, and has no choice of one way more than the other. And indeed this manner of talking, though it may a little hide the absurdity in the obscurity of expression, increases the inconsistence. To say the free act of the will, or the act which the will exerts in a state of freedom and indifference, does not imply preference in it, but is what the will does in order to cause or produce a preference, is as much as to say the soul chooses, for to will and to choose are the same thing, without choice, and prefers without preference in order to cause or produce the beginning of a preference or the first choice. And that is, that the first choice is exerted without choice in order to produce itself. If any, to evade these things, should own that a state of liberty and a state of indifference are not the same, and that the former may be without the latter, but should say that indifference is still essential to freedom, as it is necessary to go immediately before it, it being essential to the freedom of an act of will that it should directly and immediately arise out of a state of indifference, still this will not help the cause of Arminian liberty, or make it consistent with itself. For if the act springs immediately out of a state of indifference, then it does not arise from antecedent choice or preference. But if the act arises directly out of a state of indifference, without any intervening choice to determine it, then the act, not being determined by choice, is not determined by the will. The mind exercises no free choice in the affair, and free choice and free will have no hand in the determination of the act, which is entirely inconsistent with their notion of the freedom of volition. If any should suppose that these absurdities may be avoided by saying that the liberty of the mind consists in a power to suspend the act of the will, and so to keep it in a state of indifference until there has been opportunity for consideration, and so shall say that however indifference is not essential to liberty in such a manner that the mind must make its choice in a state of indifference, which is an inconsistency, or that the act of will must spring immediately out of indifference, yet indifference may be essential to the liberty of acts of the will in this respect, viz., that liberty consists in a power of the mind to forbear or suspend the act of volition, and keep the mind in a state of indifference for the present, until there has been opportunity for proper deliberation. I say, if any one imagines that this helps the matter, it is a great mistake. It reconciles no inconsistency, and relieves no difficulty, for here the following things must be observed. 1. That this suspending of volition, if there be properly any such thing, is itself an act of volition. If the mind determines to suspend its act, it determines it voluntarily. It chooses, on some consideration, to suspend it, and this choice or determination is an act of the will, and indeed it is supposed to be so in the very hypothesis, for it is supposed that the liberty of the will consists in its power to do this, and that its doing it is the very thing wherein the will exercises its liberty. But how can the will exercise liberty in it, if it be not an act of the will? The liberty of the will is not exercised in any thing but what the will does. 2. This determining to suspend acting is not only an act of the will, but it is supposed to be the only free act of the will, because it is said that this is the thing of which the liberty of the will consists. If so, then this is all the act of will that we have to consider in this controversy. And now the former question returns upon us, viz., wherein consists the freedom of the will in those acts wherein it is free? And if this act of determining a suspension to be the only act in which the will is free, then wherein consists the will's freedom with respect to this act of suspension? And how is indifference essential to this act? The answer must be, according to what is supposed in the evasion under consideration, that the liberty of the will in this act of suspension consists in a power to suspend even this act, until there has been opportunity for thorough deliberation. But this will be to plunge directly into the grossest nonsense, for it is the act of suspension itself that we are speaking of, and there is no room for a space of deliberation and suspension in order to determine whether we will suspend or no. For that supposes that even suspension itself may be deferred, which is absurd, for the very deferring the determination of suspension to consider whether we will suspend or no will be actually suspending. For during the space of suspension, to consider whether to suspend, the act is ipso facto suspended. There is no medium between suspending to act and immediately acting, and therefore no possibility of avoiding either the one or the other one moment. And besides, this is attended with ridiculous absurdity another way. For now, it seems, liberty consists wholly in the mind having power to suspend its determination whether to suspend or no, that there may be time for consideration whether it be best to suspend. And if liberty consists in this only, then this is the liberty under consideration. We have to inquire now how liberty, with respect to this act of suspending a determination of suspension, consists in indifference, or how indifference is essential to it. The answer, according to the hypothesis we are upon, must be that it consists in a power of suspending even this last mentioned act, to have time to consider whether to suspend that. And then the same difficulties and inquiries return over again with respect to that, and so on forever, which, if it would show anything, would show only that there is no such thing as a free act. It drives the exercise of freedom back in infinitum, and that is to drive it out of the world. And besides all this, there is a delusion and a latent gross contradiction in the affair another way, inasmuch as in explaining how or in what respect the will is free with regard to a particular act of volition, it is said that its liberty consists in a power to determine to suspend that act, which places liberty not in that act of volition which the inquiry is about, but altogether in another antecedent act, which contradicts the thing supposed in both the question and answer. The question is, wherein consists the mind's liberty in any particular act of volition? And the answer, in pretending to show wherein lies the mind's liberty in that act, in effect says it does not lie in that act at all, but in another, viz. A volition to suspend that act. And therefore the answer is both contradictory and altogether impertinent, and beside the purpose. For it does not show wherein the liberty of the will consists in the act in question. Instead of that, it supposes it does not consist in that act at all, but in another act, distinct from it, even a volition to suspend that act, and take time to consider of it. And no account is pretended to be given wherein the mind is free with respect to that act, wherein this answer supposes the liberty of the mind indeed consists, viz. The act of suspension, or of determining the suspension. On the whole, it is exceeding manifest that the liberty of the mind does not consist in indifference, and that indifference is not essential or necessary to it, or at all belonging to it, as the Arminians suppose, that opinion being full of nothing but self-contradiction. End of Part 2, Section 7. Part 2, Section 8 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording, it is in the public domain. Concerning the supposed liberty of the will as opposite to all necessity. It is chiefly insisted on by Arminians in this controversy as a thing most important and essential in human liberty, that volitions, or the acts of the will, are contingent events, understanding contingence as opposite, not only to constraint, but to all necessity. Therefore I would particularly consider this matter. And first, I would inquire whether there is or can be any such thing as a volition which is contingent in such a sense as not only to come to pass without any necessity or constraint or coaction, but also without a necessity of consequence or an infallible connection with anything foregoing. Secondly, whether if it were so, this would at all help the cause of liberty. 1. I would consider whether volition is a thing that ever does or can come to pass in this manner contingently. And here it must be remembered that it has been already shown that nothing can ever come to pass without a cause or a reason why it exists in this manner rather than another. And the evidence of this has been particularly applied to the acts of the will. Now, if this be so, it will demonstrably follow that the acts of the will are never contingent or without necessity in the sense spoken of, inasmuch as those things which have a cause or a reason of their existence must be connected with their cause. This appears by the following considerations. 1. For an event to have a cause and ground of its existence, and yet not to be connected with its cause, is an inconsistence. For if the event be not connected with the cause, it is not dependent on the cause, its existence is, as it were, loose from its influence, and may attend it, or may not, it being a mere contingence, whether it follows or attends the influence of the cause or not. And that is the same thing as not to be dependent on it. And to say the event is not dependent on its cause is absurd. It is the same thing as to say it is not its cause, nor the event the effect of it. For dependence on the influence of a cause is the very notion of an effect. If there be no such relation between one thing and another, consisting in the connection and dependence of one thing on the influence of another, then it is certain there is no such relation between them as is signified by the terms cause and effect. So far as an event is dependent on a cause and connected with it, so much causality is there in the case, and no more. The cause does or brings to pass no more in any event than is dependent on it. If we say the connection and dependence is not total, but partial, and that the effect, though it has some connection and dependence, yet is not entirely dependent on it, that is the same thing as to say that not all that is in the event is an effect of that cause, but that only part of it arises from thence, and part some other way. 2. If there are some events which are not necessarily connected with their causes, then it will follow that there are some things which come to pass without any cause, contrary to the supposition. For if there be any event which was not necessarily connected with the influence of the cause under such circumstances, then it was contingent whether it would attend or follow the influence of the cause or no. It might have followed and it might not, when the cause was the same, its influence the same, and under the same circumstances. And if so, why did it follow rather than not follow? Of this there is no cause or reason. Therefore here is something without any cause or reason why it is, viz. The following of the effect on the influence of the cause with which it was not necessarily connected. If there be no necessary connection of the effect on anything antecedent, then we may suppose that sometimes the event will follow the cause and sometimes not, when the cause is the same and in every respect in the same state and circumstances. And what can be the cause and reason of this strange phenomenon, even this diversity, that in one instance the effect should follow, in another not? It is evident by the supposition that this is wholly without any cause or ground. Here is something in the present manner of the existence of things and state of the world that is absolutely without a cause, which is contrary to the supposition, and contrary to what has been before demonstrated. 3. To suppose there are some events which have a cause and ground of their existence, that yet are not necessarily connected with their cause, is to suppose that they have a cause which is not their cause. Thus, if the effect be not necessarily connected with the cause, with its influence and influential circumstances, then, as I observed before, it is a thing possible and supposable that the cause may sometimes exert the same influence under the same circumstances, and yet the effect not follow. And if this actually happens in any instance, this instance is a proof, in fact, that the influence of the cause is not sufficient to produce the effect. For if it had been sufficient, it would have done it. And yet by the supposition, in another instance, the same cause, with perfectly the same influence, and when all circumstances which have any influence are the same, it was followed with the effect, by which it is manifest that the effect in this last instance was not owing to the influence of the cause, but must come to pass some other way. For it was proved before that the influence of the cause was not sufficient to produce the effect, and if it was not sufficient to produce it, then the production of it could not be owing to that influence, but must be owing to something else, or owing to nothing. And if the effect be not owing to the influence of the cause, then it is not the cause, which brings us to the contradiction of a cause, and no cause, that which is the ground and reason of the existence of a thing, and at the same time is not the ground and reason of its existence. If the matter be not already so plain as to render any further reasoning upon it impertinent, I would say that which seems to be the cause in the supposed case can be no cause, its power and influence having, on a full trial, proved insufficient to produce such an effect, and if it be not sufficient to produce it, then it does not produce it. To say otherwise is to say there is power to do that which there is not power to do. If there be in a cause sufficient power exerted, and in circumstances sufficient to produce an effect, and so the effect be actually produced at one time, all these things concurring will produce the effect at all times. And so we may turn it the other way, that which proves not sufficient at one time cannot be sufficient at another, with precisely the same influential circumstances. And therefore, if the effect follows, it is not owing to that cause, unless the different time be a circumstance which has influence. But that is contrary to the supposition, for it is supposed that all circumstances that have influence are the same. And besides, this would be to suppose the time to be the cause, which is contrary to the supposition of the other thing being the cause. But if merely diversity of time has no influence, then it is evident that it is as much of an absurdity to say the cause was sufficient to produce the effect at one time, and not at another, as to say that it is sufficient to produce the effect at a certain time, and yet not sufficient to produce the same effect at the same time. On the whole, it is clearly manifest that every effect has a necessary connection with its cause, or with that which is the true ground and reason of its existence, and therefore if there be no event without a cause, as was proved before, then no event whatsoever is contingent in the manner that Arminians suppose the free acts of the will to be contingent. End of Part 2, Section 8. Part 2, Section 9 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of the connection of the acts of the will with the dictates of the understanding. It is manifest that no acts of the will are contingent in such a sense as to be without all necessity, or so as not to be necessary with a necessity of consequence and connection, because every act of the will is some way connected with the understanding, and is as the greatest apparent good is, in the manner which has already been explained, namely that the soul always wills or chooses that which in the present view of the mind, considered in the whole of that view and all that belongs to it, appears most agreeable. Because, as was observed before, nothing is more evident than that, when men act voluntarily and do what they please, then they do what appears most agreeable to them. And to say otherwise would be as much as to affirm that men do not choose what appears to suit them best, or what seems most pleasing to them, or that they do not choose what they prefer, which brings the matter to a contradiction. And as it is very evident in itself that the acts of the will have some connection with the dictates or views of the understanding, so this is allowed by some of the chief of the Arminian writers, particularly by Dr. Whitby and Dr. Samuel Clarke. Dr. Turnbull, though a great enemy to the doctrine of necessity, allows the same thing. In his Christian Philosophy, page 196, He with much approbation cites another philosopher as of the same mind in these words: "No man," says an excellent philosopher, "sets himself about anything but upon some view or other which serves him for a reason for what he does; and whatsoever faculties he employs, the understanding, with such light as it has, well or ill formed, constantly leads; and by that light, true or false, all her operative powers are directed. The will itself, how absolute and incontrollable soever it may be thought, never fails in its obedience to the dictates of the understanding. Temples have their sacred images, and we see what influence they have always had over a great part of mankind; but in truth the ideas and images in men's minds are the invisible powers that constantly govern them, and to these they all pay universally a ready submission. But whether this be in a just consistence with themselves and their own notions of liberty, I desire may now be impartially considered. Dr. Whitby plainly supposes that the acts and determinations of the will always follow the understanding's view of the greatest good to be obtained, or evil to be avoided; or, in other words, that the determinations of the will constantly and infallibly follow these two things in the understanding: 1. The degree of good to be obtained, and evil to be avoided, proposed to the understanding, and apprehended, viewed, and taken notice of by it. 2. The degree of the understanding's apprehension of that good or evil which is increased by attention and consideration; that this is an opinion in which he is exceeding peremptory, as he is in every opinion which he maintains in his controversy with the Calvinists, with disdain of the contrary opinion, as absurd and self-contradictory, will appear by the following words in his discourse on the 5 points. Now it is certain that what naturally makes the understanding to perceive is evidence proposed and apprehended, considered or adverted to, for nothing else can be requisite to make us come to the knowledge of the truth. Again, what makes the will choose is something approved by the understanding, and consequently appearing to the soul as good; and whatsoever it refuseth is something represented by the understanding, and so appearing to the will as evil. Whence all that God requires of us is and can be only this: to refuse the evil and choose the good. Wherefore, to say that evidence proposed, apprehended, and considered is not sufficient to make the understanding approve, or that the greatest good proposed, the greatest evil threatened, when equally believed and reflected on, is not sufficient to engage the will to choose the good and refuse the evil, is in effect to say, that which alone doth move the will to choose or to refuse is not sufficient to engage it so to do, which being contradictory to itself must of necessity be false. Be it then so that we naturally have an aversion to the truths proposed to us in the Gospel, that only can make us indisposed to attend to them, but cannot hinder our conviction when we do apprehend them and attend to them. Be it that there is in us also a renitency to the good we are to choose, that only can indispose us to believe it is and to approve it as our chiefest good. Be it that we are prone to the evil that we should decline, that only can render it the more difficult for us to believe it is the worst of evils. But yet what we do really believe to be our chiefest good will still be chosen, and what we apprehend to be the worst of evils will, whilst we do continue under that conviction, be refused by us. It therefore can be only requisite, in order to these ends, that the good Spirit should so illuminate our understandings, that we, attending to and considering what lies before us, should apprehend and be convinced of our duty, and that the blessings of the Gospel should be so propounded to us as that we may discern them to be our chiefest good, and the miseries it threateneth, so as we may be convinced that they are the worst of evils, that we may choose the one and refuse the other. Here let it be observed how plainly and peremptorily it is asserted that the greatest good proposed and the greatest evil threatened, when equally believed and reflected on, is sufficient to engage the will to choose the good and refuse the evil, and is that alone which doth move the will to choose or to refuse, and that it is contradictory to itself to suppose otherwise, and therefore must of necessity be false. And then what we do really believe to be our chiefest good will still be chosen, and what we apprehend to be the worst of evils will, whilst we continue under that conviction, be refused by us. Nothing could have been said more to the purpose, fully to signify that the determinations of the will must evermore follow the illumination, conviction, and notice of the understanding with regard to the greatest good and evil proposed, reckoning both the degree of good and evil understood, and the degree of understanding, notice, and conviction of that proposed good and evil, and that it is thus necessarily, and can be otherwise in no instance, because it is asserted that it implies a contradiction to suppose it ever to be otherwise. I am sensible the Doctor's aim in these assertions is against the Calvinists, to show in opposition to them that there is no need of any physical operation of the Spirit of God on the will to change and determine that to a good choice, but that God's operation and assistance is only moral, suggesting ideas to the understanding, which he supposes to be enough, if those ideas are attended to infallibly to obtain the end. But whatever his design was, nothing can more directly and fully proved that every determination of the will in choosing and refusing is necessary, directly contrary to his own notion of the liberty of the will. For if the determination of the will evermore in this manner follows the light, conviction, and view of the understanding concerning the greatest good and evil, and this be that alone which moves the will, and it be a contradiction to suppose otherwise, then it is necessarily so. The will necessarily follows this lighter view of the understanding, not only in some of its acts, but in every act of choosing and refusing. So that the will does not determine itself in any one of its own acts, but every act of choice and refusal depends on, and is necessarily connected with, some antecedent cause, which cause is not the will itself, nor any act of its own, nor anything pertaining to that faculty, but something belonging to another faculty, whose acts go before the will in all its acts, and govern and determine them. Here, if it should be replied, that although it be true that according to the Doctor, the final determination of the will always depends upon, and is infallibly connected with, the understanding's conviction and notice of the greatest good, yet the acts of the will are not necessary, because that conviction of the understanding is first dependent on a preceding act of the will, in determining to take notice of the evidence exhibited, by which means the mind obtains that degree of conviction which is sufficient and effectual to determine the consequent and ultimate choice of the will. And the will, with regard to that preceding act, whereby it determines whether to attend or no, is not necessary, and that in this the liberty of the will consists, that when God holds forth sufficient objective light, the will is at liberty whether to command the attention of the mind to it or not. Nothing can be more weak and inconsiderate than such a reply as this, for that preceding act of the will in determining to attend and consider still is an act of the will. If the liberty of the will consists in it, as is supposed, as if it be an act of the will, it is an act of choice or refusal, and therefore, if what the Doctor asserts be true, it is determined by some antecedent light in the understanding concerning the greatest apparent good or evil. For he asserts it is that light which alone doth move the will to choose or refuse, and therefore the will must be moved by that in choosing to attend to the objective light offered in order to another consequent act of choice, so that this act is no less necessary than the other. And if we suppose another act of the will still preceding both these mentioned to determine both, still that also must be an act of the will, an act of choice, and so must, by the same principles, be infallibly determined by some certain degree of light in the understanding concerning the greatest good. And let us suppose as many acts of the will, one preceding another, as we please, yet are they every one of them necessarily determined by a certain degree of light in the understanding concerning the greatest and most eligible good in that case, and so not one of them free according to Dr. Whitby's notion of freedom. And if it be said the reason why men do not attend to light held forth is because of ill habits contracted by evil acts committed before, whereby their minds are indisposed to consider the truth held forth to them, the difficulty is not at all avoided. Still the question returns, what determined the will in those preceding evil acts? It must, by Dr. Whitby's principle, still be the view of the understanding concerning the greatest good and evil. If this view of the understanding be that alone which doth move the will to choose or refuse, as the doctor asserts, then every act of choice or refusal from a man's first existence is moved and determined by this view. And this view of the understanding exciting and governing the act must be before the act, and therefore the will is necessarily determined in every one of its acts from a man's first existence by a cause beside the will, and a cause that does not proceed from or depend on any act of the will at all, which at once utterly abolishes the doctor's whole scheme of liberty of will, and he at one stroke has cut the sinews of all his arguments from the goodness, righteousness, faithfulness, and sincerity of God in his commands, promises, threatenings, calls, invitations, and expostulations, which he makes use of under the heads of reprobation, election, universal redemption, sufficient and effectual grace, and the freedom of the will of man, and has made vain all his exclamations against the doctrine of the Calvinists, as charging God with manifest unrighteousness, unfaithfulness, hypocrisy, fallaciousness, and cruelty. Dr. Samuel Clarke, in his demonstration of the being and attributes of God, to evade the argument to prove the necessity of volition from its necessary connection with the last dictate of the understanding, supposes the latter not to be diverse from the act of the will itself. But if it be so, it will not alter the case as to the necessity of the act. If the dictate of the understanding be the very same with the determination of the will, as Dr. Clarke supposes, then this determination is no fruit or effect of choice, and if so, no liberty of choice has any hand in it. It is necessary, that is, choice cannot prevent it. If the last dictate of the understanding be the same with the determination of volition itself, then the existence of that determination must be necessary as to volition, inasmuch as volition can have no opportunity to determine whether it shall exist or no, it having existence already before volition has opportunity to determine anything. It is itself the very rise and existence of volition, but a thing after it exists has no opportunity to determine as to its own existence. It is too late for that. If liberty consists in that which Arminians suppose, viz. In the will, determining its own acts, having free opportunity, and being without all necessity, this is the same as to say that liberty consists in the soul having power and opportunity to have what determinations of the will it pleases. And if the determinations of the will and the last dictates of the understanding be the same thing, then liberty consists in the mind having power and opportunity to choose its own dictates of understanding. But this is absurd, for it is to make the determination of choice prior to the dictate of understanding, and the ground of it, which cannot consist with the dictate of the understanding being the determination of choice itself. Here is no alternative but to recur to the old absurdity of one determination before another, and the cause of it, and another before, determining that, and so on in infinitum. If the last dictate of the understanding be the determination of the will itself, and the soul be free with regard to that dictate in the Arminian notion of freedom, then the soul, before that dictate of his understanding exists, voluntarily and according to its own choice, determines in every case what that dictate of the understanding shall be. Otherwise that dictate as to the will is necessary, and the acts determined by it must also be necessary, so that here is a determination of the mind prior to that dictate of the understanding, an act of choice going before it, choosing and determining what that dictate of the understanding shall be. And this preceding act of choice, being a free act of will, must also be the same with another last dictate of the understanding. And if the mind also be free in that dictate of understanding, that must be determined still by another, and so on forever. Besides, if the dictate of the understanding and determination of the will be the same, this confounds the understanding and will, and makes them the same. Whether they be the same or no, I will not now dispute, but only would observe that if it be so, and the Arminian notion of liberty consists in a self-determining power in the understanding, free of all necessity, being independent, undetermined by anything prior to its own acts and determinations, and the more the understanding is thus independent and sovereign over its own determinations, the more free. Then the freedom of the soul, as a moral agent, must consist in the independence of the understanding on any evidence or appearance of things or anything whatsoever that stands forth to the view of the mind, prior to the understanding's determination. And what a liberty is this, consisting in an ability, freedom, and easiness of judging, either according to evidence or against it, having a sovereign command over itself at all times, to judge, either agreeably or disagreeably, to what is plainly exhibited to its own view? Certainly it is no liberty that renders persons the proper subjects of persuasive reasoning, arguments, expostulations, and such like moral means and inducements, the use of which with mankind is a main argument of the Arminians to defend their notion of liberty without all necessity. For according to this, the more free men are, the less they are under the government of such means, less subject to the power of evidence and reason, and more independent on their influence in their determinations. And whether the understanding and will are the same or no, as Dr. Clarke seems to suppose, yet in order to maintain the Arminian notion of liberty without necessity, the free will is not determined by the understanding, nor necessarily connected with the understanding. And the further from such connection, the greater the freedom. And when the liberty is full and complete, the determinations of the will have no connection at all with the dictates of the understanding. And if so, in vain are all the applications to the understanding in order to induce to any free virtuous act, and so in vain are all instructions, counsels, invitations, expostulations, and all arguments and persuasives whatsoever, for these are but applications to the understanding, and a clear and lively exhibition of the objects of choice to the mind's view. But if, after all, the will must be self-determined and independent on the understanding, to what purpose are things thus represented to the understanding in order to determine the choice? End of Part II, Section 9. Part II, Section 10 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volition necessarily connected with the influence of motives, with particular observations on the great inconsistence of Mr. Chubb's assertions and reasonings about the freedom of the will. That every act of the will has some cause, and consequently, by what has been already proved, has a necessary connection with its cause, and so is necessary by a necessity of connection and consequence, is evident by this, that every act of the will whatsoever is excited by some motive, which is manifest, because if the mind, in willing after the manner it does, is excited by no motive or inducement, then it has no end which it proposes to itself, or pursues in so doing. It aims at nothing and seeks nothing, and if it seeks nothing, then it does not go after anything, or exert any inclination or preference towards anything. Which brings the matter to a contradiction, because for the mind to will something, and for it to go after something by an act of preference and inclination, are the same thing. But if every act of the will is excited by a motive, then that motive is the cause of the act. If the acts of the will are excited by motives, then motives are the causes of their being excited, or, which is the same thing, the cause of their existence. And if so, the existence of the acts of the will is properly the effect of their motives. Motives do nothing as motives or inducements, but by their influence, and so much as is done by their influence is the effect of them. For that is the notion of an effect, something that is brought to pass by the influence of something else. And if volitions are properly the effects of their motives, then they are necessarily connected with their motives. Every effect and event being, as it was proved before, necessarily connected with that which is the proper ground and reason of its existence. Thus it is manifest that volition is necessary, and is not from any self-determining power in the will. The volition which is caused by previous motive and inducement is not caused by the will exercising a sovereign power over itself to determine, cause, and excite volitions in itself. This is not consistent with the will acting in a state of indifference and equilibrium to determine itself to a preference, for the way in which motives operate is by biasing the will and giving it a certain inclination or preponderation one way. Here it may be proper to observe that Mr. Chubb, in his collection of tracts on various subjects, has advanced a scheme of liberty which is greatly divided against itself and thoroughly subversive of itself, and that many ways. 1. He is abundant in asserting that the will in all its acts is influenced by motive and excitement, and that this is the previous ground and reason of all its acts, and that it is never otherwise in any instance. He says, page 262, no action can take place without some motive to excite it. And page 263, volition cannot take place without some previous reason or motive to induce it. And page 310, action would not take place without some reason or motive to induce it, it being absurd to suppose that the active faculty would be exerted without some previous reason to dispose the mind to action. So also page 257, and he speaks of these things as what we may be absolutely certain of, and which are the foundation, the only foundation we have of certainty respecting God's moral perfections. Page 252 to 255, 261 to 264. And yet at the same time, by his scheme, the influence of motives upon us to excite to action and to be actually a ground of volition is consequent on the volition or choice of the mind. For he very greatly insists upon it that in all free actions, before the mind is the subject of those volitions which motives excite, it chooses to be so. It chooses whether it will comply with the motive which presents itself in view or not, and when various motives are presented, it chooses which it will yield to and which it will reject. Page 256. Every man has power to act or to refrain from acting agreeably with or contrary to any motive that presents. Page 257. Every man is at liberty to act or refrain from acting agreeably with or contrary to what each of these motives, considered singly, would excite him to. Man has power, and is as much at liberty to reject the motive that does prevail as he has power, and is at liberty to reject those motives that do not. And so, page 310, 311. In order to constitute a moral agent, it is necessary that he should have power to act or to refrain from acting upon such moral motives as he pleases, and to the like purpose in many other places. According to these things, the will acts first, and chooses or refuses to comply with the motive that is presented before it falls under its prevailing influence, and it is first determined by the mind's pleasure or choice what motives it will be induced by before it is induced by them. Now how may these things come together? How can the mind first act, and by its act of volition and choice determine what motive shall be the ground and reason of its volition and choice? For this supposes the choice is already made before the motive has its effect, and that the volition is already exerted before the motive prevails, so as actually to be the ground of the volition, and make the prevailing of the motive the consequence of the volition, of which yet it is the ground. If the mind has clearly chosen to comply with a motive, and to yield to its excitement, the excitement comes in too late, and is needless afterwards. If the mind has already chosen to yield to a motive which invites to a thing, that implies and in fact is a choosing of the thing invited to, and the very act of choice is before the influence of the motive which induces, and is the ground of the choice. The son is beforehand with the father that begets him. The choice is supposed to be the ground of that influence of the motive, which very influence is supposed to be the ground of the choice. And so, vice versa, the choice is supposed to be the consequence of the influence of the motive, which influence of the motive is the consequence of that very choice. And besides, if the will acts first towards the motive before it falls under its influence, and the prevailing of the motive upon it to induce it to act and choose be the fruit and consequence of its act and choice, then how is the motive a previous ground and reason of the act and choice? So that in the nature of the things, volition cannot take place without some previous reason and motive to induce it, and that this act is consequent upon and follows the motive. Which things Mr. Chubb often asserts as of certain and undoubted truth, so that the very same motive is both previous and consequent, both before and after, both the ground and fruit of the very same thing. 2. Agreeable to the forementioned inconsistent notion of the will first acting towards the motive, choosing whether it will comply with it, in order to it becoming a ground of the will's acting before any act of volition can take place, Mr. Chubb frequently calls motives and excitements to the action of the will the passive ground or reason of that action, which is a remarkable phrase, than which I presume there is none more unintelligible and void of distinct and consistent meaning in all the writings of Duns Scotus or Thomas Aquinas. When he represents the motive volition as passive, he must mean passive in that affair, or passive with respect to that action which he speaks of. Otherwise it is nothing to the design of his argument. He must mean, if that can be called a meaning, that the motive to volition is first acted upon or towards by the volition, choosing to yield to it, making it a ground of action, or determining to fetch its influence from thence, and so to make it a previous ground of its own excitation and existence, which is the same absurdity as if one should say that the soul of man, previous to its existence, chose by what cause it would come into existence, and acted upon its cause to fetch influence thence to bring it into being, and so its cause was a passive ground of its existence. Mr. Chubb very plainly supposes motive or excitement to be the ground of the being of volition. He speaks of it as the ground or reason of the exertion of an act of the will, page 391 and 392, and expressly says that volition cannot take place without some previous ground or motive to induce it, page 363. And he speaks of the act as from the motive and from the influence of the motive, page 352, and from the influence that the motive has on the man for the production of an action, page 317. Certainly there is no need of multiplying words about this. It is easily judged whether motive can be the ground of volition taking place, so that the very production of it is from the influence of the motive, and yet the motive, before it become the ground of the volition, is passive or acted upon the volition. But this I will say, that a man who insists so much on clearness of meaning in others, and is so much in blaming their confusion and inconsistence, ought, if he was able, to have explained his meaning in this phrase of passive ground of action, so as to show it not to be confused and inconsistent. If any should suppose that Mr. Chubb, when he speaks of motive as a passive ground of action, does not mean passive with regard to that volition which it is the ground of, but some other antecedent volition, though his purpose and argument and whole discourse will by no means allow of such a supposition, yet it would not help the matter in the least. For one, if we suppose an act by which the soul chooses to yield to the invitation of a motive to another volition, both these supposed volitions are in effect the very same. A volition to yield to the force of a motive inviting to choose something comes to just the same thing as choosing the thing which the motive invites to, as I observed before. So that here can be no room to help the matter by a distinction of two volitions. 2. If the motive be passive, not with respect to the same volition to which the motive excites, but to one truly distinct and prior, yet by Mr. Chubb that prior volition cannot take place without a motive or excitement, as a previous ground of its existence. For he insists that it is absurd to suppose any volition should take place without some previous motive to induce it. So that at last he comes to just the same absurdity. For if every volition must have a previous motive, then the very first in the whole series must be excited by a previous motive, and yet the motive to that first volition is passive, but cannot be passive with regard to another antecedent volition, because by the supposition it is the very first. Therefore, if it be passive with respect to any volition, it must be so with regard to that very volition of which it is the ground, and that is excited by it. 3. Though Mr. Chubb asserts as above that every volition has some motive, and that in the nature of the thing no volition can take place without some motive to induce it, yet he asserts that volition does not always follow the strongest motive. or in other words, is not governed by any superior strength of the motive that is followed, beyond motives to the contrary, previous to the volition itself. His own words, page 258, are as follow: "Though with regard to physical causes that which is strongest always prevails, yet it is otherwise with regard to moral causes. Of these sometimes the stronger, sometimes the weaker prevails, and the ground of this difference is evident, namely, that what we call moral causes, strictly speaking, are no causes at all, but barely passive reasons of or excitements to the action, or to the refraining from acting, which excitements we have power, or are at liberty, to comply with or reject, as I have showed above." And so throughout the paragraph he, in a variety of phrases, insists that the will is not always determined by the strongest motive, unless by strongest we preposterously mean actually prevailing in the event, which is not in the motive but in the will, but that the will is not always determined by the motive which is strongest by any strength previous to the volition itself. And he elsewhere abundantly asserts that the will is determined by no superior strength or advantage that motives have from any constitution or state of things, or any circumstances whatsoever previous to the actual determination of the will. And indeed his whole discourse on human liberty implies it. His whole scheme is founded upon it. But these things cannot stand together. There is a diversity of strength in motives to choice previous to the choice itself. Mr. Chubb himself supposes that they do previously invite, induce, excite, and dispose the mind to action. This implies that they have something in themselves that is inviting, some tendency to induce and dispose to volition previous to volition itself. And if they have in themselves this nature and tendency, doubtless they have it in certain limited degrees which are capable of diversity, and some have it in greater degrees, others in less. And they that have most of this tendency, considered with all their nature and circumstances previous to volition, are the strongest motives, and those that have least are the weakest motives. Now if volition sometimes does not follow the motive which is strongest, or has most previous tendency or advantage, all things considered, to induce or excite it, but follows the weakest, or that which, as it stands previously in the mind's view, has least tendency to induce it, herein the will apparently acts wholly without motive, without any previous reason to dispose the mind to it, contrary to what the same author supposes. The act wherein the will must proceed without a previous motive to induce it is the act of preferring the weakest motive. For how absurd is it to say the mind sees previous reason in the motive to prefer that motive before the other, and at the same time to suppose that there is nothing in the motive, in its nature, state, or any circumstance of it whatsoever, as it stands in the previous view of the mind, that gives it any preference. But on the contrary, the other motive that stands in competition with it in all these respects has most belonging to it that is inviting and moving, and has most of a tendency to choice and preference. This is certainly as much as to say there is previous ground and reason in the motive for the act of preference, and yet no previous reason for it. By the supposition as to all that is in the two rival motives which tends to preference previous to the act of preference, it is not in that which is preferred, but wholly in the other. And yet Mr. Chubb supposes that the act of preference is from previous ground and reason in the motive which is preferred. But are these things consistent? Can there be previous ground in a thing for an event that takes place, and yet no previous tendency in it to that event? If one thing follows another without any previous tendency to its following, then I should think it very plain that it follows it without any manner of previous reason why it should follow. Yea, in this case, Mr. Chubb supposes that the event follows an antecedent as the ground of its existence, which has not only no tendency to it, but a contrary tendency. The event is the preference which the mind gives to that motive which is weaker, as it stands in the previous view of the mind. The immediate antecedent is the view the mind has of the two rival motives conjunctly, in which previous view of the mind all the preferableness or previous tendency to preference is supposed to be on the other side, or in the contrary motive, and all the unworthiness of preference, and so previous tendency to comparative neglect or undervaluing, is on that side which is preferred. And yet in this view of the mind is supposed to be the previous ground or reason of this act of preference, exciting it and disposing the mind to it. Which I leave the reader to judge whether it be absurd or not. If it be not, then it is not absurd to say that the previous tendency of an antecedent to a consequent is the ground and reason why that consequent does not follow, and the want of a previous tendency to an event, yea, a tendency to the contrary, is the true ground and reason why that event does follow. An act of choice or preference is a comparative act, wherein the mind acts with reference to two or more things that are compared and stand in competition in the mind's view. If the mind, in this comparative act, prefers that which appears inferior in the comparison, then the mind herein acts absolutely without motive or inducement or any temptation whatsoever. Then if a hungry man has the offer of two sorts of food, to both which he finds an appetite, but has a stronger appetite to one than the other, and there be no circumstances or excitements whatsoever in the case to induce him to take either the one or the other, but merely his appetite, if in the choice he makes between them he chooses that which he has least appetite to, and refuses that to which he has the strongest appetite, this is a choice made absolutely without previous motive, excitement, reason, or temptation, as much as if he were perfectly without all appetite to either, because his volition in this case is a comparative act, following a comparative view of the food which he chooses, in which view his preference has absolutely no previous ground, yea, is against all previous ground and motive. And if there be any principle in man from whence an act of choice may arise after this manner, from the same principle volition may arise wholly without motive on either side. If the mind in its volition can go beyond motive, then it can go without motive, for when it is beyond the motive, it is out of the reach of the motive, out of the limits of its influence, and so without motive. If so, this demonstrates the independence of volition on motive, and no reason can be given for what Mr. Chubb so often asserts, even that in the nature of things volition cannot take place without a motive to induce it. If the Most High should endow a balance with agency or activity of nature in such a manner that when unequal weights are put into the scales, its agency could enable it to cause that scale to descend which has the least weight, and so to raise the greater weight, this would clearly demonstrate that the motion of the balance does not depend on weights in the scales, at least as much as if the balance should move itself when there is no weight in either scale. And the activity of the balance, which is sufficient to move itself against the greater weight, must certainly be more than sufficient to move it when there is no weight at all. Mr. Chubb supposes that the will cannot stir at all without some motive, and also supposes that if there be a motive to one thing and none to the contrary, volition will infallibly follow that motive. This is virtually to suppose an entire dependence of the will on motives. If it were not wholly dependent on them, it could surely help itself a little without them, or help itself a little against a motive without help from the strength and weight of a contrary motive. And yet his supposing that the will, when it has before it various opposite motives, can use them as it pleases, and choose its own influence from them, and neglect the strongest and follow the weakest, supposes it to be wholly independent on motives. It further appears on Mr. Chubb's hypothesis that volition must be without any previous ground in any motive. Thus, if it be, as he supposes, that the will is not determined by any previous superior strength of the motive, but determines and chooses its own motive, then when the rival motives are exactly equal in all respects, it may follow either, and may in such a case sometimes follow one, sometimes the other. And if so, this diversity which appears between the acts of the will is plainly without previous ground in either of the motives, for all that is previously in the motives is supposed precisely and perfectly the same, without any diversity whatsoever. Now perfect identity as to all that is previous in the antecedent cannot be the ground and reason of diversity in the consequent. Perfect identity in the ground cannot be a reason why it is not followed with the same consequence, and therefore the source of this diversity of consequence must be sought for elsewhere. And lastly, it may be observed that however much Mr. Chubb insists that no volition can take place without some motive to induce it, which previously disposes the mind to it, yet as he also insists that the mind, without reference to any superior strength of motives, picks and chooses for its motive to follow, he himself herein plainly supposes that, with regard to the mind's preference of one motive before another, it is not the motive that disposes the will, but the will disposes itself to follow the motive. For Mr. Chubb supposes necessity to be utterly inconsistent with agency, and that to suppose a being to be an agent in that which is necessary is a plain contradiction, page 311. And throughout his discourses on the subject of liberty, he supposes that necessity cannot consist with agency or freedom, and that to suppose otherwise is to make liberty and necessity, action and passion, the same thing. And so he seems to suppose that there is no action, strictly speaking, but volition, and that as to the effects of volition in body or mind, in themselves considered being necessary, they are said to be free only as they are the effects of an act that is not necessary. And yet, according to him, volition itself is the effect of volition, yea, every act of free volition, and therefore every act of free volition must, by what has now been observed from him, be necessary. That every act of free volition is itself the effect of volition is abundantly supposed by him. In page 341 he says, "If a man is such a creature as I have proved him to be, that is, if he has in him a power of liberty, of doing either good or evil, and either of these is the subject of his own free choice, so that he might, if he had pleased, have chosen and done the contrary." Here he supposes all that is good or evil in man is the effect of his choice, and so that his good or evil choice itself is the effect of his pleasure or choice in these words, "He might, if he had pleased, have chosen the contrary." So in page 356, "Though it be highly reasonable that a man should always choose the greater good, yet he may, if he please, choose otherwise," which is the same thing as if he said he may, if he chooses, choose otherwise. And then he goes on, that is, he may, if he pleases, choose what is good for himself, etc. And again in the same page, "The will is not confined by the understanding, nor any particular sort of good, whether greater or less, but it is at liberty to choose what kind of good it pleases." If there be any meaning in the last words, it must be this, that the will is at liberty to choose what kind of good it chooses to choose, supposing the act of choice itself determined by an antecedent choice. The liberty Mr. Chubb speaks of is not only a man's power to move his body, agreeable to an antecedent act of choice, but to use or exert the faculties of his soul. Thus, page 379, speaking of the faculties of the mind, he says, "Man has power, and is at liberty to neglect these faculties, to use them aright, or to abuse them as he pleases." And that he supposes an act of choice or exercise of pleasure, properly distinct from, and antecedent to, those acts thus chosen, directing, commanding, and producing the chosen acts, and even the acts of choice themselves, is very plain in page 283. He can command his actions, and herein consists his liberty. He can give or deny himself that pleasure as he pleases. And page 377, "If the actions of men are not the produce of a free choice or election, but spring from a necessity of nature, he cannot in reason be the object of reward or punishment on their account. Whereas if action in man, whether good or evil, is the produce of will or free choice, so that a man in either case had it in his power, and was at liberty to have chosen the contrary, he is the proper object of reward or punishment, according as he chooses to behave himself." Here in these last words he speaks of liberty of choosing, according as he chooses, so that the behaviour which he speaks of as subject to his choice is his choosing itself, as well as his external conduct consequent upon it. And therefore it is evident he means not only external actions, but the acts of choice themselves, when he speaks of all free actions as the produce of free choice. And this is abundantly evident in what he says elsewhere, page 372, 373. Now these things imply a twofold great inconsistence. One, to suppose, as Mr. Chubb plainly does, that every free act of choice is commanded by and is the produce of free choice, is to suppose the first free act of choice belonging to the case, yea, the first free act of choice that ever man exerted, to be the produce of an antecedent act of choice. But I hope I need not labour at all to convince my readers that it is an absurdity to say the very first act is the produce of another act that went before it. 2. If it were both possible and real, as Mr. Chubb insists, that every free act of choice were the produce or the effect of a free act of choice, yet even then, according to his principles, no one act of choice would be free, but every one necessary, because every act of choice being the effect of a foregoing act, every act would be necessarily connected with that foregoing cause. For Mr. Chubb himself says, page 389, when the self-moving power is exerted, it becomes the necessary cause of its effects, so that his notion of a free act that is rewardable or punishable is a heap of contradictions. It is a free act, and yet, by his own notion of freedom, is necessary, and therefore by him it is a contradiction to suppose it to be free. According to him, every free act is the produce of a free act, so that there must be an infinite number of free acts in succession without any beginning in an agent that has a beginning. And therefore here is an infinite number of free acts, every one of them free, and yet not any one of them free, but every act in the whole infinite chain a necessary effect. All the acts are rewardable or punishable, and yet the agent cannot in reason be the object of reward or punishment on account of any one of these actions. He is active in them all and passive in none, yet active in none, but passive in all, etc. 5. Mr. Chubb most strenuously denies that motives are causes of the acts of the will, or that the moving principle in man is moved or caused to be exerted by motives. His words, page 388 and 389, are, if the moving principle in man is moved or caused to be exerted by something external to man, which all motives are, then it would not be a self-moving principle, seeing it would be moved by a principle external to itself, and to say that a self-moving principle is moved or caused to be exerted by a cause external to itself is absurd and a contradiction, etc. And in the next page it is particularly and largely insisted that motives are causes in no case, that they are merely passive in the production of action, and have no causality in the production of it, no causality to be the cause of the exertion of the will. Now I desire it may be considered how this can possibly consist with what he says in other places. Let it be noted here. 1. Mr. Chubb abundantly speaks of motives as excitements of the acts of the will, and says that motives do excite volition and induce it, and that they are necessary to this end, that in the reason and nature of things volition cannot take place without motives to excite it. But now if motives excite the will, they move it. And yet he says it is absurd to say the will is moved by motives. And again, if language is of any significancy at all, if motives excite volition, then they are the cause of its being excited. And to cause volition to be excited is to cause it to be put forth or exerted. Yea, Mr. Chubb says himself, page 317, motive is necessary to the exertion of the active faculty. To excite is positively to do something, and certainly that which does something is the cause of the thing done by it. To create is to cause to be created, to make is to cause to be made, to kill is to cause to be killed, to quicken is to cause to be quickened, and to excite is to cause to be excited. To excite is to be a cause in the most proper sense, not merely a negative occasion, but a ground of existence by positive influence. The notion of exciting is exerting influence to cause the effect to arise or come forth into existence. 2. Mr. Chubb himself, page 317, speaks of motives as the ground and reason of action by influence and by prevailing influence. Now what can be meant by a cause but something that is the ground and reason of a thing by its influence, an influence that is prevalent and effectual? 3. This author not only speaks of motives as the ground and reason of action by prevailing influence, but expressly of their influence as prevailing for the production of an action. Page 317. Which makes the inconsistency still more palpable and notorious. The production of an effect is certainly the causing of an effect, and productive influence is causal influence, if anything is, and that which has this influence prevalently, so is thereby to become the ground of another thing, is a cause of that thing, if there be any such thing as a cause. This influence, Mr. Chubb says, motives have to produce an action, and yet he says it is absurd and a contradiction to say they are causes. 4. In the same page, he once and again speaks of motives as disposing the agent to action by their influence. His words are these: as motive, which takes place in the understanding, and is the product of intelligence, is necessary to action, that is, to the exertion of the active faculty, because that faculty would not be exerted without some previous reason to dispose the mind to action. So from hence it plainly appears that when a man is said to be disposed to one action rather than another, this properly signifies the prevailing influence that one motive has upon a man for the production of an action, or for the being at rest before all other motives for the production of the contrary. For as motive is the ground and reason of any action, so the motive that prevails disposes the agent to the performance of that action. Now if motives dispose the mind to action, then they cause the mind to be disposed, and to cause the mind to be disposed is to cause it to be willing, and to cause it to be willing is to cause it to will, and that is the same thing as to be the cause of an act of the will. And yet this same Mr. Chubb holds it to be absurd to suppose motive to be a cause of the act of the will. And if we compare these things together, we have here again a whole heap of inconsistencies. Motives are the previous ground and reason of the acts of the will, yea, the necessary ground and reason of their exertion, without which they will not be exerted, and cannot in the nature of things take place. And they do excite these acts of the will, and do this by a prevailing influence, yea, an influence which prevails for the production of the act of the will, and for the disposing of the mind to it. And yet it is absurd to suppose motive to be a cause of an act of the will, or that a principle of will is moved or caused to be exerted by it, or that it has any causality in the production of it, or any causality to be the cause of the exertion of the will. A due consideration of these things which Mr. Chubb has advanced, the strange inconsistencies which his notion of liberty, consisting in the will's power of self-determination void of all necessity, united with that dictate of common sense that there can be no volition without a motive, drove him into, may be sufficient to convince us that it is utterly impossible ever to make that notion of liberty consistent with the influence of motives in volition. And as it is in a manner self-evident that there can be no act of will or preference of the mind without some motive or inducement, something in the mind's view which it aims at and goes after, so it is most manifest that there is no such liberty in the universe as Arminians insist on, nor any such thing possible or conceivable. End of Part 2, Section 10. Part 2, Section 11 of the Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The evidence of God's certain foreknowledge of the volitions of moral agents. That the acts of the wills of moral agents are not contingent events in such a sense as to be without all necessity appears by God's certain foreknowledge of such events. In handling this argument, I would in the first place prove that God has a certain foreknowledge of the voluntary acts of moral agents, and secondly show the consequence, or how it follows from hence, that the volitions of moral agents are not contingent so as to be without necessity of connection and consequence. First, I am to prove that God has an absolute and certain foreknowledge of the free actions of moral agents. One would think it wholly needless to enter on such an argument with any that profess themselves Christians. But so it is. God's certain foreknowledge of the free acts of moral agents is denied by some that pretend to believe the Scriptures to be the Word of God, and especially of late. I therefore shall consider the evidence of such a prescience in the Most High as fully as the designed limits of this essay will admit, supposing myself herein to have to do with such as own the truth of the Bible. Argument 1. My first argument shall be taken from God's prediction of such events. Here I would, in the first place, lay down these two things as axioms. 1. If God does not foreknow, he cannot foretell such events. That is, he cannot peremptorily and certainly foretell them. If God has no more than an uncertain guess concerning events of this kind, then he can declare no more than an uncertain guess. Positively to foretell is to profess to foreknow, or declare positive foreknowledge. 2. If God does not certainly foreknow the future volitions of moral agents, then neither can he certainly foreknow those events which are dependent on these volitions. The existence of the one depending on the existence of the other, the knowledge of the existence of the one depends on the knowledge of the existence of the other, and the one cannot be more certain than the other. Therefore, how many, how great, and how extensive soever the consequences of the volitions of moral agents may be, though they should extend to an alteration of the state of things through the universe, and should be continued in a series of successive events to all eternity, and should in the progress of things branch forth into an infinite number of series, each of them going on in an endless chain of events, God must be as ignorant of all these consequences as he is of the volition whence they first take their rise, and the whole state of things depending on them, how important, extensive, and vast soever must be hid from him. These positions being such as I suppose none will deny, I now proceed to observe the following things. 1. Men's moral conduct and qualities, their virtues and vices, their wickedness and good practice, things rewardable and punishable, have often been foretold by God. Pharaoh's moral conduct in refusing to obey God's command, in letting his people go, was foretold. God says to Moses, Exodus 3:19, I am sure that the king of Egypt will not let you go. Here God professes not only to guess at, but to know Pharaoh's future disobedience. In chapter 7:4, God says, But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay mine hand upon Egypt, etc. And chapter 9:30, Moses says to Pharaoh, As for thee and thy servants, I know that ye will not fear the Lord. See also chapter 11:9, the moral conduct of Josiah by name in his zealously exerting himself to oppose idolatry in particular acts was foretold above 300 years before he was born, and the prophecy, sealed by a miracle and renewed and confirmed by the words of a second prophet, as what surely would not fail. 1 Kings 13:1-6, 32. This prophecy was also in effect a prediction of the moral conduct of the people in upholding their schismatical and idolatrous worship until that time, and the idolatry of those priests of the high places which it is foretold Josiah should offer upon that altar of Bethel. Micaiah foretold the foolish and sinful conduct of Ahab in refusing to hearken to the word of the Lord by him, and choosing rather to hearken to the false prophets in going to Ramoth Gilead to his ruin. 1 Kings 21:22-22. The moral conduct of Hazael was foretold in that cruelty he should be guilty of, on which Hazael says, What is thy servant a dog that he should do this thing? The prophet speaks of the event as what he knew and not what he conjectured. 2 Kings 8:12. I know the evil that thou wilt do unto the children of Israel. Thou wilt dash their children and rip up their women with child. The moral conduct of Cyrus is foretold long before he had a being, in his mercy to God's people and regard to the true God, in turning the captivity of the Jews and promoting the building of the temple. Isaiah 44:28 and 65:13. Compare 2 Chronicles 36:22-23 and Ezra 1:1-4. How many instances of the moral conduct of the kings of the north and south, particular instances of the wicked behavior of the kings of Syria and Egypt, are foretold in the 11th chapter of Daniel. Their corruption, violence, robbery, treachery, and lies, and particularly how much is foretold of the horrid wickedness of Antiochus Epiphanes, called there a vile person instead of Epiphanes or illustrious. In that chapter, and also in chapter 8, verse 9, 14, 23 to the end, are foretold his flattery, deceit, and lies, his having his heart set to do mischief and set against the holy covenant, his destroying and treading under foot the holy people in a marvelous manner, his having indignation against the holy covenant, setting his heart against it and conspiring against it, his polluting the sanctuary of strength, treading it under foot, taking away the daily sacrifice and placing the abomination that maketh desolate, his great pride, magnifying himself against God and uttering marvelous blasphemies against him, until God in indignation should destroy him. With all the moral conduct of the Jews on occasion of his persecution is predicted. It is foretold that he should corrupt many by flatteries, chapter 11, 32-34, but that others should behave with a glorious constancy and fortitude in opposition to him, verse 32, and that some good men should fall and repent, verse 35. Christ foretold Peter's sin in denying his Lord with its circumstances in a peremptory manner, and so that great sin of Judas in betraying his master and its dreadful and eternal punishment in hell was foretold in the like positive manner, Matthew 26:21-25, and parallel places in the other evangelists. Too many events have been foretold by God which are dependent on the moral conduct of particular persons, and were accomplished either by their virtuous or vicious actions. Thus the children of Israel's going down into Egypt to dwell there was foretold to Abraham, Genesis 15, which was brought about by the wickedness of Joseph's brethren in selling him, and the wickedness of Joseph's mistress, and his own signal virtue in resisting her temptation. The accomplishment of the thing prefigured in Joseph's dream depended on the same moral conduct. Jotham's parable and prophecy, Judges 9:15-20, was accomplished by the wicked conduct of Abimelech and the men of Shechem. The prophecies against the house of Eli, 1 Samuel chapters 2 and 3, were accomplished by the wickedness of Doeg the Edomite in accusing the priests, and the great impiety and extreme cruelty of Saul in destroying the priests at Nob, 1 Samuel 22. Nathan's prophecy against David, 2 Samuel 12:11-12, was fulfilled by the horrible wickedness of Absalom in rebelling against his father, seeking his life, and lying with his concubines in the sight of the sun. The prophecy against Solomon, 1 Kings 11:11-13, was fulfilled by Jeroboam's rebellion and usurpation, which are spoken of as his wickedness. 2 Chronicles 13:5-6, compare verse 18. The prophecy against Jeroboam's family, 1 Kings 14, was fulfilled by the conspiracy, treason, and cruel murders of Baasha, 2 Kings 15:27, etc. The predictions of the prophet Jehu against the house of Baasha, 1 Kings 16 at the beginning, were fulfilled by the treason and parricide of Zimri, 1 Kings 16:9-13-20. 3. How often has God foretold the future moral conduct of nations and people, of numbers, bodies, and successions of men, with God's judicial proceedings and many other events consequent and dependent on their virtues and vices, which could not be foreknown if the volitions of men, wherein they acted as moral agents, had not been foreseen. The future cruelty of the Egyptians in oppressing Israel, and God's judging and punishing them for it, was foretold long before it came to pass. Genesis 15:13-14. The continuance of the iniquity of the Amorites, and the increase of it until it should be full, and they ripe for destruction, was foretold above 400 years before. Genesis 15:16, Acts 7:6-7. The prophecies of the destruction of Jerusalem and the land of Judah were absolute. 2 Kings 20:17-19, chapter 22:15 to the end. It was foretold in Hezekiah's time, and was abundantly insisted on in the book of the prophet Isaiah, who wrote nothing after Hezekiah's days. It was foretold in Josiah's time, in the beginning of a great reformation, 2 Kings 22, and it is manifest by innumerable things in the predictions of the prophets relating to this event, its time, its circumstances, its continuance and end, the return from the captivity, the restoration of the temple, city, and land, etc. I say these show plainly that the prophecies of this great event were absolute, and yet this event was connected with, and dependent on, two things in men's moral conduct. First, the injurious rapine and violence of the king of Babylon and his people, as the efficient cause, which God often speaks of as what he highly resented and would severely punish; and secondly, the final obstinacy of the Jews. That great event is often spoken of as suspended on this. Jeremiah 4:1 and 5:1, 7, 1-7, 11, 1-6, 17:24 to the end, 25:1-7, 26:1-8, 13, and 38:17-18. Therefore this destruction and captivity could not be foreknown, unless such a moral conduct of the Chaldeans and Jews had been foreknown, and then it was foretold that the people should be finally obstinate to the utter desolation of the city and land. Isaiah 6:9-11, Jeremiah 1:18-19, 7:27-29, Ezekiel 3:7, and 24:13-14. The final obstinacy of those Jews who were left in the land of Israel in their idolatry and rejection of the true God was foretold by him, and the prediction confirmed with an oath. Jeremiah 44:26-27. And God tells the people, Isaiah 48:3, 4-8, that he had predicted those things which should be consequent on their treachery and obstinacy, because he knew they would be obstinate, and that he had declared these things beforehand for their conviction of his being the only true God, etc. The destruction of Babylon, with many of the circumstances of it, was foretold as the judgment of God for the exceeding pride and haughtiness of the heads of that monarchy, Nebuchadnezzar and his successors, and their wickedly destroying other nations, and particularly for their exalting themselves against the true God and his people before any of these monarchs had a being. Isaiah chapter 13, 14, 47. Compare Habakkuk 2:5 to the end, and Jeremiah chapter 50 and 51. That Babylon's destruction was to be a recompense according to the works of their own hands appears by Jeremiah 25:14. The immorality of which the people of Babylon, and particularly her princes and great men, were guilty, that very night that the city was destroyed, their reveling and drunkenness at Belshazzar's idolatrous feast was foretold. Jeremiah 51:39-57. The return of the Jews from the Babylonish captivity is often very particularly foretold, with many circumstances, and the promises of it are very peremptory. Jeremiah 31:35-40, and 32:6-15, 41-44, and 33:24-26. And the very time of their return was prefixed. Jeremiah 25:11, 12, and 29, 10, 11, 2 Chronicles 36:21, Ezekiel 4:6, and Daniel 9:2. And yet the prophecies represent their return as consequent on their repentance, and their repentance itself is very expressly and particularly foretold. Jeremiah 29:12, 13, 14, 31, 8, 9, 18 to 31, 33, 8, 54, 5, Ezekiel 6, 8, 9, 10, 7, 16, 14, 22, 23, and 20, 43, 44. It was foretold under the Old Testament that the Messiah should suffer greatly through the malice and cruelty of men, as is largely and fully set forth. Psalms 22 applied to Christ in the New Testament, Matthew 27:35-43, Luke 23:34, John 19:24, Hebrews 2:12, and likewise in Psalms 69, which it is also evident by the New Testament is spoken of Christ, John 15:25, 7:5, etc., and 2:17, Romans 15:3, Matthew 27:34-48, Mark 15:23, John 19:29. The same thing is also foretold, Isaiah 53 and 56, and Micah 5, 1. This cruelty of men was their sin and what they acted as moral agents. It was foretold that there should be an union of heathen and Jewish rulers against Christ. Psalms 2:1-2 compared with Acts 4:25-28. It was foretold that the Jews should generally reject and despise the Messiah. Isaiah 49:5-6-7 and 53:1-3. Psalms 22:6-7 and 69:4-8, 19:20. And it was foretold that the body of that nation should be rejected in the Messiah's days from being God's people for their obstinacy in sin. Isaiah 49:4-7 and 8:14-15-16 compared with Romans 10:19 and Isaiah 65 at the beginning compared with Romans 10:20-21. It was foretold that Christ should be rejected by the chief priests and rulers among the Jews. Psalms 118:22 compared with Matthew 21:42, Acts 4:11, 1 Peter 2:4-7. Christ himself foretold his being delivered into the hands of the elders, chief priests and scribes, and his being cruelly treated by them and condemned to death, and that he by them should be delivered to the Gentiles, and that he should be mocked and scourged and crucified. Matthew 16:21 and 20, 17-19, Luke 9:22, John 8:28, and that the people should be concerned in and consenting to his death. Luke 20:13-18, especially the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Luke 13:33-35. He foretold that the disciples should all be offended because of him that night in which he was betrayed and should forsake him. Matthew 26:31, John 16:32. He foretold that he should be rejected of that generation, even the body of the people, and that they should continue obstinate to their ruin. Matthew 12:45, 21, 33-42, and 22:1-7. Luke 13:16, 21, 24, 17, 25, 19, 14, 27, 41-44, 20, 13-18, and 23, 34-39. As it was foretold in both the Old Testament and the New that the Jews should reject the Messiah, so it was foretold that the Gentiles should receive him and so be admitted to the privileges of God's people. In places too many to be now particularly mentioned, it was foretold in the Old Testament that the Jews should envy the Gentiles on this account. Deuteronomy 32:21 compared with Romans 10:19. Christ himself often foretold that the Gentiles would embrace the true religion and become his followers and people. Matthew 8:10, 11, 12, 21, 41-43, and 22:8-10. Luke 13:28, 14, 16-24, and 20:16. John 10:16. He also foretold the Jews' envy of the Gentiles on this occasion. Matthew 20:12-16, Luke 15:26 to the end. He foretold that they should continue in this opposition and envy, and should manifest it in the cruel persecutions of his followers to their utter destruction. Matthew 21:33-42, 22:6 and 23:34-39, Luke 16:49-51. The obstinacy of the Jews is also foretold. Acts 22:18. Christ often foretold the great persecutions his followers should meet with, both from Jews and Gentiles. Matthew 10:16-18, 21, 22, 34-36, and 24:9. Mark 13:9, Luke 10:3, 12, 11:49-53, and 21:12, 16, 17. John 15:18-21, and 16:1-4, 20-22, 23. He foretold the martyrdom of particular persons. Matthew 20:23, John 13:36, and 21, 18, 19, 22. He foretold the great success of the gospel in the city of Samaria as near approaching, which afterwards was fulfilled by the preaching of Philip. John 4:35-38. He foretold the rising of many deceivers after his departure. Matthew 24:4, 5, 11. And the apostasy of many of his professed followers. Matthew 24:10, 12. The persecutions which the Apostle Paul was to meet with in the world were foretold. Acts 9:16, 20, 23, and 21:11. The Apostle says to the Christian Ephesians, Acts 20, 29:30. I know that after my departure shall grievous wolves enter in among you, not sparing the flock. Also of your own selves shall men arise, speaking perverse things, to draw away disciples after them. The apostle says he knew this, but he did not know it, if God did not know the future actions of moral agents. 4. Unless God foreknows the future acts of moral agents, all the prophecies we have in Scripture concerning the great anti-Christian apostasy, the rise, reign, wicked qualities and deeds of the man of sin, and his instruments and adherents, the extent and long continuance of his dominion, his influence on the minds of princes and others, to corrupt them and draw them away to idolatry and other foul vices, his great and cruel persecutions, the behavior of the saints under these great temptations, etc., etc. I say, unless the volitions of moral agents are foreseen, all these prophecies are uttered without knowing the things foretold. The predictions relating to this great apostasy are all of a moral nature, relating to men's virtues and vices, and their exercises, fruits, and consequences, and events depending on them, and are very particular, and most of them often repeated, with many precise characteristics, descriptions, and limitations of qualities, conduct, influence, effects, extent, duration, period, circumstances, final issue, etc., which it would be tedious to mention particularly, and to suppose that all these are predicted by God without any certain knowledge of the future moral behavior of free agents would be to the utmost degree absurd. 5. Unless God foreknows the future acts of men's wills and their behavior as moral agents, all those great things which are foretold both in the Old Testament and the New concerning the erection, establishment, and universal extent of the kingdom of the Messiah were predicted and promised while God was in ignorance whether any of these things would come to pass or no, and did but guess at them. For that kingdom is not of this world. It does not consist in things external, but is within men, and consists in the dominion of virtue in their hearts, in righteousness and peace and joy in the Holy Ghost, and in these things made manifest in practice to the praise and glory of God. The Messiah came to save men from their sins and deliver them from their spiritual enemies, that they might serve him in righteousness and holiness before him. He gave himself for us, that he might redeem us from all iniquity and purify unto himself a peculiar people, zealous of good works. And therefore his success consists in gaining men's hearts to virtue, in their being made God's willing people in the day of his power. His conquest of his enemies consists in his victory over men's corruptions and vices. And such a victory and such a dominion is often expressly foretold, that his kingdom shall fill the earth, that all people, nations, and languages should serve and obey him, and so that all nations should go up to the mountain of the house of the Lord, that he might teach them his ways, and that they might walk in his paths, and that all men should be drawn to Christ, and the earth be full of the knowledge of the Lord, true virtue and religion, as the waters cover the seas, that God's laws should be put into men's inward parts, and written in their hearts, and that God's people should be all righteous, etc., etc. A very great part of the Old Testament prophecies is taken up in such predictions as these, and here I would observe that the prophecies of the universal prevalence of the kingdom of the Messiah and true religion of Jesus Christ are delivered in the most peremptory manner and confirmed by the oath of God. Isaiah 45:22 to the end. Look unto me, and be ye saved, all the ends of the earth. For I am God, and there is none else. I have sworn by myself, the word is gone out of my mouth in righteousness, and shall not return, that unto me every knee shall bow, and every tongue shall swear. Surely shall one say in the Lord, have I righteousness and strength, even to him shall men come, etc. But here this peremptory declaration and great oath of the Most High are delivered with such mighty solemnity respecting things which God did not know, if he did not certainly foresee the volitions of moral agents. And all the predictions of Christ and his apostles to the like purpose must be without knowledge, as those of our Saviour comparing the kingdom of God to a grain of mustard seed, growing exceeding great from a small beginning, and to leaven, hid in 3 measures of meal, until the whole was leavened, etc. And the prophecies in the epistles concerning the restoration of the Jewish nation to the true Church of God, and bringing in the fullness of the Gentiles, and the prophecies and all the revelation concerning the glorious change in the moral state of the world of mankind, attending the destruction of Antichrist, the kingdoms of the world becoming the kingdoms of our Lord and of his Christ. And it has been granted to the church to be arrayed in that fine linen, white and clean, which is the righteousness of saints, etc. Corollary 1. Hence that great promise and oath of God to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, so much celebrated in Scripture, both in the Old Testament and the New, namely, that in their seed all the nations and families of the earth should be blessed, must be made on uncertainties, if God does not certainly foreknow the volitions of moral agents. For the fulfillment of this promise consists in that success of Christ in the work of redemption, and that setting up of his spiritual kingdom over the nations of the world, which has been spoken of. Men are blessed in Christ no otherwise than as they are brought to acknowledge him, trust in him, love and serve him, as is represented and predicted in Psalms 72:11. All kings shall fall down before him, all nations shall serve him. With verse 17, men shall be blessed in him, all nations shall call him blessed. This oath to Jacob and Abraham is fulfilled in subduing men's iniquities, as is implied in that of the prophet Micah, chapter 7, 19-20. Corollary 2. Hence also it appears that the first gospel promise that ever was made to mankind, that great prediction of the salvation of the Messiah and his victory over Satan, made to our first parents, Genesis 3:15, if there be no certain prescience of the volitions of moral agents, must have no better foundation than conjecture. For Christ's victory over Satan consists in men's being saved from sin, and in the victory of virtue and holiness over that vice and wickedness which Satan by his temptations has introduced, and wherein his kingdom consists. 6. If it be so that God has not a prescience of the future actions of moral agents, it will follow that the prophecies of Scripture in general are without foreknowledge. For Scripture prophecies, almost all of them, if not universally, are either predictions of the actings and behavior of moral agents, or of events depending on them, or some way connected with them, judicial dispensations, judgments on men for their wickedness, or rewards of virtue and righteousness, remarkable manifestations of favor to the righteous, or manifestations of sovereign mercy to sinners, forgiving their iniquities and magnifying the riches of divine grace, or dispensations of providence in some respect or other, relating to the conduct of the subjects of God's moral government, wisely adapted thereto, either providing for what should be in a future state of things, through the volitions and voluntary actions of moral agents, or consequent upon them, and regulated and ordered according to them, so that all events that are foretold are either moral events, or others which are connected with and accommodated to them. That the predictions of Scripture in general must be without knowledge, if God does not foresee the volitions of men, will further appear if it be considered that almost all events belonging to the future state of the world of mankind, the changes and revolutions which come to pass in empires, kingdoms, and nations, and all societies, depend in ways innumerable on the acts of men's wills, yea, on an innumerable multitude of millions of volitions. Such is the state and course of things in the world of mankind, that one single event, which appears in itself exceeding inconsiderable, may, in the progress and series of things, occasion a succession of the greatest and most important and extensive events, causing the state of mankind to be vastly different from what it would otherwise have been for all succeeding generations. For instance, the coming into existence of those particular men who have been the great conquerors of the world, which, under God, have had the main hand in all the consequent state of the world in all after ages, such as Nebuchadnezzar, Cyrus, Alexander, Pompey, Julius Caesar, etc., undoubtedly depended on many millions of acts of the will in their parents, and perhaps most of these volitions depended on millions of volitions in their contemporaries of the same generation, and most of these on millions of volitions in preceding generations. As we go back still, the number of volitions which were some way the occasion of the event multiply as the branches of a river, until they come at last, as it were, to an infinite number. This will not seem strange to any one who well considers the matter, if we recollect what philosophers tell us of the innumerable multitudes of those things which are the principia, or stamina vitae, concerned in generation, the animalcula in semine masculo, and the ova in the womb of the female, the impregnation of, or animating of one of these in distinction from all the rest, must depend on things infinitely minute relating to the time and circumstances of the act of the parents, the state of their bodies, etc., which must depend on innumerable foregoing circumstances and occurrences, which must depend infinite ways on foregoing acts of their wills, which are occasioned by innumerable things that happen in the course of their lives, in which their own and their neighbours' behaviour must have a hand in an infinite number of ways. And as the volition of others must be so many ways concerned in the conception and birth of such men, so no less in their preservation and circumstances of life, their particular determinations and actions, on which the great revolutions they were the occasions of depended. As, for instance, when the conspirators in Persia against the Magi were consulting about a succession to the empire, it came into the mind of one of them to propose that he whose horse neighed first when they came together the next morning should be king. Now such a thing coming into his mind might depend on innumerable incidents, wherein the volitions of mankind had been concerned. But in consequence of this accident, Darius, the son of Hystaspes, was king, and if this had not been, probably his successor would not have been the same, and all the circumstances of the Persian Empire might have been far otherwise. Then perhaps Alexander might never have conquered that empire, and then probably the circumstances of the world in all succeeding ages might have been vastly otherwise. I might further instance in many other occurrences, such as those on which depended Alexander's preservation, in the many critical junctures of his life, wherein a small trifle would have turned the scale against him, and the preservation and success of the Roman people in the infancy of their kingdom and commonwealth, and afterwards upon which all the succeeding changes in their state, and the mighty revolutions that afterwards came to pass in the habitable world depended. But these hints may be sufficient for every discerning, considerate person to convince him that the whole state of the world of mankind in all ages, and the very being of every person who has ever lived in it, in every age, since the times of the ancient prophets, has depended on more volitions or acts of the wills of men than there are sands on the seashore. And therefore, unless God does most exactly and perfectly foresee the future acts of men's wills, all the predictions which he ever uttered concerning David, Hezekiah, Josiah, Nebuchadnezzar, Cyrus, Alexander, concerning the four monarchies and the revolutions in them, and concerning all the wars, commotions, victories, prosperity, and calamities of any kingdoms, nations, or communities in the world, have all been without knowledge. So that according to this notion, God not foreseeing the volitions and free actions of men, he could foresee nothing appertaining to the state of the world of mankind in future ages, not so much as the being of one person that should live in it, and could foreknow no events but only such as he would bring to pass himself by the extraordinary interposition of his immediate power, or things which should come to pass in the natural material world by the laws of motion and course of nature, wherein that is independent on the actions or works of mankind. That is, as he might, like a very able mathematician and astronomer, with great exactness calculate the revolutions of the heavenly bodies and the greater wheels of the machine of the external creation. And if we closely consider the matter, there will appear reason to convince us that he could not with any absolute certainty foresee even these. As to the first, namely, things done by the immediate and extraordinary interposition of God's power, these cannot be foreseen, unless it can be foreseen when there shall be occasion for such extraordinary interposition. And that cannot be foreseen unless the state of the moral world can be foreseen. For whenever God thus interposes, it is with regard to the state of the moral world, requiring such divine interposition. Thus God could not certainly foresee the universal deluge, the calling of Abraham, the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, the plagues on Egypt, and Israel's redemption out of it, the expelling of the 7 nations of Canaan, and the bringing Israel into that land, for these all are represented as connected with things belonging to the state of the moral world. Nor can God foreknow the most proper and convenient time of the day of judgment and general conflagration, for that chiefly depends on the course and state of things in the moral world. Nor, secondly, can we on this supposition reasonably think that God can certainly foresee what things shall come to pass in the course of things in the natural and material world, even those which in an ordinary state of things might be calculated by a good astronomer. For the moral world is the end of the natural world, and the course of things in the former is undoubtedly subordinate to God's designs with respect to the latter. Therefore he has seen cause, from regard to the state of things in the moral world, extraordinarily to interpose, to interrupt, and lay an arrest on the course of things in the natural world. And unless he can foresee the volitions of men, and so know something of the future state of the moral world, he cannot know but that he may still have as great occasion to interpose in this manner as ever he had, nor can he foresee how or when he shall have occasion thus to interpose. Corollary 1. It appears from the things observed that unless God foresees the volitions of moral agents, that cannot be true which is observed by the Apostle James, Acts 15:18, known unto God are all his works from the beginning of the world. Corollary 2. It appears that unless God foreknows the volitions of moral agents, all the prophecies of Scripture have no better foundation than mere conjecture, and that, in most instances, a conjecture which must have the utmost uncertainty, depending on an innumerable multitude of volitions which are all, even to God, uncertain events. However, these prophecies are delivered as absolute predictions, and very many of them in the most positive manner, with asseverations, and some of them with the most solemn oaths. Corollary 3. It also follows that if this notion of God's ignorance of future volitions be true, in vain did Christ say, after uttering many great and important predictions depending on men's moral actions, Matthew 24:35, heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. Corollary 4. From the same notion of God's ignorance, it would follow that in vain has he himself often spoken of the predictions of his word as evidences of foreknowledge of that which is his prerogative as God, and his peculiar glory, greatly distinguishing him from all other beings, as in Isaiah 41:22-26, 43:9-10, 44:8, 45:21, 46:10, and 48:14. Argument 2. If God does not foreknow the volitions of moral agents, then he did not foreknow the fall of man, nor of angels, and so could not foreknow the great things which are consequent on these events, such as his sending his Son into the world to die for sinners, and all things pertaining to the great work of redemption, all the things which were done for 4,000 years before Christ came to prepare the way for it, and the incarnation, life, death, resurrection, and ascension of Christ, setting him at the head of the universe as King of heaven and earth, angels and men, and setting up his church and kingdom in this world, and appointing him the judge of the world, and all that Satan should do in the world in opposition to the kingdom of Christ, and the great transactions of the day of judgment, etc. And if God was thus ignorant, the following scriptures and others like them must be without any meaning or contrary to truth. Ephesians 1:4. According as he hath chosen us in him before the foundation of the world, 1 Peter 1:20, who verily was foreordained before the foundation of the world, 2 Timothy 1:9, who has saved us and called us with an holy calling, not according to our works, but according to his own purpose and grace, which was given us in Christ Jesus before the world began. So Ephesians 3:11, speaking of the wisdom of God in the work of redemption, according to the eternal purpose which he proposed in Christ Jesus. Titus 1:2, in hope of eternal life, which God, that cannot lie, promised before the world began. Romans 8:29, whom he did foreknow, them he also did predestinate, etc. 1 Peter 1:2, elect according to the foreknowledge of God the Father. If God did not foreknow the fall of man, nor the redemption by Jesus Christ, nor the volitions of man since the fall, then he did not foreknow the saints in any sense, neither as particular persons, nor as societies or nations, either by election or by mere foresight of their virtue or good works, or any foresight of anything about them relating to their salvation, or any benefit they have by Christ, or any manner of concern of theirs with a Redeemer. Argument 3. On the supposition of God's ignorance of the future volitions of free agents, it will follow that God must in many cases truly repent what he has done, so as properly to wish he had done otherwise, by reason that the event of things in those affairs which are most important, viz., the affairs of his moral kingdom, being uncertain and contingent, often happens quite otherwise than he was before aware of, and there would be reason to understand that in the most literal sense, Genesis 6:6, it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart, and 1 Samuel 15:11, contrary to Numbers 23:19, God is not the Son of Man that he should repent, and 1 Samuel 15:29, also the strength of Israel will not lie nor repent, for he is not a man that he should repent. Yea, from this notion it would follow that God is liable to repent and be grieved at his heart in a literal sense continually, and is always exposed to an infinite number of real disappointments in governing the world, and to manifold, constant, great perplexity and vexation. But this is not very consistent with his title of God over all, blessed for evermore, which represents him as possessed of perfect, constant, and uninterrupted tranquillity and felicity as God over the universe, and in his management of the affairs of the world as supreme and universal ruler. See Romans 1:25, 9:5, 2 Corinthians 11:31, 1 Timothy 6:15. Argument 4. It will also follow from this notion that as God is liable to be continually repenting of what he has done, so he must be exposed to be constantly changing his mind and intentions as to his future conduct, altering his measures, relinquishing his old designs, and forming new schemes and projects. For his purposes, even as to the main parts of his scheme, such as belong to the state of his moral kingdom, must be always liable to be broken through want of foresight, and he must be continually putting his system to rights as he gets out of order through the contingence of the actions of moral agents. He must be a being who, instead of being absolutely immutable, must necessarily be the subject of infinitely the most numerous acts of repentance and changes of intention of any being whatsoever, for this plain reason that his vastly extensive charge comprehends an infinitely greater number of those things which are to him contingent and uncertain. In such a situation he must have little else to do but to mend broken links as well as he can, and be rectifying his disjointed frame and disordered movements in the best manner the case will allow. The supreme Lord of all things must needs be under great and miserable disadvantages in governing the world which he has made, and of which he has the care, through his being utterly unable to find out things of chief importance which hereafter shall befall his system, for which, if he did but know, he might make seasonable provision. In many cases there may be very great necessity that he should make provision, in the manner of his ordering and disposing things, for some great events which are to happen of vast and extensive influence and endless consequence to the universe, which he may see afterwards when it is too late, and may wish in vain that he had known before, that he might have ordered his affairs accordingly. And it is in the power of man, on these principles, by his devices, purposes, and actions, thus to disappoint God, break his measures, make him continually change his mind, subject him to vexation, and bring him into confusion. But how do these things consist with reason, or with the word of God, which represents that all God's works, all that he is ever to do, the whole scheme and series of his operations, are from the beginning perfectly in his view, and declares that whatever devices and designs are in the hearts of men, the counsel of the Lord shall stand, and the thoughts of his heart to all generations. Proverbs 19:21, Psalms 33:10-11. And that which the Lord of hosts hath purposed none shall disannul. Isaiah 14:27. And that he cannot be frustrated in one design or thought. Job 42:2. And that which God doth, it shall be for ever, that nothing can be put to it or taken from it. Ecclesiastes 3:14. The stability and perpetuity of God's counsels are expressly spoken of as connected with his foreknowledge. Isaiah 46:10. Declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times the things that are not yet done, saying, My counsel shall stand, and I will do my pleasure. And how are these things consistent with what the Scripture says of God's immutability, which represents him as without variableness or shadow of turning, and speaks of him most particularly as unchangeable with regard to his purposes? Malachi 3:6. I am the Lord, I change not, therefore ye sons of Jacob are not consumed. Exodus 3:14. I am that I am. Job 23:13-14. He is in one mind, and who can turn him? And what his soul desireth, even that he doth, for he performeth the thing that is appointed for me. Argument 5. If this notion of God's ignorance of future volitions of moral agents be thoroughly considered in its consequences, it will appear to follow from it that God, after he had made the world, was liable to be wholly frustrated of his end in the creation of it, and so has been in like manner liable to be frustrated of his end in all the great work he had wrought. It is manifest the moral world is the end of the natural. The rest of the creation is but a house which God hath built, with furniture for moral agents, and the good or bad state of the moral world depends on the improvement they make of their natural agency, and so depends on their volitions. And therefore, if these cannot be foreseen by God, because they are contingent and subject to no kind of necessity, then the affairs of the moral world are liable to go wrong, to any assignable degree, yea, liable to be utterly ruined, as on this scheme it may well be supposed to be literally said, when mankind, by the abuse of their moral agency, became very corrupt before the flood, that the Lord repented that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. So when he made the universe, he did not know but that he might be so disappointed in it, that it might grieve him at his heart that he had made it. It actually proved that all mankind became sinful, and a very great part of the angels apostatized. And how could God know before that all of them would not? And how could God know but that all mankind, notwithstanding means used to reclaim them, being still left to the freedom of their own will, would continue in their apostasy, and grow worse and worse, as they of the old world before the flood did? According to this scheme, I am endeavouring to confute the fall of neither men nor angels could be foreseen, and God must be greatly disappointed in these events. And so the grand contrivance for our redemption and destroying the works of the devil by the Messiah, and all the great things God has done in the prosecution of these designs, must be only the fruits of his own disappointment, contrivances to mend as well as he could his system, which originally was all very good and perfectly beautiful, but was broken and confounded by the free will of angels and men. And still he must be liable to be totally disappointed a second time. He could not know that he should have his desired success in the incarnation, life, death, resurrection, and exaltation of his only begotten Son, and other great works accomplished to restore the state of things. He could not know, after all, whether there would actually be any tolerable measure of restoration, for this depended on the free will of man. There has been a general great apostasy of almost all the Christian world to that which was worse than heathenism, which continued for many ages. And how could God, without foreseeing men's volitions, know whether ever Christendom would return from this apostasy? And which way would he foretell how soon it would begin? The Apostle says it began to work in his time. And how could it be known how far it would proceed in that age? Yea, how could it be known that the gospel, which was not effectual for the reformation of the Jews, would ever be effectual for the turning of the heathen nations from their heathen apostasy, which they had been confirmed in for so many ages? It is represented often in Scripture that God, who made the world for himself and created it for his pleasure, would infallibly obtain his end in the creation and in all his works, that as all things are of him, so they would all be to him, and that in the final issue of things it would appear that he is the first and the last. Revelations 21:6. And he said unto me, It is done. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. But these things are not consistent with God's liability to be disappointed in all his works, nor indeed with his failing of his end in anything that he has undertaken. End of Part 2, Section 11. Part 2, Section 12 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. God's certain foreknowledge of the future volitions of moral agents, inconsistent with such a contingence of those volitions as is without all necessity. Having proved that God has a certain and infallible prescience of the voluntary acts of moral agents, I come now, in the second place, to show the consequence, how it follows from hence that these events are necessary with the necessity of connection or consequence. The chief Arminian divines, so far as I have had opportunity to observe, deny this consequence, and affirm that if such foreknowledge be allowed, it is no evidence of any necessity of the event foreknown. Now I desire that this matter may be particularly and thoroughly inquired into. I cannot but think that on particular and full consideration it may be perfectly determined whether it be indeed so or not. In order to a proper consideration of this matter, I would observe the following things. 1. It is very evident that with regard to a thing whose existence is infallibly and indissolubly connected with something which already hath or has had existence, the existence of that thing is necessary. Here may be noted the following particulars. 1. I observed before, in explaining the nature of necessity, that in things which are past, their past existence is now necessary. Having already made sure of existence, it is too late for any possibility of alteration in that respect. It is now impossible that it should be otherwise than true that the thing has existed. 2. If there be any such thing as a divine foreknowledge of the volitions of free agents, that foreknowledge, by the supposition, is a thing which already has, and long ago had, existence, and so now its existence is necessary. It is now utterly impossible to be otherwise than that this foreknowledge should be or should have been. 3. It is also very manifest that those things which are indissolubly connected with other things that are necessary are themselves necessary, as that proposition whose truth is necessarily connected with another proposition which is necessarily true is itself necessarily true. To say otherwise would be a contradiction. It would be in effect to say that the connection was indissoluble, and yet was not so, but might be broken. If that, the existence of which is indissolubly connected with something whose existence is now necessary, is itself not necessary, then it may possibly not exist, notwithstanding that indissoluble connection of its existence. Whether the absurdity be not glaring, let the reader judge. 4. It is no less evident than if there be a full, certain, and infallible foreknowledge of the future existence of the volitions of moral agents, then there is a certain, infallible, and indissoluble connection between those events and that foreknowledge, and that therefore by the preceding observations those events are necessary events, being infallibly and indissolubly connected with that whose existence already is, and so is now necessary and cannot but have been. To say the foreknowledge is certain and infallible, and yet the connection of the event with that foreknowledge is dissoluble and fallible, is very absurd. To affirm it would be the same thing as to affirm that there is no necessary connection between a proposition being infallibly known to be true and its being true indeed. So that it is perfectly demonstrable that if there be any infallible knowledge of future volitions, the event is necessary, or in other words, that it is impossible but the event should come to pass. For if it be not impossible but that it may be otherwise, then it is not impossible but that the proposition which affirms its future coming to pass may not now be true. There is this absurdity in it, that it is not impossible, but that there now should be no truth in that proposition which is now infallibly known to be true. 2. That no future event can be certainly foreknown, whose existence is contingent, and without all necessity, may be proved thus. It is impossible for a thing to be certainly known to any intellect without evidence. To suppose otherwise implies a contradiction, because for a thing to be certainly known to any understanding is for it to be evident to that understanding, and for a thing to be evident to any understanding is the same thing as for that understanding to see evidence of it. But no understanding, created or uncreated, can see evidence where there is none, for that is the same thing as to see that to be which is not. And therefore, if there be any truth which is absolutely without evidence, that truth is absolutely unknowable, insomuch that it implies a contradiction to suppose that it is known. But if there be any future event whose existence is contingent, without all necessity, the future existence of the event is absolutely without evidence. If there be any evidence of it, it must be one of these two sorts, either self-evidence or proof. An evident thing must be either evident in itself or evident in something else, that is, evident by connection with something else. But a future thing whose existence is without all necessity can have neither of these sorts of evidence. It cannot be self-evident, for if it be, it may be now known by what is now to be seen in the thing itself, its present existence, or the necessity of its nature. But both these are contrary to the supposition. It is supposed both that the thing has no present existence to be seen, and also that it is not of such a nature as to be necessarily existent for the future, so that its future existence is not self-evident. And secondly, neither is there any proof or evidence in anything else, or evidence of connection with something else that is evident, for this is also contrary to the supposition. It is supposed that there is now nothing existent with which the future existence of the contingent event is connected, for such a connection destroys its contingent and supposes necessity. Thus it is demonstrated that there is in the nature of things absolutely no evidence at all of the future existence of that event which is contingent without all necessity, if any such event there be, neither self-evidence nor proof. And therefore the thing in reality is not evident, and so cannot be seen to be evident, or, which is the same thing, cannot be known. Let us consider this in an example. Suppose that 5,760 years ago there was no other being but the divine being, and then this world, or some particular body or spirit, all at once starts out of nothing into being, and takes on itself a particular nature and form, all in absolute contingence, without any concern of God or any other cause in the matter, without any manner of ground or reason of its existence, or any dependence upon or connection at all with anything foregoing. I say that if this be supposed, there was no evidence of that event beforehand, there was no evidence of it to be seen in the thing itself, for the thing itself as yet was not, and there was no evidence of it to be seen in anything else, for evidence in something else is connection with something else. But such connection is contrary to the supposition. There was no evidence before that this thing would happen, for by the supposition there was no reason why it should happen, rather than something else, or rather than nothing. And if so, then all things before were exactly equal, and the same with respect to that and other possible things. There was no preponderation, no superior weight or value, and therefore nothing that could be of weight or value to determine any understanding. The thing was absolutely without evidence and absolutely unknowable. An increase of understanding, or of the capacity of discerning, has no tendency and makes no advance towards discerning any signs or evidences of it, let it be increased never so much, yea, if it be increased infinitely. The increase of the strength of sight may have a tendency to enable to discern the evidence which is far off and very much hid and deeply involved in clouds and darkness, but it has no tendency to enable to discern evidence where there is none. If the sight be infinitely strong and the capacity of discerning infinitely great, it will enable to see all that there is, and to see it perfectly and with ease. Yet it has no tendency at all to enable a being to discern that evidence which is not, but on the contrary, it has a tendency to enable to discern with great certainty that there is none. 3. To suppose the future volitions of moral agents not to be necessary events, or, which is the same thing, events which it is not impossible, but that they may not come to pass, and yet to suppose that God certainly foreknows them, and knows all things, is to suppose God's knowledge to be inconsistent with itself. For to say that God certainly and without all conjecture knows that a thing will infallibly be, which at the same time he knows to be so contingent that it may possibly not be, is to suppose his knowledge inconsistent with itself, or that one thing he knows is utterly inconsistent with another thing he knows. It is the same as to say he now knows a proposition to be of certain infallible truth, which he knows to be of contingent uncertain truth. If a future volition is so without all necessity that nothing hinders but it may not be, then the proposition which asserts its future existence is so uncertain that nothing hinders but that the truth of it may entirely fail. And if God knows all things, he knows this proposition to be thus uncertain, and that is inconsistent with his knowing that it is infallibly true, and so inconsistent with his infallibly knowing that it is true. If the thing be indeed contingent, God views it so, and judges it to be contingent if he views things as they are. If the event be not necessary, then it is possible it may never be, and if it be possible it may never be, God knows it may possibly never be, and that is to know that the proposition which affirms its existence may possibly not be true, and that is to know that the truth of it is uncertain, which surely is inconsistent with his knowing it as a certain truth. If volitions are in themselves contingent events without all necessity, then it is no argument of perfection of knowledge in any being to determine peremptorily that they will be, but on the contrary an argument of ignorance and mistake, because it would argue that he supposes that proposition to be certain, which in its own nature, and all things considered, is uncertain and contingent. To say in such a case that God may have ways of knowing contingent events which we cannot conceive of is ridiculous, as much so as to say that God may know contradictions to be true for aught we know, or that he may know a thing to be certain and at the same time know it not to be certain, though we cannot conceive how, because he has ways of knowing which we cannot comprehend. Corollary 1. From what has been observed, it is evident that the absolute decrees of God are no more inconsistent with human liberty on account of any necessity of the event which follows from such decrees than the absolute foreknowledge of God, because the connection between the event and certain foreknowledge is as infallible and indissoluble as between the event and an absolute decree. That is, it is no more impossible that the event and decree should not agree together than that the event and absolute knowledge should disagree. The connection between the event and foreknowledge is absolutely perfect by the supposition, because it is supposed that the certainty and infallibility of the knowledge is absolutely perfect, and it being so, the certainty cannot be increased, and therefore the connection between the knowledge and thing known cannot be increased, so that if a decree be added to the foreknowledge, it does not at all increase the connection or make it more infallible and indissoluble. If it were not so, the certainty of knowledge might be increased by the addition of a decree, which is contrary to the supposition, which is that the knowledge is absolutely perfect, or perfect to the highest possible degree. There is as much impossibility but that the things which are infallibly foreknown should be, or which is the same thing, as great a necessity of their future existence as if the event were already written down and was known and read by all mankind through all preceding ages, and there was the most indissoluble and perfect connection possible between the writing and the thing written. In such a case it would be as impossible the event should fail of existence as if it had existed already, and a decree cannot make an event surer or more necessary than this. And therefore, if there be any such foreknowledge, as it has been proved there is, then necessity of connection and consequence is not at all inconsistent with any liberty which man or any other creature enjoys. And from hence it may be inferred that absolute decrees, which do not at all increase the necessity, are not inconsistent with the liberty which man enjoys, on any such account as that they make the event decreed necessary, and render it utterly impossible but that it should come to pass. Therefore, if absolute decrees are inconsistent with man's liberty as a moral agent, or his liberty in a state of probation, or any liberty whatsoever that he enjoys, it is not on account of any necessity which absolute decrees infer. Dr. Whitby supposes there is a great difference between God's foreknowledge and his decrees with regard to necessity of future events. In his discourse on the 5 points, page 474, etc., he says, God's prescience has no influence at all on our actions. Should God, says he, by immediate revelation, give me the knowledge of the event of any man's state or actions, would my knowledge of them have any influence upon his actions? Surely none at all. Our knowledge doth not affect the things we know, to make them more certain or more future than they would be without it. Now foreknowledge in God is knowledge. As therefore knowledge has no influence on things that are, so neither has foreknowledge on things that shall be. And consequently the foreknowledge of any action that would be otherwise free cannot alter or diminish that freedom. Whereas God's decree of election is powerful and active, and comprehends the preparation and exhibition of such means as shall unfrustrably produce the end, hence God's prescience renders no actions necessary. And to this purpose, page 473, he cites Origen, where he says God's prescience is not the cause of things future, but their being future is the cause of God's prescience that they will be. And Leblanc, where he says this is the truest resolution of this difficulty, that prescience is not the cause that things are future, but their being future is the cause they are foreseen. In like manner, Dr. Clarke, in his demonstration of the being and attributes of God, pages 95 to 99, and the author of the freedom of will in God and the creature, speaking to the like purpose with Dr. Whitby, represents foreknowledge as having no more influence on things known to make them necessary than after knowledge, or to that purpose. To all which I would say that what is said about knowledge, its not having influence on the thing known to make it necessary, is nothing to the purpose, nor does it in the least affect the foregoing reasoning. Whether prescience be the thing that makes the event necessary or no, it alters not the case. Infallible foreknowledge may prove the necessity of the event foreknown, and yet not be the thing which causes the necessity. If the foreknowledge be absolute, this proves the event known to be necessary, or proves that it is impossible but that the event should be, by some means or other, either by a decree or some other way, if there be any other way, because, as was said before, it is absurd to say that a proposition is known to be certainly and infallibly true, which yet may possibly prove not true. The whole of the seeming force of this evasion lies in this, that inasmuch as certain foreknowledge does not cause an event to be necessary, as a decree does, therefore it does not prove it to be necessary, as a decree does. But there is no force in this arguing, for it is built wholly on this supposition, that nothing can prove or be an evidence of a thing being necessary, but that which has a causal influence to make it so. But this can never be maintained. If certain foreknowledge of the future existence of an event be not the thing which first makes it impossible that it should fail of existence, yet it may, and certainly does, demonstrate that it is impossible it should fail of it, however that impossibility comes. If foreknowledge be not the cause, but the effect of this impossibility, it may prove that there is such an impossibility as much as if it were the cause. It is as strong arguing from the effect to the cause as from the cause to the effect. It is enough that an existence which is infallibly foreknown cannot fail, whether that impossibility arises from the foreknowledge or is prior to it. It is as evident as anything can be that it is impossible a thing which is infallibly known to be true should prove not to be true. Therefore there is a necessity that it should be otherwise, whether the knowledge be the cause of this necessity, or the necessity the cause of the knowledge. All certain knowledge, whether it be foreknowledge, or after knowledge, or concomitant knowledge, proves the thing known now to be necessary, by some means or other, or proves that it is impossible it should now be otherwise than true. I freely allow that foreknowledge does not prove a thing to be necessary any more than after knowledge, but then after knowledge, which is certain and infallible, proves that it is now become impossible but that the proposition known should be true. Certain after knowledge proves that it is now, by some means or other, become impossible, but that the proposition which predicates past existence on the event should be true. And so does certain foreknowledge prove that now, in the time of the knowledge, it is by some means or other become impossible, but that the proposition which predicates future existence on the event should be true. The necessity of the truth of the propositions, consisting in the present impossibility of the non-existence of the event affirmed in both cases, is the immediate ground of the certainty of the knowledge. There can be no certainty of knowledge without it. There must be a certainty in things themselves before they are certainly known, or, which is the same thing, known to be certain. For certainty of knowledge is nothing else but knowing or discerning the certainty there is in the things themselves which are known. Therefore there must be a certainty in things to be a ground of certainty of knowledge, and to render things capable of being known to be certain. And there is nothing but the necessity of truth known, or its being impossible, but that it should be true, or in other words, the firm and infallible connection between the subject and predicate of the proposition that contains that truth. All certainty of knowledge consists in the view of the firmness of that connection. So God's certain foreknowledge of the future existence of any event is his view of the firm and indissoluble connection of the subject and predicate of the proposition that affirms its future existence. The subject is that possible event, the predicate is its future existence. But if future existence be firmly and indissolubly connected with that event, then the future existence of that event is necessary. If God certainly knows the future existence of an event which is wholly contingent, and may possibly never be, then he sees a firm connection between a subject and predicate that are not firmly connected, which is a contradiction. I allow what Dr. Whitby says to be true, that mere knowledge does not affect the thing known to make it more certain or more future, but yet I say it supposes and proves the thing to be already both future and certain, that is, necessarily future. Knowledge of futurity supposes futurity, and a certain knowledge of futurity supposes certain futurity antecedent to that certain knowledge. But there is no other certain futurity of a thing antecedent to certainty of knowledge than a prior impossibility but that the thing should prove true, or, which is the same thing, the necessity of the event. I would observe one thing further, that if it be as those forementioned writers suppose, that God's foreknowledge is not the cause but the effect of the existence of the event foreknown, this is so far from showing that this foreknowledge doth not infer the necessity of the existence of that event, that it rather shows the contrary the more plainly, because it shows the existence of the event to be so settled and firm that it is as if it had already been, inasmuch as in effect it actually exists already. Its future existence has already had actual influence and efficiency, and has produced an effect, viz. Prescience. The effect exists already, and as the effect supposes the cause, and depends entirely upon it, therefore it is as if the future event, which is the cause, had existed already. The effect is firm as possible, it having already the possession of existence, and has made sure of it. But the effect cannot be more firm and stable than its cause, ground, and reason. The building cannot be firmer than the foundation. To illustrate this matter, let us suppose the appearances and images of things in a glass, for instance, a reflecting telescope, to be the real effects of heavenly bodies at a distance and out of sight, which they resemble. If it be so, then, as these images in the telescope have had a past actual existence, and it is become utterly impossible now that it should be otherwise than that they have existed, so they being the true effects of the heavenly bodies they resemble, this proves the existence of those heavenly bodies to be as real, infallible, firm, and necessary as the existence of these effects, the one being connected with and wholly depending on the other. Now let us suppose future existences, some way or other, to have influence back to produce effects beforehand, and cause exact and perfect images of themselves in a glass 1,000 years before they exist, yea, in all preceding ages. But yet that these images are real effects of these future existences, perfectly dependent on and connected with their cause. These effects and images, having already had actual existence, render that matter of their existence perfectly firm and stable, and utterly impossible to be otherwise. And this proves, as in the other instance, that the existence of the things which are their causes is also equally sure, firm, and necessary, and that it is alike impossible but that they should be, as if they had been already, as their effects have. And if instead of images in a glass we suppose the antecedent effects to be perfect ideas of them in the divine mind, which have existed there from all eternity, which are as properly effects, as truly and properly connected with their cause, the case is not altered. Another thing which has been said by some Arminians, to take off the force of what is urged from God's prescience against the contingence of the volitions of moral agents, is to this purpose, that when we talk of foreknowledge in God, there is no strict propriety in our so speaking, and that although it be true that there is in God the most perfect knowledge of all events from eternity to eternity, yet there is no such thing as before and after in God, but he sees all things by one perfect unchangeable view, without any succession. To this I answer: 1. It has been already shown that all certain knowledge proves the necessity of the truth known, whether it be before, after, or at the same time. Though it be true that there is no succession in God's knowledge, and the manner of his knowledge is to us inconceivable, yet thus much we know concerning it, that there is no event, past, present, or to come, that God is ever uncertain of. He never is, never was, and never will be without infallible knowledge of it. He always sees the existence of it to be certain and infallible, and as he always sees things just as they are in truth, hence there never is in reality anything contingent in such a sense as that possibly it may happen never to exist. If, strictly speaking, there is no foreknowledge in God, it is because those things which are future to us are as present to God as if they had already had existence, and that is as much as to say that future events are always in God's view as evident, clear, sure, and necessary as if they already were. If there never is a time wherein the existence of the event is not present with God, then there never is a time wherein it is not as much impossible for it to fail of existence as if its existence were present and were already come to pass. God, viewing things so perfectly and unchangeably as that there is no succession in his ideas or judgment, does not hinder but that there is properly now in the mind of God a certain and perfect knowledge of the moral actions of men, which to us are 100 years hence. Yea, the objection supposes this, and therefore it certainly does not hinder, but that by the foregoing arguments it is now impossible these moral actions should not come to pass. We know that God foreknows the future voluntary actions of men in such a sense as that he is able particularly to foretell them, and cause them to be recorded, as he often has done, and therefore that necessary connection which there is between God's knowledge and the event known as much proves the event to be necessary beforehand, as if the divine knowledge were in the same sense before the event as the prediction or writing is. If the knowledge be infallible, then the expression of it in the written prediction is infallible, that is, there is an infallible connection between that written prediction and the event, and if so, then it is impossible it should ever be otherwise than that the prediction and the event should agree. And this is the same thing as to say, it is impossible but that the event should come to pass, and this is the same as to say that its coming to pass is necessary. So that it is manifest that there being no proper succession in God's mind makes no alteration as to the necessity of the existence of the events known. Yea. 2. This is so far from weakening the proof given of the impossibility of future events known not coming to pass, as that it establishes the foregoing arguments and shows the clearness of the evidence. 4. 1. The very reason why God's knowledge is without succession is because it is absolutely perfect to the highest possible degree of clearness and certainty. All things, whether past, present, or to come, being viewed with equal evidence and fullness, future things being seen with as much clearness as if they were present, the view is always in absolute perfection, and absolute constant perfection admits of no alteration, and so no succession. The actual existence of the thing known does not at all increase or add to the clearness or certainty of the thing known. God calls the things that are not as though they were. They are all one to him, as if they had already existed. But herein consists the strength of the demonstration before given, that it is as impossible they should fail of existence as if they existed already. This objection, instead of weakening the argument, sets it in the strongest light. For it supposes it to be so indeed, that the existence of future events is in God's view so much as if it already had been, that when they come actually to exist, it makes not the least alteration or variation in his knowledge of them. 2. The objection is founded on the immutability of God's knowledge, for it is the immutability of knowledge that makes it to be without succession. But this most directly and plainly demonstrates the thing I insist on, viz., that it is utterly impossible the known events should fail of existence, for if that were possible, then a change in God's knowledge and view of things were possible. For if the known event should not come into being as God expected, then he would see it, and so would change his mind and see his former mistake, and thus there would be change and succession in his knowledge. But as God is immutable, and it is infinitely impossible that his view should be changed, so it is for the same reason just so impossible that the foreknown event should not exist, and that is to be impossible in the highest degree, and therefore the contrary is necessary. Nothing is more impossible than that the immutable God should be changed by the succession of time, who comprehends all things from eternity to eternity in one most perfect and unalterable view, so that his whole eternal duration is vitae interminabilis tota simul et perfecta possessio. On the whole, I need not fear to say that there is no geometrical theorem or proposition whatsoever more capable of strict demonstration than that God's certain prescience of the volitions of moral agents is inconsistent with such a contingence of these events as is without all necessity, and so is inconsistent with the Arminian notion of liberty. Corollary 2. Hence the doctrine of the Calvinists concerning the absolute decrees of God does not all infer any more fatality in things than will demonstrably follow from the doctrine of the most Arminian divines, who acknowledge God's omniscience and universal prescience. Therefore all objections they make against the doctrine of the Calvinists, as implying Hobbes's doctrine of necessity, or the Stoical doctrine of fate, lie no more against the doctrine of Calvinists than their own doctrine, and therefore it doth not become those divines to raise such an outcry against the Calvinists on this account. Corollary 3. Hence all arguments of Arminians, who own God's omniscience, against the doctrine of the inability of unregenerate men to perform the conditions of salvation and the commands of God requiring spiritual duties, and against the Calvinist doctrine of efficacious grace, on this ground, that those doctrines, though they do not suppose men to be under any constraint or coaction, yet suppose them under necessity, must fall to the ground. And their arguments against the necessity of men's volitions, taken from the reasonableness of God's commands, promises, and threatenings, and the sincerity of his counsels and invitations, and all objections against any doctrines of the Calvinists as being inconsistent with human liberty because they infer necessity, I say all these arguments and objections must be justly esteemed vain and frivolous as coming from them, being levelled against their own doctrine, as well as against that of the Calvinists. End of Part 2, Section 12. Part 2, Section 13 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Whether we suppose the volitions of moral agents to be connected with anything antecedent or not, yet they must be necessary in such a sense as to overthrow Arminian liberty. Every act of the will has a cause, or it has not. If it has a cause, then, according to what has already been demonstrated, it is not contingent but necessary, the effect being necessarily dependent and consequent on its cause, let that cause be what it will. If the cause is the will itself by antecedent acts, choosing and determining, still the determined caused act must be a necessary effect. The act, that is, the determined effect of the foregoing act which is its cause, cannot prevent the efficiency of its cause, but must be wholly subject to its determination and command, as much as the motions of the hands and feet. The consequent commanded acts of the will are as passive and as necessary with respect to the antecedent determining acts as the parts of the body are to the volitions which determine and command them. And therefore, if all the free acts of the will are all determined effects, determined by the will itself, that is, by antecedent choice, then they are all necessary. They are all subject to, and decisively fixed by, the foregoing act, which is their cause, yea, even the determining act itself, for that must be determined and fixed by another act preceding, if it be a free and voluntary act, and so must be necessary. So that by this all the free acts of the will are necessary, and cannot be free unless they are necessary, because they cannot be free according to the Arminian notion of freedom unless they are determined by the will. And this is to be determined by antecedent choice, which being their cause proves them necessary. And yet they say necessity is utterly inconsistent with liberty, so that by their scheme the acts of the will cannot be free unless they are necessary, and yet cannot be free if they be necessary. But if the other part of the dilemma be taken, that the free acts of the will have no cause, and are connected with nothing whatsoever that goes before and determines them, in order to maintain their proper and absolute contingence, and this should be allowed to be possible, still it will not serve their turn. For if the volition come to pass by perfect contingence, and without any cause at all, then it is certain no act of the will, no prior act of the soul was the cause, no determination or choice of the soul had any hand in it. The will or the soul was indeed the subject of what happened to it accidentally, but was not the cause. The will is not active in causing or determining, but purely the passive subject, at least according to their notion of action and passion. In this case, contingence as much prevents the determination of the will as a proper cause, and as to the will, it was necessary and could be no otherwise. For to suppose that it could have been otherwise, if the will or soul had pleased, is to suppose that the act is dependent on some prior act of choice or pleasure, contrary to what is now supposed. It is to suppose that it might have been otherwise, if its cause had ordered it otherwise, but this does not agree to it having no cause or orderer at all. That must be necessary as to the soul, which is dependent on no free act of the soul, but that which is without a cause is dependent on no free act of the soul, because by the supposition it is dependent on nothing and is connected with nothing. In such a case the soul is necessarily subjected to what accident brings to pass from time to time, as much as the earth that is inactive is necessarily subjected to what falls upon it. But this does not consist with the Arminian notion of liberty, which is the will's power of determining itself in its own acts, and being wholly active in it, without passiveness and without being subject to necessity. Thus contingence belongs to the Arminian notion of liberty, and yet is inconsistent with it. I would here observe that the author of the essay on the freedom of the will in God and the creature, pages 76-77, says as follows: "The word chance always means something done without design. Chance and design stand in direct opposition to each other, and chance can never be properly applied to acts of the will, which is the spring of all design, and which designs to choose whatsoever it doth choose, whether there be any superior fitness in the thing which it chooses or no. And it designs to determine itself to one thing, where two things perfectly equal are proposed merely because it will. But herein appears a very great inadvertence. For if the will be the spring of all design, as he says, then certainly it is not always the effect of design, and the acts of the will themselves must sometimes come to pass when they do not spring from design, and consequently come to pass by chance, according to his own definition of chance. And if the will designs to choose whatsoever it does choose, and designs to determine itself, as he says, then it designs to determine all its designs, which carries us back from one design to a foregoing design determining that, and to another determining that, and so on in infinitum. The very first design must be the effect of foregoing design, or else it must be by chance in his notion of it. Here another alternative may be proposed, relating to the connection of the acts of the will with something foregoing, that is their cause, not much alike to the other, which is this: either human liberty may well stand with volitions, being necessarily connected with the views of the understanding, and so is consistent with necessity, or it is inconsistent with and contrary to such a connection and necessity. The former is directly subversive of the Arminian notion of liberty, consisting in freedom from all necessity. And if the latter be chosen, and it be said that liberty is inconsistent with any such necessary connection of volition with foregoing views of the understanding, it consisting in freedom from any such necessity of the will as that would imply, then the liberty of the soul consists, partly at least, in freedom from restraint, limitation, and government in its actings by the understanding, and in liberty and liableness to act contrary to the views and dictates of the understanding. And consequently, the more the soul has of this disengagedness in its acting, the more liberty. Now let it be considered to what this brings the noble principle of human liberty, particularly when it is possessed and enjoyed in its perfection, viz., a full and perfect freedom and liableness to act altogether at random, without the least connection with, or restraint or government by, any dictate of reason, or anything whatsoever apprehended, considered, or viewed by the understanding, as being inconsistent with the full and perfect sovereignty of the will over its own determinations. The notion mankind have conceived of liberty is some dignity or privilege, something worth claiming? But what dignity or privilege is there in being given up to such a wild contingence as this, to be perfectly and constantly liable to act unreasonably, and as much without the guidance of understanding as if we had none, or were as destitute of perception as the smoke that is driven by the wind? End of Part 2, Section 13. Part 3, Section 1 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, wherein is inquired whether any such liberty of will as Arminians hold be necessary to moral agency, virtue and vice, praise and dispraise, etc. Section 1. God's moral excellency necessary, yet virtuous and praiseworthy. Having considered the first thing proposed, relating to that freedom of will which Arminians maintain, namely, whether any such thing does, ever did, or ever can exist, I come now to the second thing proposed to be the subject of inquiry, viz., whether any such kind of liberty be requisite to moral agency, virtue and vice, praise and blame, reward and punishment, etc. I shall begin with some consideration of the virtue and agency of the supreme moral agent and fountain of all agency and virtue. Dr. Whitby, in his Discourse on the 5 Points, page 14, says, "If all human actions are necessary, virtue and vice must be empty names, we being capable of nothing that is blameworthy or deserveth praise. For who can blame a person for doing only what he could not help, or judge that he deserveth praise only for what he could not avoid?" To the like purpose he speaks in places innumerable, especially in his Discourse on the Freedom of the Will, constantly maintaining that a freedom not only from coaction but necessity is absolutely requisite in order to actions being either worthy of blame or deserving of praise. And to this agrees, as is well known, the current doctrine of Arminian writers, who in general hold that there is no virtue or vice, reward or punishment, nothing to be commended or blamed without this freedom. And yet Dr. Whitby, page 300, allows that God is without this freedom, and Arminians, so far as I have had opportunity to observe, generally acknowledge that God is necessarily holy, and his will necessarily determined to that which is good. So that, putting these things together, the infinitely holy God, who always used to be esteemed by God's people not only virtuous, but a being in whom is all possible virtue, in the most absolute purity and perfection, brightness and amiableness, the most perfect pattern of virtue, and from whom all the virtue of others is but as beams from the sun, and who has been supposed to be, being thus everywhere represented in Scripture on the account of his virtue and holiness, infinitely more worthy to be esteemed, loved, honored, admired, commended, extolled, and praised than any creature. This being, according to this notion of Dr. Whitby and other Arminians, has no virtue at all. Virtue, when ascribed to him, is but an empty name, and he is deserving of no commendation or praise, because he is under necessity. He cannot avoid being holy and good as he is. Therefore no thanks to him for it. It seems the holiness, justice, faithfulness, etc., of the Most High must not be accounted to be of the nature of that which is virtuous and praiseworthy. They will not deny that these things in God are good, but then we must understand them that they are no more virtuous or of the nature of anything commendable than the good that is in any other being that is not a moral agent, as the brightness of the sun and the fertility of the earth are good but not virtuous, because these properties are necessary to these bodies and not the fruit of self-determining power. There needs no other confutation of this notion to Christians acquainted with the Bible, but only stating and particularly representing it. To bring texts of Scripture wherein God is represented as in every respect in the highest manner virtuous and supremely praiseworthy would be endless, and is altogether needless to such as have been brought up in the light of the gospel. It were to be wished that Dr. Whitby and other divines of the same sort had explained themselves when they have asserted that that which is necessary is not deserving of praise, at the same time that they have owned God's perfection to be necessary, and so in effect representing God as not deserving praise. Certainly, if their words have any meaning at all, by praise they must mean the exercise or testimony of esteem, respect, or honorable regard. And will they then say that men are worthy of that esteem, respect, and honor for their virtue, small and imperfect as it is, which yet God is not worthy of, for his infinite righteousness, holiness, and goodness? If so, it must be because of some sort of peculiar excellency in the virtuous man, which is his prerogative, wherein he really has the preference, some dignity that is entirely distinguished from any excellency or amiableness in God, not in dependence, but in preeminence, which therefore he does not receive from God, nor is God the fountain or pattern of it, nor can God in that respect stand in competition with him as the object of honor and regard, but man may claim a peculiar esteem, commendation, and glory, to which God can have no pretension. Yea, God has no right, by virtue of his necessary holiness, to intermeddle with that grateful respect and praise due to the virtuous man, who chooses virtue in the exercise of a freedom ad utrumque, any more than a precious stone which cannot avoid being hard and beautiful. And if it be so, let it be explained what that peculiar respect is that is due to the virtuous man, which differs in nature and kind, in some way of preeminence, from all that is due to God. What is the name or description of that peculiar affection? Is it esteem, love, admiration, honor, praise, or gratitude? The Scripture everywhere represents God as the highest object of all these. There we read of the soul magnifying the Lord, of loving him with all the heart, with all the soul, with all the mind, and with all the strength, admiring him and his righteous acts, or greatly regarding them as marvelous and wonderful, honoring, glorifying, exalting, extolling, blessing, thanking, and praising him, giving unto him all the glory of the good which is done or received, rather than unto men, that no flesh should glory in his presence, but that he should be regarded as the being to whom all glory is due. What then is that respect? What passion, affection, or exercise is it that Arminians call praise, diverse from all these things which men are worthy of for their virtue, and which God is not worthy of in any degree? If that necessity which attends God's moral perfections and actions be as inconsistent with being worthy of praise as a necessity of coaction, as is plainly implied in or inferred from Dr. Whitby's discourse, then why should we thank God for his goodness any more than if he were forced to be good, or any more than we should thank one of our fellow creatures who did us good, not freely and of good will, or from any kindness of heart, but from mere compulsion or extrinsical necessity? Arminians suppose that God is necessarily a good and gracious being. For this they make the ground of some of their main arguments against many doctrines maintained by Calvinists. They say these are certainly false, and it is impossible they should be true because they are not consistent with the goodness of God. This supposes that it is impossible but that God should be good, for if it be possible that he should be otherwise, then that impossibility of the truth of these doctrines ceases according to their own argument. That virtue in God is not, in the most proper sense, rewardable, is not for want of merit in his moral perfections and actions sufficient to deserve rewards from his creatures, but because he is infinitely above all capacity of receiving any reward. He is already infinitely and unchangeably happy, and we cannot be profitable unto him. But still he is worthy of our supreme benevolence for his virtue, and would be worthy of our beneficence, which is the fruit and expression of benevolence, if our goodness could extend to him. If God deserves to be thanked and praised for his goodness, he would, for the same reason, deserve that we should also requite his kindness, if that were possible. What shall I render unto the Lord for all his benefits is the natural language of thankfulness, and so far as in us lies, it is our duty to render again according to benefits received, and that we might have opportunity for so natural an expression of our gratitude to God, as beneficence, notwithstanding his being infinitely above our reach, he has appointed others to be his receivers, and to stand in his stead as the objects of our beneficence. Such are especially our indigent brethren. End of Part 3, Section 1. Part 3, Section 2 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The acts of the will of the human soul of Jesus Christ, necessarily holy, yet truly virtuous, praiseworthy, rewardable, etc. I've already considered how Dr. Whitby insists upon it, that a freedom, not only from coaction, but necessity, is requisite either to virtue or vice, praise or dispraise, reward or punishment. He also insists on the same freedom as absolutely requisite to a person being the subject of a law, of precepts or prohibitions. In the book before mentioned, pages 301, 314, 328, 339, 340, 341, 342, 347, 361, 373, 410, and of promises and threatenings, pages 298, 301, 305, 311, 339, 340, 363, and as requisite to a state of trial, page 297, etc. Now therefore, with an eye to these things, I would inquire into the moral conduct or and practices of our Lord Jesus Christ, which he exhibited in his human nature, in his state of humiliation. And first I would show that his holy behavior was necessary, or that it was impossible it should be otherwise than that he should behave himself holily, and that he should be perfectly holy in each individual act of his life. And secondly, that his holy behavior was properly of the nature of virtue, and was worthy of praise, and that he was the subject of law, precept, or commands, promises, and rewards, and that he was in a state of trial. 1. It was impossible that the acts of the will of Christ's own soul should in any instance, degree, or circumstance be otherwise than holy and agreeable to God's nature and will. The following things make this evident. 1. God had promised so effectually to preserve and uphold him by his Spirit under all his temptations that he could not fail of the end for which he came into the world. But he would have failed had he fallen into sin. We have such a promise, Isaiah 43, 1, 2, 4. Behold my servant, whom I uphold, mine elect, in whom my soul delighteth. I have put my Spirit upon him, and he shall bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. He shall not cry, nor lift up, nor cause his voice to be heard in the street. He shall bring forth judgment unto truth. He shall not fail, nor be discouraged, till he have set judgment in the earth, and the isles shall wait his law. This promise of God's Spirit put upon him, and his not crying and lifting up his voice, etc., relates to the time of Christ's appearance on earth, as is manifest from the nature of the promise, and also the application of it in the New Testament, Matthew 12:18. And the words imply a promise of his being so upheld by God's Spirit that he should be preserved from sin, particularly from pride and vainglory, and from being overcome by any temptations he should be under to affect the glory of this world, the pomp of an earthly prince, or the applause and praise of men, and that he should be so upheld that he should by no means fail of obtaining the end of his coming into the world, of bringing forth judgment unto victory, and establishing his kingdom of grace in the earth. And in the following verses this promise is confirmed with the greatest imaginable solemnity. Thus saith the Lord, He that created the heavens and stretched them out, He that spread forth the earth, and that which cometh out of it, He that giveth breath unto the people upon it, and spirit to them that walk therein, I the Lord have called thee in righteousness, and will hold thine hand, and will keep thee, and give thee for a covenant of the people, for a light of the Gentiles, to open the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the prison, and them that sit in darkness out of the prison house. I am Jehovah, that is my name, etc. Very parallel with these promises is another, Isaiah 49, 7, 8, 9, which also has an apparent respect to the time of Christ's humiliation on earth. Thus saith the Lord, the Redeemer of Israel, and his Holy One, to him whom man despiseth, to him whom the nation abhorreth, to a servant of rulers. Kings shall see and arise, princes also shall worship, because of the Lord that is faithful and the Holy One of Israel, and he shall choose thee. Thus saith the Lord, in an acceptable time have I heard thee, in a day of salvation have I helped thee, and I will preserve thee and give thee for a covenant of the people to establish the earth, etc. And in Isaiah 50:5-6 we have the Messiah expressing his assurance that God would help him by so opening his ear or inclining his heart to God's commandments that he should not be rebellious, but should persevere and not apostatize or turn his back, that through God's help he should be immovable in obedience under great trials of reproach and suffering, setting his face like a flint, so that he knew he should not be ashamed or frustrated in his design, and finally should be approved and justified as having done his work faithfully. The Lord hath opened mine ear, so that I was not rebellious, neither turned away my back. I gave my back to the smiters, and my cheeks to them that plucked off the hair. I hid not my face from shame and spitting. For the Lord God will help me, therefore shall I not be confounded. Therefore have I set my face as a flint, and I know that I shall not be ashamed. He is near that justifieth me. Who will contend with me? Let us stand together. Who is mine adversary? Let him come near to me. Behold, the Lord God will help me. Who is he that shall condemn me? Lo, they shall all wax old as a garment. The moth shall eat them up. 2. The same thing is evident from all the promises which God made to the Messiah of his future glory, kingdom, and success in his office and character of a mediator, which glory could not have been obtained if his holiness had failed and he had been guilty of sin. God's absolute promise makes the things promised necessary, and their failing to take place absolutely impossible. And in like manner it makes those things necessary on which the things promised depends, and without which it cannot take effect. Therefore it appears that it was utterly impossible that Christ's holiness should fail from such absolute promises as these. Psalms 110:4. The Lord hath sworn and will not repent. Thou art a priest for ever, after the order of Melchizedek. And from every other promise in that psalm, contained in each verse of it. And Psalm 2:6-7, I will declare the decree. The Lord hath said unto me, Thou art my son, this day have I begotten thee. Ask of me, and I will give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, etc. Psalm 45:3-4, etc. Gird thy sword on thy thigh, O most mighty, with thy glory and thy majesty, and in thy majesty ride prosperously. And so everything that is said from thence to the end of the psalm. See Isaiah 3:13-15 and 53:10-12, and all those promises which God makes to the Messiah of success, dominion, and glory in the character of a Redeemer. Isaiah chapter 49. 3. It was often promised to the Church of God of old for their comfort that God would give them a righteous, sinless Savior. Jeremiah 23:5-6. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will raise up unto David a righteous branch, and a king shall reign and prosper, and shall execute judgment and justice in the earth. In his days shall Judah be saved, and Israel shall dwell safely, and this is the name whereby he shall be called, the Lord our righteousness. So Jeremiah 33:15, I will cause the branch of righteousness to grow up unto David, and he shall execute judgment and righteousness in the land. Isaiah 11:6-7, For unto us a child is born, upon the throne of David and of his kingdom, to order it and to establish it with judgment and justice from henceforth even forever. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will do this. Chapter 11:1, etc. There shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots, and the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, the Spirit of knowledge and the fear of the Lord. With righteousness shall he judge the poor, and reprove with equity. Righteousness shall be the girdle of his loins, and faithfulness the girdle of his reins. Chapter 52:13. My servant shall deal prudently. Chapter 53:9. Because he had done no violence, neither was guile found in his mouth. If it be impossible that these promises should fail, and it be easier for heaven and earth to pass away than for one jot or tittle of them to pass away, then it was impossible that Christ should commit any sin. Christ himself signified that it was impossible, but that the things which were spoken concerning him should be fulfilled. Luke 24:44, that all things must be fulfilled which were written in the law of Moses, and in the prophets, and in the Psalms concerning me. Matthew 26:53-54, but how then shall the scripture be fulfilled that thus it must be? Mark 14:49, but the scriptures must be fulfilled. And so the apostle, Acts 1:16-17, this scripture must needs have been fulfilled. For all the promises which were made to the church of old, of the Messiah as a future Savior, from that made to our first parents in paradise, to that which was delivered by the prophet Malachi, show it to be impossible that Christ should not have persevered in perfect holiness. The ancient predictions given to God's church of the Messiah as a Savior were of the nature of promises, as is evident by the predictions themselves and the manner of delivering them. But they are expressly and very often called promises in the New Testament, as in Luke 1:54, 55, 72, 73, Acts 13:32, 33, Romans 1:1-3, and chapter 15:8, Hebrews 6:13, etc. These promises were often made with great solemnity and confirmed with an oath, as Genesis 22:16, 17, by myself have I sworn, saith the Lord, that in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of heaven, and as the sand which is upon the sea shore. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Compare Luke 1:72-73 and Galatians 3:8-15-16. The apostle in Hebrews 6:17-18, speaking of this promise to Abraham, says, wherein God, willing more abundantly to show to the heirs of promise the immutability of his counsel, confirmed it by an oath, that by two immutable things, in which it was impossible for God to lie, we might have strong consolation, in which words the necessity of the accomplishment, or, which is the same thing, the impossibility of the contrary, is fully declared. So God confirmed the promise of the Messiah's great salvation made to David by an oath. Psalm 89:3-4. I have made a covenant with my chosen. I have sworn unto David my servant. Thy seed will I establish forever, and build up thy throne to all generations. There is nothing so abundantly set forth in Scripture as sure and irrefragable as this promise and oath to David. See Psalm 89:34-36. 2 Samuel 23:5, Isaiah 55:4, Acts 2:29-30, and 13:34. The Scripture expressly speaks of it as utterly impossible that this promise and oath to David concerning the everlasting dominion of the Messiah should fail. Jeremiah 33:15, etc. In those days and at that time I will cause the branch of righteousness to grow up unto David. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never want a man to sit upon the throne of the house of Israel. Verses 20-21. If you can break my covenant of the day and my covenant of the night, and that there should not be day and night in their season, then may also my covenant be broken with David my servant, that he should not have a son to reign upon his throne. So in verses 25-26. Thus abundant is the Scripture in representing how impossible it was that the promises made of old concerning the great salvation and kingdom of the Messiah should fail, which implies that it was impossible that this Messiah, the second Adam, the promised seed of Abraham and of David, should fall from his integrity as the first Adam did. 5. All the promises that were made to the Church of God under the Old Testament, of the great enlargement of the Church and advancement of her glory in the days of the Gospel after the coming of the Messiah, the increase of her light, liberty, holiness, joy, triumph over her enemies, etc., of which so great a part of the Old Testament consists, which are repeated so often, are so variously exhibited, so frequently introduced with great pomp and solemnity, and are so abundantly sealed with typical and symbolical representations. I say all these promises imply that the Messiah should perfect the work of redemption, and this implies that he should persevere in the work which the Father had appointed him, being in all things conformed to his will. These promises were often confirmed by an oath. See Isaiah 54:9 with the context, chapter 62:18. And it is represented as utterly impossible that these promises should fail. Isaiah 49:15 with the context, chapter 54:10 with the context, chapter 51:4-8, chapter 48 with the context, and therefore it was impossible that the Messiah should fail or commit sin. 6. It was impossible that the Messiah should fail of persevering in integrity and holiness as the first Adam did, because this would have been inconsistent with the promises which God made to the Blessed Virgin, his mother, and to her husband, implying that he should save his people from their sins, that God would give him the throne of his father David, that he should reign over the house of Jacob forever, and that of his kingdom there shall be no end. These promises were sure, and it was impossible they should fail, and therefore the Virgin Mary, in trusting fully to them, acted reasonably, having an immovable foundation of her faith, as Elizabeth observes, verse 45. And blessed is she that believeth, for there shall be a performance of those things which were told her from the Lord. 7. That it should have been possible that Christ should sin, and so fail in the work of our redemption, does not consist with the eternal purpose and decree of God, revealed in the Scriptures, that he would provide salvation for fallen man in and by Jesus Christ, and that salvation should be offered to sinners through the preaching of the gospel. Thus much is implied in many Scriptures, as 1 Corinthians 2:7, Ephesians 1:4-5, and chapter 3:9-11, 1 Peter 1:19-20. Such an absolute decree as this Arminians allow to be signified in many texts. Their election of nations and societies, and general election of the Christian Church, and conditional election of particular persons imply this. God could not decree before the foundation of the world to save all that should believe in and obey Christ unless he had absolutely decided that salvation should be provided and effectually wrought out by Christ. And since, as the Arminians themselves strenuously maintain, a decree of God infers necessity, hence it became necessary that Christ should persevere and actually work out salvation for us, and that he should not fail by the commission of sin. 8. That it should have been possible for Christ's holiness to fail is not consistent with what God promised to his Son before all ages, for that salvation should be offered to men through Christ and bestowed on all his faithful followers is at least implied in that certain and infallible promise spoken of by the Apostle, Titus 1:2, in hope of eternal life, which God, that cannot lie, promised before the world began. This does not seem to be controverted by Arminians. 9. That it should be possible for Christ to fail of doing his Father's will is inconsistent with the promise made to the Father by the Son, the Logos that was with the Father from the beginning, before he took the human nature, as may be seen in Psalms 40:6-8, compared with the Apostles' interpretation, Hebrews 10:5-9. Sacrifice and offering thou didst not desire, mine ears hast thou opened or bored. Burnt offering and sin offering thou hast not required. Then say I, Lo, I come. In the volume of the book it is written of me, I delight to do thy will, O my God, yea, thy law is within my heart. Where is a manifest allusion to the covenant, which the willing servant who loved his master's service made with his master to be his servant for ever, on the day wherein he had his ear bored, which covenant was probably inserted in the public records, called the volume of the book, by the judges who were called to take cognizance of the transaction. Exodus 21. If the Logos, who was with the Father before the world, and who made the world, thus engaged in covenant to do the will of the Father in the human nature, and the promise was as it were recorded, that it might be made sure, doubtless it was impossible that it should fail, and so it was impossible that Christ should fail of doing the will of the Father in the human nature. 10. If it was possible for Christ to have failed of doing the will of his Father, and so to have failed of effectually working out redemption for sinners, then the salvation of all the saints who were saved from the beginning of the world to the death of Christ, was not built on a firm foundation. The Messiah and the redemption which he was to work out by his obedience unto death was the saving foundation of all that ever were saved. Therefore, if when the Old Testament saints had the pardon of their sins and the favor of God promised them, and salvation bestowed upon them, still it was possible that the Messiah, when he came, might commit sin, then all this was on a foundation that was not firm and stable, but liable to fail, something which it was possible might never be. God did, as it were, trust to what his Son had engaged and promised to do in future time, and depended so much upon it, that he proceeded actually to save men on the account of it, though it had been already done. But this trust and dependence of God on the supposition of Christ being liable to fail of doing his will was leaning on a staff that was weak and might possibly break. The saints of old trusted on the promises of a future redemption to be wrought out and completed by the Messiah, and built their comfort upon it. Abraham saw Christ's day and rejoiced, and he and the other patriarchs died in the faith of the promise of it. Hebrews 11:13. But on this supposition their faith, their comfort, and their salvation was built on a fallible foundation. Christ was not to them a tried stone, a sure foundation. Isaiah 28:16. David entirely rested on the covenant of God with him concerning the future glorious dominion and salvation of the Messiah, and said it was all his salvation and all his desire, and comforts himself that this covenant was an everlasting covenant, ordered in all things and sure. 2 Samuel 23:5. But if Christ's virtue might fail, he was mistaken. His great comfort was not built so sure as he thought it was, being founded entirely on the determinations of the free will of Christ's human soul, which was subject to no necessity, and might be determined either one way or the other. Also the dependence of those who looked for redemption in Jerusalem and waited for the consolation of Israel, Luke 2:25 and 38, and the confidence of the disciples of Jesus, who forsook all and followed him that they might enjoy the benefits of his future kingdom, were built on a sandy foundation. 11. The man Christ Jesus, before he had finished his course of obedience, and while in the midst of temptations and trials, was abundant in positively predicting his own future glory in his kingdom, and the enlargement of his church, the salvation of the Gentiles through him, etc., and in promises of blessings he would bestow on his true disciples in his future kingdom, on which promises he required the full dependence of his disciples. John 14. But the disciples would have no ground for such dependence if Christ had been liable to fail in his work, and Christ himself would have been guilty of presumption in so abounding in peremptory promises of great things which depended on a mere contingence, viz., the determinations of his free will, consisting in a freedom ad utrumque to either sin or holiness, standing in indifference and incident in thousands of future instances to go either one way or the other. Thus it is evident that it was impossible that the acts of the will of the human soul of Christ should be otherwise than holy and conform to the will of the Father, or in other words, they were necessarily so conformed. I have been the longer in the proof of this matter, it being a thing denied by some of the greatest Arminians, by Episcopius in particular, and because I look upon it as a point clearly and absolutely determining the controversy between Calvinists and Arminians concerning the necessity of such a freedom of will as is insisted on by the latter, in order to moral agency, virtue, command or prohibition, promise or threatening, reward or punishment, praise or dispraise, merit or demerit. I now therefore proceed. 2. To consider whether Christ in his holy behavior on earth was not thus a moral agent, subject to commands, promises, etc. Dr. Whitby very often speaks of what he calls a freedom ad utrum libet, without necessity, as requisite to law and commands, and speaks of necessity as entirely inconsistent with injunctions and prohibitions. But yet we read of Christ being the subject of his Father's commands, John 10:18 and 15:10, and Christ tells us that everything that he said or did was in a compliance with commandments he had received of the Father, John 12:49-50 and 14:31, and we often read of Christ's obedience to his Father's commands, Romans 5:19, Philippians 2:18, Hebrews 5:8. The forementioned writer represents promises offered as motives to persons to do their duty, or a being moved and induced by promises, as utterly inconsistent with a state wherein persons have not a liberty ad utrum libet, but are necessarily determined to one. See particularly page 298 and 311. But the thing which this writer asserts is demonstrably false, if the Christian religion be true. If there be any truth in Christianity or the Holy Scriptures, the man Christ Jesus had his will infallibly and unalterably determined to good, and that alone, but yet he had promises of glorious rewards made to him, on condition of his persevering in and perfecting the work which God had appointed him. Isaiah 53, 10, 11, 12, Psalms 2 and 110, Isaiah 49, 7, 8, 9. In Luke 22, 28, 29, Christ says to his disciples, Ye are they which have continued with me in my temptations, and I appoint unto you a kingdom, as my Father hath appointed unto me. The word most properly signifies to appoint by covenant or promise. The plain meaning of Christ's words is this: As you have partaken of my temptations and trials, and have been steadfast and have overcome, I promise to make you partakers of my reward, and to give you a kingdom, as the Father has promised me a kingdom, for continuing steadfast and overcoming in those trials. And the words are well explained by those in Revelations 3:21, To him that overcometh will I grant to sit with me on my throne, even as I also overcame and am set down with my Father in his throne. And Christ had not only promises of glorious success and rewards made to his obedience and sufferings, but the Scriptures plainly represent him as using these promises for motives and inducements to obey and suffer, and particularly that promise of a kingdom which the Father had appointed him, or sitting with the Father on his throne, as in Hebrews 12:1-2, Let us lay aside every weight and the sin which doth easily beset us, and let us run with patience the race that is set before us, looking unto Jesus, the author and finisher of our faith, who for the joy that was set before him endured the cross, despising the shame, and is set down on the right hand of the throne of God. And how strange would it be to hear any Christian assert that the holy and excellent temper and behavior of Jesus Christ, and that obedience which he performed under such great trials, was not virtuous or praiseworthy, because his will was not free ad utrumque to either holiness or sin, but was unalterably determined to one; that upon this account there is no virtue at all in all Christ's humility, meekness, patience, charity, forgiveness of enemies, contempt of the world, heavenly mindedness, submission to the will of God, perfect obedience to his commands unto death, even the death of the cross, his great compassion to the afflicted, his unparalleled love to mankind, his faithfulness to God and man under such great trials, his praying for his enemies even when nailing him to the cross. That virtue, when applied to these things, is but an empty name; that there was no merit in any of these things, that is, that Christ was worthy of nothing at all on account of them, worthy of no reward, no praise, no honor or respect from God or man, because his will was not indifferent and free either to these things or the contrary, but under such a strong inclination or bias to the things that were excellent, as made it impossible that he should choose the contrary; that upon this account, to use Dr. Whitby's language, it would be sensibly unreasonable that the human nature should be rewarded for any of these things. According to this doctrine, that creature who is evidently set forth in Scripture as the firstborn of every creature, as having in all things the preeminence, and as the highest of all creatures in virtue, honor, and worthiness of esteem, praise, and glory, on account of his virtue, is less worthy of reward or praise than the very least of saints, yea, no more worthy than a clock or mere machine that is purely passive and moved by natural necessity. If we judge by scriptural representations of things, we have reason to suppose that Christ took on him our nature, and dwelt with us in this world in a suffering state, not only to satisfy for our sins, but that he, being in our nature and circumstances, and under our trials, might be our most fit and proper example, leader, and captain in the exercise of glorious and victorious virtue, and might be a visible instance of the glorious end and reward of it, that we might see in him the beauty, amiableness, and true honor and glory, and exceeding benefit of that virtue which it is proper for us human beings to practice, and might thereby learn and be animated to seek the like glory and honor, and to obtain the like glorious reward. See Hebrews 2:9-14 with verse 8, 9, and 12:1-3, John 15:10, Romans 8:17, 2 Timothy 2, 11, 12, 1 Peter 2, 19, 20, and 4, 13. But if there was nothing of any virtue or merit, or worthiness of any reward, glory, praise, or commendation at all, in all that he did, because it was all necessary, and he could not help it, then how is here anything so proper to animate and incite us, free creatures, by patient continuance in well-doing, to seek for honor, glory, and virtue? God speaks of himself as peculiarly well pleased with the righteousness of this distinguished servant. Isaiah 42:21. The Lord is well pleased for his righteousness' sake. The sacrifices of old are spoken of as a sweet savor to God, but the obedience of Christ is far more acceptable than they. Psalms 40:6-7. Sacrifice and offering thou didst not desire, mine ear hast thou opened, as thy servant performing willing obedience. Burnt offering and sin offering hast thou not required. Then said I, Lo, I come, as a servant that cheerfully answers the calls of his master. I delight to do thy will, O my God, and thy law is within mine heart. Matthew 17:5. This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. And Christ tells us expressly that the Father loves him for that wonderful instance of his obedience, his voluntary yielding himself to death in compliance with the Father's command. John 10:17, 18. Therefore doth my Father love me, because I lay down my life. No man taketh it from me, but I lay it down of myself. This commandment received I of my Father. And if there was no merit in Christ's obedience unto death, if it was not worthy of praise and of the most glorious rewards, the heavenly hosts were exceedingly mistaken by the account that is given of them. Revelations 5:8-12. The 4 beasts and the 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, having every one of them harps and golden vials full of odors. And they sung a new song, saying, Thou art worthy to take the book and to open the seals thereof, for thou wast slain. And I beheld, and I heard the voice of many angels round about the throne, and the beasts and the elders, and the number of them was 10,000 times 10,000, and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, Worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing. Christ speaks of the eternal life which he was to receive as the reward of his obedience to the Father's commandments. John 12:49-50. I have not spoken of myself, but the Father which sent me. He gave me a commandment, what I should say and what I should speak, and I know that his commandment is life everlasting. Whatsoever I speak therefore, even as the Father said unto me, so I speak. God promises to divide him a portion with the great, etc., for his being his righteous servant, for his glorious virtue under such great trials and afflictions. Isaiah 53:11-12. He shall see the travail of his soul and be satisfied. By his knowledge shall my righteous servant justify many, for he shall bear their iniquities. Therefore will I divide him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong, because he hath poured out his soul unto death. The Scriptures represent God as rewarding him far above all his other servants. Philippians 2:7-9. He took on him the form of a servant, and was made in the likeness of men. And being found in fashion as a man, he humbled himself, and became obedient unto death, even the death of the cross. Wherefore God also hath highly exalted him, and given him a name above every name. Psalms 45:7. Thou lovest righteousness, and hatest wickedness. Therefore God thy God hath anointed thee with the oil of gladness above thy fellows. There is no room to pretend that the glorious benefits bestowed in consequence of Christ's obedience are not properly of the nature of a reward. What is a reward, in the most proper sense, but a benefit bestowed in consequence of something morally excellent in quality or behavior, in testimony of well-pleasedness in that moral excellency, and of respect and favor on that account? If we consider the nature of a reward most strictly, and make the utmost of it, and add to the things contained in this description proper merit or worthiness, and the bestowment of the benefit in consequence of a promise, still it will be found there is nothing belonging to it but what the Scripture most expressly ascribes to the glory bestowed on Christ after his sufferings, as appears from what has been already observed. There was a glorious benefit bestowed in consequence of something morally excellent, being called righteousness and obedience. There was great favor, love, and well-pleasedness for this righteousness and obedience in the bestower. There was proper merit or worthiness of the benefit in the obedience. It was bestowed in fulfillment of promises made to that obedience, and was bestowed therefore or because he had performed that obedience. I may add to all these things that Jesus Christ, while here in the flesh, was manifestly in a state of trial. The last Adam, as Christ is called, 1 Corinthians 15:45, Romans 5:14, taking on him the human nature, and so the form of a servant, and being under the law, to stand and act for us, was put into a state of trial, as the first Adam was. Dr. Whitby mentions these three things as evidence of persons being in a state of trial, on the 5 points, page 298, 299, namely, their afflictions being spoken of as their trials or temptations, their being the subjects of promises, and their being exposed to Satan's temptations. But Christ was apparently the subject of each of these, concerning promises made to him. I have spoken already. The difficulties and afflictions he met with in the course of his obedience are called his temptations, or trials, Luke 22:28. Ye are they which have continued with me in my temptations or trials. Hebrews 2:18, for in that he himself hath suffered, being tempted or tried, he is able to succor them that are tempted. And chapter 4:15, we have not an high priest which cannot be touched with the feeling of our infirmities, but was in all points tempted like as we are, yet without sin. And as to his being tempted by Satan, it is what none will dispute. End of Part 3, Section 2. Part 3, Section 3 of The Freedom of the Will by Jonathan Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The case of such as are given up of God to sin, and of fallen man in general, proves moral necessity and inability to be consistent with blameworthiness. Dr. Whitby asserts freedom not only from coaction, but necessity, to be essential to anything deserving the name of sin, and to an action being culpable. In these words, Discourse on 5 Points, edition 3, page 348. If they be thus necessitated, then neither their sins of omission or commission could deserve that name, it being essential to the nature of sin, according to St. Austin's definition, that it be an action a quo liberum est abstinere. 3 things seem plainly necessary to make an action or omission culpable. 1, that it be in our power to perform or forbear it. For as Origen and all the Fathers say, no man is blameworthy for not doing what he could not do. And elsewhere the Doctor insists that when any do evil of necessity, what they do is no vice, that they are guilty of no fault, are worthy of no blame, dispraise, or dishonour, but are unblameable. If these things are true in Dr. Whitby's sense of necessity, they will prove all such to be blameless, who are given up of God to sin in what they commit after they are thus given up. That there is such a thing as men being judicially given up to sin is certain, if the Scripture rightly informs us, such a thing being often there spoken of, as in Psalms 81:12, so I gave them up to their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsels. Acts 7:42, then God turned and gave them up to worship the host of heaven. Romans 1:24, wherefore God also gave them up to uncleanness through the lusts of their own hearts, to dishonor their own bodies between themselves. Verse 26, for this cause God gave them up to vile affections. Verse 28, and even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind to do those things that are not convenient. It is needless to stand particularly to inquire what God's giving men up to their own hearts' lusts signifies. It is sufficient to observe that hereby is certainly meant God so ordering or disposing things in some respect or other, either by doing or forbearing to do, as that the consequence should be men continuing in their sins. So much as men are given up to, so much is the consequence of their being given up, whether that be less or more. If God does not order things so, by action or permission, that sin will be the consequence, then the event proves that they are not given up to that consequence. If good be the consequence instead of evil, then God's mercy is to be acknowledged in that good, which mercy must be contrary to God's judgment in giving up to evil. If the event must prove that they are given up to evil as the consequence, then the persons who are the subjects of this judgment must be the subjects of such an event, and so the event is necessary. If not only coaction, but all necessity will prove men blameless, then Judas was blameless after Christ had given him over, and had already declared his certain damnation, and that he should verily betray him. He was guilty of no sin in betraying his master on this supposition, though his so doing is spoken of by Christ as the most aggravated sin, more heinous than the sin of Pilate in crucifying him. And the Jews in Egypt in Jeremiah's time were guilty of no sin in their not worshipping the true God, after God had sworn by his great name that his name should be no more named in the mouth of any man of Judah in all the land of Egypt. Jeremiah 44:26. Dr. Whitby, Discourse on 5 Points, pages 302 and 303, denies that men in this world are ever so given up by God to sin that their wills should be necessarily determined to evil, though he owns that hereby it may become exceeding difficult for men to do good, having a strong bent and powerful inclination to what is evil. But if we should allow the case to be just as he represents, the judgment of giving up to sin will no better agree with his notions of that liberty which is essential to praise or blame, than if we should suppose it to render the avoiding of sin impossible. For if an impossibility of avoiding sin wholly excuses a man, then for the same reason its being difficult to avoid it excuses him in part, and this just in proportion to the degree of difficulty. If the influence of moral impossibility or inability be the same, to excuse persons in not doing or not avoiding anything, as that of natural inability which is supposed, then undoubtedly in like manner moral difficulty has the same influence to excuse with natural difficulty. But all allow that natural impossibility wholly excuses, and also that natural difficulty excuses in part, and makes the act or omission less blamable in proportion to the difficulty. All natural difficulty, according to the plainest dictates of the light of nature, excuses in some degree, so that the neglect is not so blamable as if there had been no difficulty in the case, and so the greater the difficulty is, still the more excusable in proportion to the increase of the difficulty. And as natural impossibility wholly excuses and excludes all blame, so the nearer the difficulty approaches to impossibility, still the nearer a person is to blamelessness in proportion to that approach. And if the case of moral impossibility or necessity be just the same with natural necessity or coaction, as to its influence to excuse and neglect, then also, for the same reason, the case of natural difficulty does not differ in influence to excuse and neglect from moral difficulty arising from a strong bias or bent to evil, such as Dr. Whitby owns in the case of those that are given up to their own heart's lusts. So that the fault of such persons must be lessened in proportion to the difficulty and approach to impossibility. If 10 degrees of moral difficulty make the action quite impossible, and so wholly excused, then if there be 9 degrees of difficulty, the person is in great part excused, and is 9 degrees in 10 less blameworthy than if there had been no difficulty at all, and he is but 1 degree of blameworthiness. The reason is plain on Arminian principles, viz. Because as difficulty, by antecedent bent and bias on the will, is increased, liberty of indifference and self-determination in the will is diminished. So much hindrance, impediment is there in the way of the will acting freely by mere self-determination. And if 10 degrees of such hindrance take away all such liberty, then 9 degrees take away 9 parts in 10, and leave but 1 degree of liberty. And therefore there is but 1 degree of blamableness, ceteris paribus, in the neglect, the man being no further blamable in what he does or neglects than he has liberty in that affair. For blame or praise, say they, arises wholly from a good use or abuse of liberty. From all which it follows that a strong bent and bias one way, and difficulty of going the contrary never causes a person to be at all more exposed to sin or anything blamable, because, as the difficulty is increased, so much the less is required and expected. Though in one respect exposedness to sin is increased, viz. By an increase of exposedness to the evil action or omission, yet it is diminished in another respect to balance it, namely, as the sinfulness or blamableness of the action or omission is diminished in the same proportion, so that on the whole the affair, as to exposedness to guilt or blame, is left just as it was. To illustrate this, let us suppose a scale of a balance to be intelligent and a free agent, and endued with a self-moving power, by virtue of which it could act and produce effects to a certain degree, ex gravis, to move itself up or down with a force equal to a weight of 10 pounds, and that it might therefore be required of it in ordinary circumstances to move itself down with that force, for which it has power and full liberty, and therefore would be blameworthy if it failed of it. But then let us suppose a weight of 10 pounds to be put in the opposite scale, which in force entirely counterbalances its self-moving power, and so renders it impossible for it to move down at all, and therefore wholly excuses it from any such motion. But if we suppose there to be only 9 pounds in the opposite scale, this renders its motion not impossible, but yet more difficult, so that it can now only move down with the force of 1 pound. But however, this is all that is required of it under these circumstances. It is wholly excused from 9 parts of its motion, and if the scale under these circumstances neglect to move and remain at rest, all that it will be blamed for will be its neglect of that 1/10th part of its motion, for which it had as much liberty and advantage as in usual circumstances it has for the greater motion, which in such a case would be required, so that this new difficulty does not at all increase its exposedness to anything blameworthy. And thus the very supposition of difficulty in the way of a man's duty or proclivity to sin, through a being given up to hardness of heart, or indeed by any other means whatsoever, is an inconsistence according to Dr. Whitby's notions of liberty, virtue, and vice, blame, and praise. The avoiding of sin and blame, and the doing of what is virtuous and praiseworthy, must be always equally easy. Dr. Whitby's notions of liberty, obligation, virtue, sin, etc., led him into another great inconsistence. He abundantly insists that necessity is inconsistent with the nature of sin or fault. He says in the aforementioned treatise, page 14, who can blame a person for doing what he could not help? And page 15, it being sensibly unjust to punish any man for doing that which was never in his power to avoid. And page 341, to confirm his opinion, he quotes one of the fathers saying, "Why doth God command, if man hath not free will and power to obey?" And again in the same and the next page, who will not cry out that it is folly to command him that hath not liberty to do what is commanded, and that it is unjust to condemn him that has it not in his power to do what is required? And page 373, he cites another saying, "A law is given to him that can turn to both parts, that is, obey or transgress it, but no law can be against him who is bound by nature." And yet the same Dr. Whitby asserts that fallen man is not able to perform perfect obedience. In page 165 he has these words: "The nature of Adam had power to continue innocent and without sin, whereas it is certain our nature never had. But if we have not power to continue innocent and without sin, then sin is not inconsistent with necessity, and we may be sinful in that which we have not power to avoid. And those things cannot be true which he asserts elsewhere, namely, that if we be necessitated, neither sins of omission nor commission would deserve that name." Page 348. If we have it not in our power to be innocent, then we have it not in our power to be blameless, and if so, we are under a necessity of being blameworthy. And how does this consist with what he so often asserts, that necessity is inconsistent with blame or praise? If we have it not in our power to perform perfect obedience to all the commands of God, then we are under a necessity of breaking some commands in some degree, having no power to perform so much as is commanded. And if so, why does he cry out of the unreasonableness and folly of commanding beyond what men have power to do? Arminians in general are very inconsistent with themselves in what they say of the inability of fallen man in this respect. They strenuously maintain that it would be unjust in God to require anything of us beyond our present power and ability to perform, and also hold that we are now unable to perform perfect obedience, and that Christ died to satisfy for the imperfections of our obedience, and has made way that our imperfect obedience might be accepted instead of perfect, wherein they seem insensibly to run themselves into the grossest inconsistence. For, as I have observed elsewhere, they hold that God, in mercy to mankind, has abolished that rigorous constitution or law that they were under originally, and instead of it has introduced a more mild constitution, and put us under a new law, which requires no more than imperfect, sincere obedience, in compliance with our poor, infirm, impotent circumstances since the fall. Now how can these things be made consistent? I would ask, of what law are these imperfections of our obedience a breach? If they are a breach of no law that we were ever under, then they are not sins. And if they be not sins, what need of Christ dying to satisfy for them? But if they are sins, and the breach of some law, what law is it? They cannot be a breach of their new law, for that requires no other than imperfect obedience, or obedience with imperfections, and therefore to have obedience attended with imperfections is no breach of it, for it is as much as it requires. And they cannot be a breach of their old law, for that, they say, is entirely abolished, and we never were under it. They say it would not be just in God to require of us perfect obedience, because it would not be just to require more than we can perform, or to punish us for failing of it. And therefore, by their own scheme, the imperfections of our obedience do not deserve to be punished. What need, therefore, of Christ dying to satisfy for them? What need of his suffering to satisfy for that which is no fault, and in its own nature deserves no suffering? What need of Christ dying to purchase that our imperfect obedience should be accepted, when according to their scheme it would be unjust in itself that any other obedience than imperfect should be required? What need of Christ dying to make way for God's accepting of such obedience as it would be unjust in him not to accept? Is there any need of Christ dying to prevail with God not to do unrighteously? If it be said that Christ died to satisfy that old law for us, that so we might not be under it, but that there might be room for our being under a more mild law, still I would inquire, what need of Christ dying that we might not be under a law which by their principles it would be in itself unjust that we should be under, whether Christ had died or no, because in our present state we are not able to keep it? So the Arminians are inconsistent with themselves, not only in what they say of the need of Christ's satisfaction to atone for those imperfections which we cannot avoid, but also in what they say of the grace of God granted to enable men to perform the sincere obedience of the new law. I grant indeed, says Dr. Stebbing, that by original sin we are utterly disabled for the performance of the condition without new grace from God. But I say then that he gives such a grace to all of us, by which the performance of the condition is truly possible, and upon this ground he may and doth most righteously require it. If Dr. Stebbing intends to speak properly, by grace he must mean that assistance which is of grace, or of free favor and kindness. Yet in the same place he speaks of it as very unreasonable, unjust, and cruel for God to require that as the condition of pardon that is become impossible by original sin. If it be so, what grace is there in giving assistance and ability to perform the condition of pardon? Or why is that called by the name of grace? That is an absolute debt which God is bound to bestow, and which it would be unjust and cruel in him to withhold, seeing he requires that as the condition of pardon, which he cannot perform without it. End of Part 3, Section 3.